the only daughter of Duke Gloucester, one of the porcelain dolls symbolizing the utmost luxury and beauty of the Albion Kingdom, and also the one whose name couldn't be more fitting for her dazzling, angelic appearance, which is me, Angel Gloucester. Right now, the thing she wants to do most is to escape this crazy wedding. Angel looked at the mirror in annoyance. My face is swollen from crying so much last night. I can't possibly accept getting married with such an ugly face. Should I pretend to faint to get out of this wedding? Annie, beside her, gave a sweet smile. My lady, would you like any more accessories? Hearing those words, Angel got angry. Does someone like me need to add those things, Annie? It seems my corset is loose. Tighten it more. She replied, yes, my lady. Then the sound of counting echoed in the space as the maids helped her dress. 1, 2. Afterward, they breathed a sigh of relief, just as someone knocked on the door. It's done, the other person reminded. It's time to go to the chapel, my lady. Angel fell into a state of anxiety, her hands trembling unconsciously. Is it really time already? She let out a sigh of relief. Phew, the makeup almost ruined my gloves. Angel told herself, I must watch over my things very carefully, otherwise there's no telling what will happen after I get married. Oh God, why are you doing this to me? This desolate, dilapidated place is filled with shabby pews and boring gray walls, so different from what I had imagined. She walked hesitantly. The reason for all of this is William Cardina, that disgusting prince. He is the richest man in this empire, and that is how he managed to persuade one of the most influential dukes in the empire, my father, Duke Gloucester. My father has long been trying to get closer to the royal family, so how could he pass up the royal family's unexpected offer for me to marry the next heir to the throne, Prince Philip Cardina? However, there is another heir to the throne, William Cardina, who seeks every weakness to bring down his brothers, all for the purpose of inciting other nobles to rise up against Philip, which could even lead to violence, with the sole aim of seizing his position as the next heir to the throne. Then he said he would help me find a new husband since the previous one was lost. But in the end, he forced me to marry the emperor's lowly, illegitimate son. Gloucester shouted loudly, useless daughter. Angel retorted, I did my best, father. He said with disgust, I have only this one daughter, and in the end, she's of no use to me at all. She wanted to explain, but I really don't want to get married. Gloucester cut her off. I told you to seduce the heir who will ascend to the throne. Yet you let him cast you aside like that? Now you can no longer become the next noble queen as per the original deal. You useless thing have ruined everything. And now don't you dare ruin your new role. Angel sank into sorrow. That's how I determined my father's expectations for me. He didn't even come to attend the ceremony. Back in the present, the priest spoke, and so, today we are gathered in the prestigious presence of the prince to witness this sacred union in marriage. The one who appeared was Aiden, the emperor's illegitimate son. He continued, the final part of the congratulations has ended. And now, groom, you may place the wedding ring on the bride's beautiful hands. William, seeing his expression, asked, what's wrong, Aiden? He turned and asked, you were responsible for preparing this wedding. So where are the wedding rings? He replied guiltily, oh shoot, sorry, I forgot because I was busy finding the best priest in chapel for you. I thought you or Duke Gloucester would prepare them. Aiden spoke nonchalantly, then let's skip the ring exchange. The priest was surprised, but quickly agreed. Huh? All right. Then kiss the bride to witness your vow of eternal love before our God. Angel turned her face away in refusal. Please skip that part as well. She was lost in thought. I really don't want to kiss him at all right now. He didn't even bother with the groom's attire. No matter how rushed this crazy wedding is, that is clearly just the old, tattered uniform he owns. How could he treat the daughter of the Gloucester house like this? The priest continued, then I now pronounce and bless these two souls bound together in this sacred marriage. Hearing those words, Angel drifted into a daze. A blessing? That doesn't suit us at all. The illegitimate son who is just a military officer, and the duke's daughter who dreamed of becoming empress. Our marriage is far from being a happy one. At another time, inside the mansion, her scream echoed. I can't bring any guards or servants with me. Aiden calmly crossed his arms. That's right. The only person I'm allowing to come along is you. Angel retorted. Then who will take care of me along the way? He said casually, the journey isn't too far, so I don't think any help is needed. She flared up, if I'm not allowed to bring any servants, then will you fan me while I'm reading? Aiden sarcastically replied, don't you have hands? Do it yourself. Angel angrily turned her head and shouted, Annie, I'm tired. As soon as she brought the special scent, Angel gently calmed down. Then she took a step forward and declared, in any case, I will not go without my servants. She thought to herself, now that I'm this determined, he surely can't do anything about it. But as soon as she saw him touching her luggage, she was startled. Wait, what are you doing? Put my luggage down now. He grumbled. Every time you delay our departure, your luggage will be reduced one by one. Angel retorted, that luggage contains all my high-end perfumes. You can't do that. You're a devil from hell. Aiden replied calmly, no matter what you say, no matter how hard I try, there isn't enough space for your things. Just take what's necessary. She shouted loudly, I need all of these things, and don't touch my luggage again. Finally, Angel let out some harsh words. You cheap husband? As soon as she saw the look on his face, she felt guilty. I've gone too far. Aiden slammed the luggage on the ground. You're right. That's why you only need to bring your cheap things with you. She turned and yelled, Annie, Sophie, what are you two doing? Put my luggage on the carriage, quickly. She was surprised, huh? But then the two maids glanced at each other helplessly. Angel's face turned red with indignation. These two, are they ignoring me because they won't have to serve me anymore? Immediately, she raised her voice, I will tell my father about this. Aiden, beside her, replied, Duke Gloucester. Angel faced him. That's right. I will also tell him that you... But then he replied with a sarcastic tone, oh no, how terrifying. Seeing that reaction, Angel bit her lip, her face full of shame. He knows that my father won't do anything because he didn't even come to my wedding. No, after my father's anger subsides, I'm sure he will continue to help me. A moment later, Angel chose to compromise. All right, I won't bring any servants, so don't touch my luggage anymore. She thought to herself, after all, these maids aren't on my side anyway. She yelled, Annie, Sophie? She answered yes. Finally, Angel thought as she climbed into the carriage, it's not worth losing everything just because of them. Aiden was suspicious. What are you doing? Sitting in the carriage, she still felt uneasy. I can't possibly run anywhere in this outfit. Annie called softly, my lady. I wish you a safe and smooth journey. As those words were spoken, Angel's gaze fell, her long eyelashes reflecting the sunlight. She mused, there are no blessings for me for a new life like this. That clumsy farewell, perhaps I've been waiting for it for a long time. These are truly the only kind words I've heard from anyone in the ducal house since the wedding. Parsley and Leslie, too. I hope they can live a better life without having to take care of me anymore. A while later, the group arrived at an ancient house. Piglets were playing in piles of hay. Angel saw it and wondered, this is the servant's house, right? No, Aiden replied, that is our house. This house is where you'll be living from now on. I should also mention that there will be no servants living in that house. In that moment, the luggage in her hand unconsciously fell to the ground with a thud. Angel flared up and screamed, oh my God, you can't do this to me. The magnificent scenery outside, the splendid ducal mansion. Angel looked at her surroundings as if she was collapsing. My own servants. How can I possibly live without those things? She roared with indignation. This marriage is a scam. How can I live a house like this? Aiden calmly replied, if you hate it that much, there's a sty outside. He silently remarked, Philip's ex-fiancée has a domineering personality just like that guy. It's scary. They really are a perfect match for each other. No kidding. Aiden emphasized as he started walking, let me tell you my life's motto. It's self-reliance. Angel hurriedly chased after him, her voice filled with urgency. Wait, she complained. It's hard to move in this dress, you. Hold on. As soon as the door closed, Angel shrieked, help me. Her face darkened, unable to hide her indignation. Angel brooded, I can't believe he would leave a woman stranded in the woods in the pitch dark like this. Then she raised her hand and pounded hard on the door. Sir Aiden, what will you do if I don't want to stay with you? He called out from inside. Well, there's plenty of room for you in the sty. Angel's voice grew louder. Hey, stop talking that nonsense and open the door for me right now. A sense of self-pity began to well up inside her. They always praised her for looking like an angel. She was always surrounded by sweet words like sweet wine and champagne. They always reserved the utmost praise for her, even for the smallest things. Everyone loved her. So why would he treat her like this? Angel continuously yelled, Aiden, open the door for me now. She began to threaten, if you don't open the door, I will. At that moment, the door was pushed open, causing Angel to stumble. Aiden warned, if you continue to make things up in my house like that, I'll let you sleep in the sty. She scolded, shut your mouth. How can you speak to me like that? He continued, the forest is also a suitable option for you. It's about time for the bears to wake up after a long hibernation. I'm sure you can make friends with them quickly. I've always considered it a given that I'll go to hell, because I've done things on the battlefield far more terrible than this. So when you say I should go to hell, you're just stating the obvious. Your room is this way. Follow me. She covered her mouth in fear. He's so scary. She thought, it's still better here than in the forest. I really just want to run into the room as fast as I can. Suddenly, Angel spoke up, making Aiden turn his head to look. Speaking of the bedroom, Then she stood there bewildered and fell silent for a long time. Angel continued to complain, "Why is this door so small?" He explained, "Well, I never thought someone wearing such a ridiculous dress would come here." She yelled, "Stop standing there laughing at me. Come here and help me quickly." Angel fumed and cursed under her breath. "This house, the architect, and you damn Aiden." Aiden suggested, "I think it would be faster if you took that complicated thing off before coming in." She retorted, "What are you thinking, telling me to undress right at the front door?" Finally, he sighed helplessly. All right, let me help." Then Aiden reached out and pulled her. Angel reminded him, gently. After much effort, she was finally pulled straight into the house. Angel quickly tumbled like a ball. Aiden silently imagined, "The pudding shape really reminds me of the old days." He offered his opinion, "I think you shouldn't wear such bulky dresses like this ever again." She was embarrassed. "Leave me alone. I'll do what I want. Even though I'm your wife now, you should remember that I am still the daughter of Duke Gloucester." He was exasperated. "The only daughter of Duke Gloucester? Shouldn't you be saying you're the wife of Aiden Fitzroy now?" Angel's face darkened. "Why should I say that? Even if I die, I am still the Duke's daughter." Aiden explained, "If you continue to lie on the floor with that corset on, I think your dream will come true soon enough." She yelled again, "Shut up and help me up." Aiden turned to leave. "I have no obligation to help the one and only daughter of the Duke." Angel worried, "Wait, where are you going?" He said sarcastically, "This lowly, illegitimate child probably isn't allowed to get close to a noble lady like you." She ordered, "Come back here." She thought to herself, how can he act so despicably and shamelessly in this situation? Aiden was annoyed. "I think I'm about to go crazy from the noise of this person from the city." Then he looked up at the portrait on the wall. Aiden wondered, what should I do from now on? I think I'll find a good reason to get rid of her gently. But he is a smart, cunning man, so he will surely find a reason soon. I don't want to lose the piece I've worked so hard to get just to piss off the prince. I'll have to stick by her side until that guy forgets about both of us. Grandfather once advised, always be gentle with women and children, Aiden. He wondered, but what if they're difficult with me first, Grandfather? Just then, Angel's voice rang out, and Aiden frowned. "Hey!" Her voice grew louder. "Hey, Aiden Fitzroy." Finally, he gave in and walked over to Angel. Aiden gently pulled her upright in an instant. He was surprised and let out a sigh. "She's really light. At least she probably won't eat too much of my food." Angel turned her face away and stammered, "Thank you." At that moment, her face was as red as a tomato. Angel asked curiously, "Where's my bedroom?" Aiden instructed, "Just go straight up to the first floor, turn left, and you'll see it. If you see a yellow door, that's the room for you, my lady, the only daughter of the Duke." Angel turned her face away. That sarcastic tone of his is really hateful. Behind her, he laughed. "Thanks to that complicated dress of hers, I don't have to mop the floor anymore." Aiden brought up dinner. She replied, "I don't want to eat anything right now. I'm exhausted." Angel gloomily walked to her room, completely devoid of any positivity. Aiden glanced slightly. "I hope she won't bother me anymore. I want to have dinner in peace." Suddenly, Angel's voice screamed, startling him. "What the hell is this?" Angel looked at herself in the mirror in utter confusion. "What the devil is this?" She looked at her hands and thought, I can't possibly look this hideous. Then she yelled loudly, "Aiden, water! I need water to wash my face immediately." Aiden wearily leaned on the staircase and sighed. "She scared the life out of me. It's not even that big of a deal." Angel's face showed dissatisfaction, the atmosphere around her indescribably gloomy. Aiden, beside her, said with a smile, "Here is the wash basin you requested." Then he pointed to her palm and said, "I don't know why you're wasting such a large amount of water just to wash your face." Angel shouted angrily, "I know what I'm doing." Aiden laughed and said, "Is that so? I thought you were waiting for a stream of water to flow from a faucet like when you were still in the city." "I apologize for misunderstanding you." Angel was furious. "I wasn't expecting that at all." A moment later, while washing her face, she thought, "I want to die of embarrassment." Suddenly, Aiden reached from behind her to grab a towel from the shelf. "The towel is here." Angel took the towel. "Now I have to do everything myself." Then Aiden turned to leave and said, "I'm going downstairs. Call if you need anything." Suddenly, Angel spoke up, "Wait." He paused and then turned back to look at her. "Aiden, what else do you need?" Angel thought for a moment. "Aiden spoke, my lady." Angel looked down and replied, "Clothes." She was flustered. "Help me change my clothes." because usually someone helps me change, but there's no one here, so I need you to help me. Aiden said without expression. All right, let's go into the bedroom. Angel was stunned. Huh, right now? She said bitterly. All right. In her heart, she thought, Annie, Sophie, I miss you so much. Later in the bedroom, Aiden spoke. If you turn around, I can untie the laces faster. Angel thought melancholically, I know that, but why are the more beautiful dresses the most uncomfortable? The more splendid the ball gown, the tighter it squeezes me. It's so tight, I'm about to burst. One of the first steps to wearing these dresses is to put on a corset over the chemise. 2, then without hesitation, take the lace at the back and pull it tight to cinch the waist. 3, fix the pannier to make the dress puff out around the waist. 4, put on the skirt, bodice, and another layer of dress on top. If desired, one can add gloves. 5, the final step is just to add accessories and it's done. But I don't think it's a good idea to ask a man I'm not close to at all to help me do that. Everyone would probably think I'm crazy for carrying out this idea. Suddenly, a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes. She thought, wait a minute, could it be? Then she spoke up, excuse me, but are you going to sleep in this room too? Aiden immediately replied, no way. I don't think it's necessary for us to sleep in the same room, so don't worry about it. Hearing that, she thought to herself, why does his voice suddenly sound so pleasant? Then she glanced at Aiden, wondering to herself, what's wrong with him? He looks like he doesn't want or expect anything from me at all. I remember my governess taught me that men turn into crazed beasts if they are alone with a woman. Could the wild beast inside him be a herbivore? Angel stared at him curiously again, thinking, a herbivore? This guy probably just hates me. Thinking that, she clasped her hands in prayer, thinking, that's good too, just keep hating me. A moment later, Aiden's voice rang out, I'm done. After saying that, he left without hesitation, leaving Angel standing there bewildered. She thought he really didn't do anything else. Oh well, at least I can finally breathe. Then she immediately jumped onto the bed, laid down, and sighed deeply. I'm dead tired. Angel hugged a pillow, thinking dejectedly, how am I supposed to change my clothes tomorrow? She struggled in frustration and screamed, I really hate all of this. Angel tossed and turned, thinking, just like in fairy tales where the princess is rescued by a prince, I wish someone would come and rescue me from this wretched place. The night was quiet. The wind gently swayed the trees. The moon hung silently in the sky. The night slowly passed, and the early morning sun gradually appeared. Aiden, sleeping in bed, slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he shot up, grabbing the gun in his hand, thinking, what was that? I heard a noise outside, but I don't know what it is. Suddenly, Angel ran in from the doorway in a panic, shouting, Aiden, there's a sound. Seeing Aiden holding a gun, she panicked, raised her hands, and screamed, don't shoot me. Seeing her, Aiden sighed in relief and lowered the gun. In an exasperated voice, he asked, what's wrong? Angel immediately pointed to the window and said in confusion, I heard a strange noise coming from outside. What is that sound? Aiden followed her finger and said, a strange noise. Suddenly, a crowing sound rang out. She was scared. That's the sound. Angel huddled closer to Aiden and said softly, this is the first time I've ever heard that kind of sound, so. Aiden spoke, it's just a rooster crowing. She stared at him blankly, her mouth murmuring, huh, rooster? Aiden explained that when the sun rises, the rooster crows to signal the start of a new day. Hearing this, her face turned bright red, and she was left speechless with her mouth agape. Aiden went to put away his gun, chuckling softly as he said, I can't believe you were scared by the crow of a rooster. Angel, both angry and embarrassed, explained, well, it was because it crowed so loudly and its sound was so strange. Then she asked, it's too loud for me to sleep. Is there any way you can make it shut up? Aiden casually replied, if you wring its neck, it'll stop crowing. Angel shook her head in fear. How could I possibly do that? Then Aiden rubbed his forehead in exasperation and said, oh, right. With the weather as it is, the temperature is still very low, even if you're indoors. You'll catch a cold if you walk around the house in such thin clothes. Angel looked down at her clothes in confusion. What's wrong with my clothes? Suddenly, she realized, her face flushing red as she cried out in embarrassment, then hugged herself and ran off. She shrieked in alarm, pervert. The sound of a door slamming shut echoed, leaving Aiden bewildered. He stood there stunned, watching her go, then a slight smile appeared on his face. Aiden helplessly ran a hand through his hair, thinking to himself, who's the one who barged straight into someone else's room? I can't believe her. She's actually quite funny. The sun rose high, its warm light shining through the house's windows. Aiden gently knocked on the door of Angel's room. his face expressionless as he called out, "Your Highness, what would you like for breakfast this morning?" The door creaked open. An angel, wrapped in a blanket, poked her head out and said, "Anything is fine. Just leave it in front of the door and I'll eat it later." Aiden suppressed his annoyance, thinking, does she think I'm her personal butler? He spoke up, "I'll leave your breakfast on the table in the kitchen on the first floor. If you're hungry, please do me the favor of bringing yourself down to eat." Angel's face grew serious as she shouted in alarm, "Hey, wait. If the food is already made, just leave it here." Then she slammed the door shut, leaving him outside, without even a single word of thanks in her heart. Aiden angrily called out, "Hey." Seeing it was no use, he turned away, thinking to himself, she's skipped a meal since last night. She'll crawl out to find food on her own if she gets hungry anyway. I have no intention of pampering a pampered young lady who was raised in the lap of luxury like that. At noon, Angel's lamenting voice could be heard. How could this have happened? Oh well, even though it doesn't look quite perfect, but she had put on a lovely dress and said in confusion, "I guess this will have to do. I want to tighten the corset a little more. Should I ask Aiden?" As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously, thinking, no way. He ignored my request to bring me breakfast. After all, breakfast is supposed to be eaten in the bedroom. Honestly, I want to go back to the mansion as soon as possible. Today, I must write a letter to Father. Even though he insisted that I would fail to seduce the Crown Prince, if Father sees my desperate plea for help, it might soothe his anger somewhat. Suddenly, a childhood memory flooded back. A young angel was hiding in a corner, thinking, they'll never find me if I hide here, right? After a long while, Angel wondered to herself, why isn't anyone looking for me? Suddenly, the chatter of the servants caught her attention. Have you heard? The Duke has another new woman. Well, it's because the Duchess unfortunately passed away while giving birth to their first daughter. But what can you do? After all, that daughter is the Duke's only relative. Angel thought, everyone always says the same things. A servant had said, "My lady, although the Duke doesn't express his love for you directly, he still loves you very much." She silently affirmed that her father still loved her very much. Returning to the present, Angel gently opened the door. She looked around blankly and said, "Where's the kitchen? This room doesn't look like it." She looked around and noticed something that made her stop. Angel looked at the portrait on the wall, wondering to herself, who is in that picture? Suddenly, her stomach growled. Angel shyly held her stomach, thinking, there's no time for that now. I have to find a kitchen first. I feel hungrier than usual. Is it because I didn't tighten my corset as much as I normally do today? She hurried off, muttering to herself, now where on earth is the kitchen? Then she entered a room, and Angel exclaimed, "Found it!" Looking around the room, she assessed, it looks pretty decent. The kitchen is a place for lowly servants, so I've never been to one before. Angel thought, it has a completely different feel from the kitchen in my mansion. Next, she walked over to the stove and wondered, what's this? Why does it look so much like the fireplace in my room? Suddenly, a tiny Aiden appeared and explained, a cooking stove is a cooking utensil that also serves as the heating device this lady mentioned. It's a tool for commoners or laborers, so it's understandable that you have little experience with it, my lady. Angel clutched her stomach glumly, lamenting to herself, right now, I just want to put something in my stomach. Suddenly, she saw something covered with a cloth on the table. Quickly, Angel pulled off the cloth, wondering, is this the breakfast Aiden told me about? She thought excitedly, I wonder what it is? When she saw what was inside, her face turned deathly pale. Looking at the plate of porridge on the table, she shrieked, what the hell is this? An image of Aiden cooking corn porridge appeared. Corn porridge, a simple dish that farmers often eat every morning. After boiling coarsely ground cornmeal in water, turn off the heat and add a little butter and finely grated cheese. And just like that, a quick, simple, and nutritious meal is ready right after you finish cooking it. But a bowl of porridge that has gone cold and hard like this. Angel was stunned after tasting the porridge, and she exclaimed in disappointment. It tastes awful. Slamming the spoon in her hand down on the table, next to a piece of paper, she thought angrily, I really can't swallow this. Suddenly, Angel saw a piece of paper, picked it up, unfolded it, and wondered, what's this? The note read, if it's too bland, remember to mix in some molasses. After reading it, Angel was stunned and thought to herself, did Aiden write this note? He's so sweet. In my mind, he wasn't even human. Then she looked at the table with many spice jars and said in confusion, but which one is the molasses? Next, Angel picked up a jar and opened the lid, wondering, is it this one? It smells a little sweet. Then, pouring out a full spoonful, she told herself, I guess so. I'll just pour in one spoonful to try first. Suddenly, she carelessly dropped the spoon, and the spice in it spilled onto the floor. She sighed helplessly. Angel thought, is my grip really that weak? Out of habit, she held out her hand and said, give me another spoon. Before she could finish, Angel realized and said, oh, right, there's no one here. She sat down on the chair, frustrated, and said discontentedly, do I really have to do this myself? Suddenly, her foot stepped on her own dress, causing her to lose her balance and stagger before tumbling to the ground off the chair she was sitting on. Angel slowly sat up, clutching her knee sorrowfully as she said, my knee. Angel's eyes gradually filled with tears, which were about to spill from their sockets. Angel thought with self-pity, why are there no servants following me? Or, at the very least, they should have let my personal maid come with me. Why is this meal so awful? Then she cried out resentfully, a shabby house. And Aiden is just the same. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached the door, and Aiden's voice rang out, what did you say about me? Hearing this, Angel immediately turned her head. Seeing her sitting on the floor, he sighed and said, I didn't expect you to have already helped me mop the entire kitchen floor. You adapt quickly, don't you, my lady? Angel immediately denied it. It's not like that. I think my bone is broken. Aiden said with a deadpan expression, you may not know what mopping is, but you're certainly number one when it comes to complaining. Angel shouted furiously, I'm being completely serious. Aiden suddenly knelt in front of her and said calmly, if your bones break that easily, then your legs are no different from crispy corn snacks. Angel asked in alarm, huh? Why are you kneeling down? Aiden gently rubbed her knee, his voice soft. I have to check it for you, of course. Angel looked at him, her cheeks blushing as her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Aiden grabbed her ankle and pulled it firmly. Angel yelled, what do you think you're touching? Aiden thought with a blank expression, how could a bone break like this? I heard a loud noise and rushed over, only to find her in this state, and yet. Then he said, well, you thought your leg was broken, so I'm checking it for you. Angel said irritably, and why are you the one checking? Call a doctor. It would take an hour for a doctor to get here. We have plenty of medicine in the house, so don't worry. Hearing that, Angel fell silent, thinking, why do I feel more and more like an idiot? It's incredibly embarrassing to let a man see my legs, yet he touched my leg without any warning. Aiden looked at her fuming and wondered to himself, what is it this time? Immediately, Angel yelled, the wound. You're only allowed to look at the wound, not anywhere else. Oh, and wait, this dress is very expensive. Go wash your hands first. Aiden pointed at the dress and said, isn't this dress already dusty? Angel stammered, that's. Then she shouted to stop talking and hurry up and check the wound. My right knee hurts a lot. He sighed and said, all right. Then he gently examined her leg. Aiden said, I can't believe you could fall while wearing a puffy dress like this. Angel said, all the dresses I buy are like this, so what? How is it? Is it broken? Or am I just imagining the pain? Aiden lifted the dress, revealing a reddened knee. Angel asked impatiently, or is it bleeding? He replied, it's just a light scrape. She asked blankly, is that all? He answered nonchalantly, and a small bruise. Hearing that, she covered her face and cried in horror, exclaiming in anguish, oh my God, my beautiful fair skin. Aiden stared at her, remaining silent. Seeing this, Angel switched to a commanding tone, you did a good job. Now treat the wound. Aiden remained silent. His face was expressionless. Then he let go of Angel's leg, causing her to fly into a rage and shout loudly. What the hell are you doing? She asked, why did you stand up? Aren't you going to treat my injury? Aiden's eyes were ice cold as he said in a low voice, I'll tell you where the medicine is, so you can go get it yourself. I am not your servant. Hearing that, she frowned angrily. Angel tried to restrain herself, thinking, no, I must handle this matter with elegance. Next, she used a chair for support to stand up and said calmly, all right, then show me the way. Aiden added, furthermore, you must always follow one rule. Angel asked, what rule? He continued, no bird cages are allowed in this house. She was bewildered. A bird cage? Aiden, I mean that thing you're wearing under your skirt. Angel immediately retorted, that's not a bird cage, it's a crinoline. Besides, what I wear is none of a man's business. Before she could finish her sentence, Aiden grabbed the chair she was holding and decisively pulled it aside. Angel shouted in confusion, why would you do that? Aiden said, this is why. You can't even stand steadily. Do you think I have the time to run to you every time you fall? Angel fumed. You think I can't stand up without you? Then she struggled to her feet, holding onto the table with difficulty. Angel's arms trembled as she propped herself up on it. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Then he reached out, grabbed her by the waist to help her stand, and said, the second reason. Angel asked impatiently, what now? Aiden, if you keep walking around the house in that puffy dress, you'll knock over my things. Angel immediately said, what if it's not on purpose? Aiden said loudly. Then I'll leave you to handle it yourself with no more help from me, until you get tired of tumbling on the floor and decide to get rid of that cumbersome birdcage on your own. Hearing that, Angel flared up. I already told you it's not a birdcage. Aiden stood silently with his arms crossed, watching her rage. Angel said with frustration, Fine, I won't wear that thing in this house anymore. She glared at him, thinking, I will definitely leave this godforsaken place. I just need to wait until then. Aiden nodded in approval. Good. Then he turned and said, All right, I'll show you where to find some clothes besides your huge ruffled dresses and the medicine. At that, Angel trailed after him, muttering, I heard you. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a wall. Aiden suspiciously noticed something was off and exclaimed, Why are the curtains drawn? Hearing him, Angel answered innocently, The sunlight outside was too harsh, so I closed them. What if this beautiful, flawless, fair skin of mine gets sunburned? Aiden cursed inwardly. Is she a demon or something, needing to avoid the sun? Then he sighed again and said, There are some clothes in the closet for you to change into. He thought, We can talk about the curtains later. Aiden continued, They might be a bit large for you, but they're more comfortable than what you're wearing. Angel exclaimed in disbelief, How could you wear these outfits? But Aiden cut her off, saying, These are clothes my late mother wore. Angel panicked, her voice trembling. Even though they look old, I suppose they're wearable? Looking at the dresses hanging in the closet, Angel thought, I really want to comment on how rustic these clothes are, but I really don't want to offend his late mother. Holding a dress in her hand, she silently assessed. These have been preserved very well. Suddenly, Aiden handed her a wooden box and said gruffly, All right, now go change and apply this red medicine to your wound. Don't tell me you don't know how. Angel replied, Who do you take me for, an idiot? Hearing that, he pointed at her, making her angry. Angel said irritably, I know more than someone who cooks terribly thick porridge for breakfast, all right? Hearing that, Aiden was stunned for a few seconds, then said thick porridge. His voice was scornful. Well, of course, lazy princess. The porridge was ready for over an hour, plus another hour for you to put on makeup and drag your dress around looking for food. It would be a shame if it didn't get thick. Angel reached behind her back to unlace her dress. Her voice curt. How am I supposed to change quickly when I don't have a servant to help me? Seeing this, Aiden quickly turned away, somewhat flustered, and said, All right, I'm going to clean up your mess in the kitchen. As he stepped out of the room, Aiden thought helplessly, She really is the epitome of an unreasonably demanding woman. He ran a hand through his hair, his face flushed. A humming sound came from the window. Angel admired herself in the new dress, although it wasn't her style, but she moved back and forth. It's so comfortable to move in this. Even though I look like a lowly maid, my charm hasn't diminished one bit. Plus, the buttons are in the front, so I don't need help from that arrogant Aiden anymore. He nags so much, it gives me a headache. Suddenly, her stomach rumbled. I need to find something to eat first. But what is there besides that awful, thick porridge from earlier? Just as she came downstairs, an enticing aroma wafted over. What's that smell? It's a bit like the cheesecake made by the chef at the mansion. The moment she peeked into the kitchen, he saw her. There you are. Sit down at the table and try not to fall again. Angel sat down, fuming inwardly. He could have just told me to sit down. Aiden looked up and asked, Did you apply the medicine? She remembered it didn't hurt, so she had completely forgotten and replied, Yes. He placed a plate of food in front of her. Here. Angel guessed it was bread. Aiden explained, It's corn porridge, but it's been baked. It tastes better if you bake the congealed porridge so it solidifies into a cake rather than reheating it. She looked displeased. I can't believe I have to eat recycled leftovers. Aiden turned back toward the kitchen. Then I suppose it's too much for a picky, lazy princess like you. Angel stared at the food on the table, waging an intense internal battle. But I have no other choice. Then she closed her eyes, took a bite, and was surprised. The outside is perfectly crispy, while the inside is fluffy and soft. The texture is completely different from this morning's porridge. What is this called? Aiden replied, It's called polenta. She repeated, polenta. He glanced over, asking softly, Is it good? Angel replied, It's passable, I suppose. Aiden was exasperated. I knew she would say something like that. It's even better with this. She took a taste and felt like she was melting. He was right. Suddenly, a sound drew Angel's attention. It was the sizzle of meat being fried to a golden brown on both sides. Angel was full of anticipation. Just from a sound, I'm sure it will be delicious. When he turned to look at her, she pretended to look away. Aiden asked, Do you want to eat this too? Angel refused, No, I'm full. A woman is considered vulgar if she is gluttonous. But the aroma was so tempting. It smelled so good her eyes sparkled with desire. Aiden saw her expression. This princess, you're truly a handful. She snapped, What did you say I am? A piece of meat was offered to her. Just try a piece. Angel was still stubborn. I said I'm full. Aiden reminded her, you're drooling. She was tempted. The last time I had meat was several days ago. But I really want to eat more. I'm craving it so much. After hesitating for a moment, Angel couldn't hold back any longer. It has been a while since I've had meat, so don't mind if I do. She happily put small pieces into her mouth. Seeing this, he felt a little proud. Would you like some more? Angel will push her empty plate forward. Of course. More, please. You don't have to give me the onions. Aiden said, now you're being picky? No way. That's ridiculous. How does every word he says hit so close to home? I could have just pretended to eat a few bites and then stopped. Too bad. It seems it's not as bad as I thought. It's delicious. He found himself unconsciously watching her eat. Perhaps she was genuinely enjoying the food, or perhaps it was her perfectly practiced table manners. Noticing the small details, her lips are so small. Suddenly, Aiden braced his hands on the table and shot up. No, she only looked like a baby bird for a fleeting moment. When you're finished, just leave the dishes in the sink. Angel was rather surprised. Are you telling me to do it myself? He frowned. Your arms and legs are perfectly intact. So why don't you try doing it yourself, lazy princess? She lied. I'm not perfectly fine. My leg still hurts. This made Aiden unhappy and rather irritated. Hey, he had to calm himself down. She's not in my league. Don't stoop to her level. Aiden Fitzroy. Forget it. I have to go now, so stay inside and behave. Angel stood up. Wait, you're going out again? He answered curtly, yes, I have work to do. She was dejected. I have nothing to do. What am I supposed to do here all alone? Aiden said indifferently, then find something to do. Angel argued, you're the master of this house, and I am the guest. You should be helping me, but you're not. It seems you've misunderstood. His voice was filled with loathing. You're not my guest. Don't you realize I avoid being near you because I don't like you at all? If you're bored, then clean the kitchen. The day will fly by. After saying that, he turned decisively and left. Even though I'm learning and experiencing new things, I feel guilty for no reason. Angel angrily threw down her napkin. What kind of man is he? What does he actually want me to do? I didn't come here to be a maid or a servant. Unless I have absolutely no other choice, I will certainly not do a single thing. A handwritten letter was held out right in front of her. Aiden looked at her suspiciously and asked, what letter is this? Angel said, it contains extremely important information, so please send it to the capital as soon as possible. I have to let my father know that I've arrived here safely and am living very well now. Upon hearing this, his face clearly showed his displeasure. Sending this letter meant he would have to go to town, a crowded and extremely bustling place. If he went there, his breath became difficult and ragged. The judgmental, discriminatory gazes like daggers haunted his mind. Murderer. A voice pulled Aiden back to reality. Aiden. Looking at her, he thought, I don't know why I'm suddenly remembering this, but if I accept her request, she'll probably stop nagging for a while. But in the end, his answer was still yes. All right, she was very happy about that. Oh, but wait, I have many other letters I want to send as well. I'll give you more tomorrow, so remember to send them immediately, okay? He sat in silence, feeling somewhat helpless. She's certainly enthusiastic. Does she think I'm her personal mailman or something? The letters Angel wrote to her father, to Leslie, and to all those she was close with were sent to the capital. 10 days had passed since the letters were mailed. Night fell. Are you planning to go into town again? You have to check and see if any letters have arrived for me. Aiden, who was busy cooking, replied, I'll go when I'm free. She asked, when is free? He replied, when the wheat is ready for harvest. She bit her lip. But when is the harvest? Aiden said wearily, go ask the sprouts yourself. Angel seemed anxious. Can't you go before they grow? But he seemed unconcerned. I am Buse. The aroma of food wafted through the air, making her swoon. The smell of butter is so intoxicating. No, Angel, get a grip, she thought, shaking her head vigorously. I must receive a reply this week. Should I take my own money and give it to him to ask for his help? No, I don't know when I might need money for unexpected circumstances. Please, she said, I'm very anxious for news from my father. I'm worried he can't take care of himself without me. Aiden set a plate down. Move aside, this water is boiling. Angel was stunned. Is he not a normal person? Is he made of iron? Does he even know what affection is? He said, if you're still eating your fill and sleeping enough, then your father will be doing the same. Angel retorted, I can't sleep in the early mornings because of all the noise outside. It makes my ears feel like they're going to explode. I don't like brown bread either. He said indifferently, I don't have the time to prepare anything else for you. The two of them ate their food in silence. Aiden wondered, should I reduce the number of crops? No, this is the most logical amount, just like I dreamed of when I was in the camp. I'll do just as my grandfather did, work hard and live in harmony with nature. I won't hurt anyone, won't do anything to make others blame me. I must live honestly and sincerely. Angel called out loudly. Hey, are you even listening? At the very least, you have to tell me when the crops will be ready for harvest. He suddenly blushed. Why does she suddenly look so cute? What the hell am I thinking? She backed away. Why do you suddenly look so scary, Aiden? Aiden cleared his throat. When they're fully ripe. Wait, he thought. If she knew the seedlings would take a long time to harvest, she'd probably go crazy. It's better to keep it short for the sake of peace. About 1 to 2 more months. She was shocked. 1 or 2 more months. Does that mean you'll be here until then? That's right. Then I'll go get the letters myself. Lend me a horse. Aiden refused. No, who knows what could happen to you if you go alone. She didn't back down either. A moment ago, you ignored me and said I couldn't go. So what the hell am I supposed to do now? All you have to do is get the letters. Can't you even do that? It seemed her words struck a nerve. Aiden exploded. I am not your servant. Why do you keep asking the same thing over and over? Angel seemed frightened by his outburst. He also stopped, saying nothing more, and seemed to realize he had gone too far. Whenever I hear a commanding tone, I immediately think of Philip. Once again, those memories surfaced. Hey, bastard. Hearing the call, Aiden unconsciously turned to look. Hair as black as ebony, eyes as red as blood. These were the symbols of the royal bloodline. But what royal bloodline? I was just the illegitimate child of a commoner who happened to inherit those traits from birth. Philip approached with an unfriendly attitude. Where are you going? His expression was haughty. You're truly filthy. Philip hated me so much. Angel, full of resentment, asked, why did you yell at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Aiden scratched his head. That way she talks. Stop it. She looked hurt, her eyes welling up with tears. Seeing her like that, he grew flustered, not knowing what to do. Was I too harsh? He offered her a teapot. Hey, would you like some tea? Angel slammed the table. Forget it. Go drink that stupid, cheap tea by yourself. Aiden was taken aback. Wait, hold on. Guilt washed over him. I shouldn't have said that. She sat alone on her bed, her face buried in her pillow. I wonder how everyone is living without me. What will I do if everyone completely forgets I exist? My mother passed away when I was very young, and my father was always busy with the affairs of the royal family. I was used to it, but interacting with people is everything to me. I don't even know how I felt at that moment, but I can't believe he raised his voice and got so annoyed just because I asked him for such a small favor. I really hate him. I am truly furious. I really can't live like this for another second. Angel wiped away her tears, her expression determined. Tonight, I will definitely leave this wretched din farm. As the night grew late and quiet, with everyone asleep, Angel diligently packed her things. I've suffered enough during this time. If I go back to Father, he will surely help me. But we've already registered our marriage certificate with the church. Objectively speaking, it will be very difficult to annul this nightmarish marriage. But if we both choose to live separately, we can file for divorce. Since Aiden hates me, he'll probably pretend he can't do anything to harm me. But the problem is the crown prince. He said he would never aim for the throne again. But would he be satisfied with another marriage? Her will sword. All right, let's just do it. It's been a long time since I was last in the capital, so I can't look this shabby. I want to wear my gilet, but it would probably be uncomfortable on a saddle. I'll just pack it in my suitcase. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have bought proper riding clothes. He must be fast asleep by now, right? When I get home, I'll be sure to return the horse to you properly. So please excuse me in advance. Hey, be quiet. You'll wake him up. Angel struggled to lead the horse. I told you to stand still, but it was all for nothing. Are you possessed by a demon? If I'd known you'd be this disobedient, I would have brought you a sugar cube. Now what am I supposed to do to make you listen? At this rate, I might as well ride a pig home. No, pull yourself together. I can't give up. I'll run to town, find a reply letter, and if I can't, I'll definitely ask someone to give me a ride to the capital. It takes about an hour by horse, so the road must only be about 10 miles long. Can I walk there? She wondered. And then she realized something even more important. Angel didn't know the way. But which way do I go now? Before her were 2 roads leading to 2 different places. The road on the left looks easier. I'll go this way first. If I feel like I'm lost, I could just turn back. Let's go to town. Aiden was jolted awake by loud screams and the smell of scorched flesh. The voices haunted him relentlessly. Who? Who do you choose? This is just a dream. The sound of keys clanked together. A man with black hair was imprisoned, tightly bound. The voice urged him on. I'm asking you, who do you choose? It was accompanied by a desperate plea, Captain, as if crying out to him in pain. Captain, please. A hand grabbed Aiden's hair roughly. Choose. Philip, with his twisted personality, was tormenting Aiden's mind. Choose. The curses were relentless. You're a murderer, a coward, a parasite. Many blood-stained faces chanted in unison, murderer. It made him feel utterly suffocated and desperate. The Duke and Angel also appeared, their faces cold and blank. Her mouth moved as if to say something, but it was faint. Finally, the word murderer jolted him awake. Sweat soaked his shirt, his breathing ragged. Thank God I didn't have seizure. So many years have passed, and yet I still. Aiden opened the lid of the kettle. The water in the teapot was gone. He then lit a candle to go get water. He opened the door and stepped lightly into the hallway. I bet she'll get even angrier if I make noise and wake her up. And he accidentally discovered that something was wrong. The door to her room was ajar. Aiden, curious and somewhat worried, approached to investigate. Angel? The room was completely empty. He was furious about this. No way. Looking out toward the forest, he thought, did she run away on her own? He hurriedly put on his coat and went outside to search. He then looked around. Are you here? Aiden saw the bag on the ground. She couldn't have ridden the horse. He thought for a moment, then moved on. I have to check somewhere else. His shadow stretched long across the ground. He reached the pigsty. Hey, can you hear me? Where could she have gone at this hour? A bad thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be? Impossible. No matter how foolish she is, she surely wouldn't. A clear footprint appeared on the ground. A footprint? It might be hers. Did she go this way? But this direction leads to... Damn it. A white owl was perched on a tree branch. Angel was wandering aimlessly through the dense forest. Angel, trembling with fear, could only clutch her umbrella tightly. Oh God, a bear or a wolf isn't going to jump out, right? I'm scared to death. Her eyes welled up with tears. Maybe I should go back. No, I have to be brave. People live nearby, so they probably won't show up. Angel kept walking forward and came to another fork in the road. Well, I'll go right this time. I have to tie a ribbon to mark my path. Why are there so many forks? My precious ribbons. Oh, my only two left. What a shame, but it's okay. I can buy more when I get to the capital anyway. After walking for a while, the path ahead disappeared. What's this? She was utterly astonished. Is this a dead end? I can't give up right at the gates of heaven like this. I can't believe I have to turn back. Having walked for a long time, Angel's feet seemed to be hurt. Lifting her skirt, I guess I'll have to stop for a moment. She sat down on a patch of soft grass to rest. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have swiped Aiden's shoes. I need to eat or drink something to tide me over. The tea Aiden had prepared earlier. She felt a bit regretful. Right now, I'm craving strong black tea more than this. Suddenly, a noise caught Angel's attention. A green frog was sitting on a rock. It startled her. Why is there a bright green frog here? Wait a minute, don't frogs in fairy tales usually live where there's water? Then this frog will surely be very useful to me. The water is that way, right, little frog? Wait for me. Let me come with you. Filled with hope, I really want to drink some cold water soon. Because the path was quite uneven, she slipped. She lost her balance and fell forward. A scream echoed through the forest in the quiet night. Meanwhile, he was still struggling to find her. Where the hell could this woman have gone? The last trace she left was here. But he had reached the spot. A faint scent of perfume wafted from over there. This woman must have been carrying something heavy to leave a mark like this. Smarter than I thought. This is a dead end, but why can't I see her anywhere? Could she have been kidnapped, bitten, or dragged away by a bear? No, don't think such things. If that were the case, there would surely be signs of a struggle or bloodstains right here. Where could she have gone? The scent of perfume. Following the scent, it's coming from over there. There are more footprints here. Let's see. She went this way. Aiden bent down to examine the tracks. Did she slip and fall down there? Don't tell me that woman was swept away by the river. He continued to walk, following the tracks in his search. Aiden called out loudly. Can you hear me? Angel, where are you? She heard his call. Aiden. He was astonished to see Angel's current state. She appeared with bare feet and dirt-stained clothes. Out of surprise, the bundle of firewood in Angel's hand fell to the ground. He grumbled, "You scared me. I thought I'd run into a ghost. Why did you run into the forest in the dead of night like?" But she paid him no mind and rushed forward, hugging him tightly and not letting go. This made Aiden's face flush with embarrassment. Hey, Angel just kept hugging him like that and sobbing. I was so scared. I'm so hungry, and I'm hurt too. It's so cold out here. Seeing this, he stopped resisting, his gaze softening. His hand unconsciously reached out to comfort her. Aiden thought to himself that he really couldn't get angry with her. The two of them stood like that for a while in the forest. He was a little worried. She's so cold at this rate, she'll catch a cold. So he coaxed her, "Stop crying, let's go home." She wiped her tears. Also, I accidentally lost those shoes in the river. One of my stockings is also stained with mud. Aiden asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Angel said sadly, "My ankle hurts a little." He knelt on one knee to check. "Let me see." She said, "It's not serious." Aiden replied, "It's very swollen. She definitely can't get home in this condition." I guess I have to. Without another thought, he decided, pardon me. She was surprised and flustered. Huh? What? Aiden scooped her up with one arm, holding the lamp with the other. He was quite surprised by her weight. She's so light. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Angel shook her head. No. Hold on to my shoulder so you don't fall. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held on tight. Aiden started walking. All right. Angel remembered, but Aiden, my handbag is stuck in that tree over there. The handbag was stuck on a high branch since evening. But right now, Aiden couldn't carry anything else. She blushed with embarrassment. Let me hold the lamp, and you can carry the handbag with your other hand. Or I can hold the handbag. He refused the offer. No, it's fine. I'll do it. So Aiden carried all three things by himself. She's already so weak, she's trembling. Yet, foolish or harsh? What is this girl's true nature? So is this what every parent feels when raising a child? By the way, were you planning to go to the capital like this? Angel looked away. Of course not. No matter how reckless I am, I would never do that. I just wanted to go down to the town to check if my mail had arrived. He was surprised. Just for some letters? You packed all that stuff just for that? Angel avoided his scrutinizing gaze that seemed to see right through her. Aiden let it go for the time being. Well, what's done is done anyway. Just so, if you had kept going straight, you would never have gotten there. She sulked a little. I know I was lost, all right? I was about to turn back. He walked slowly. Of course you were. Angel retorted, hey, I'm telling the truth. Aiden teased, I feel sorry for the bears, though. If I had been a little later, they would have had a hearty meal. She trembled. Hey, don't scare me with those terrifying bears. Aiden continued, not just bears, but also red-tailed vipers, scorpions, lions, and even aggressive leopards. Angel, frightened, said, it's not good to lie, Aiden. He sighed. That wasn't a threat, little princess. Honestly, I've already received enough punishment. Punishment? You mean me, don't you? She replied, what else? Aiden secretly glanced at her face. The first time they met, she had a similar expression. How strange. It seemed a different kind of emotion was stirring within him. When he was caught staring, Aiden quickly looked away. Angel wondered, what was that? Was he just staring at me because I'm dirty? But it's true. What noble lady gets covered in mud and weeds like this? He's just trying to act elegant to make me think he's a good person. In the forest shrouded in darkness, there was only the faint moonlight. The two of them returned home in silence. The sounds were truly frightening, but right now, they sounded like a lullaby with a strange melody. He spoke up to wake her. Hey, Angel, we're home. She woke up drowsily. We're back. Did I fall asleep? What on earth is happening to me? But looking at the scenery around here, I think I understand why Aiden likes this house so much. It makes my heart feel so comfortable and peaceful. Angel looked straight at him and said, Aiden, I'm sorry. You seem to have caught a cold from being out in the cold today. He suggested, it would be better if you took a warm bath right now, don't you think? That made Angel flustered. How embarrassing. Aiden came in with a cup of hot cocoa. Angel, may I come in? She called out, come in. By now, Angel had bathed and changed into a clean set of clothes. He handed her a cup. Here. She took it. What is it? Aiden replied. It's cocoa with cinnamon and whiskey. This drink is great for warming up the body. She took a sip and found it delicious. It's delicious. Her words surprised him. It was the first time he'd heard her praise something like that. He turned away, looking a bit flustered. That's good. How's your ankle now? Angel rubbed the warm cup. It still aches a little, but I'm sure it'll be fine with some rest. Aiden instructed, I'll check it again tomorrow morning. If it's still swollen, I'll put a cold compress on it for you. Also, it would be better if you prop your foot up on a pillow when you sleep. She agreed. I'll be sure to do that. Aiden was surprised again. Why is she being so frighteningly obedient? He started to leave. Well, you should get some rest. She stopped him. Wait, Aiden stopped. Do you need help with anything else? Angel looked away and stammered. Aiden, thank you very much. His eyes widened in astonishment. His face involuntarily flushed, and he didn't know how to respond. His hand unconsciously gave a military salute. You're welcome, little princess. Seeing his reaction, Angel didn't know what to do. Once outside the door, he sank down, utterly embarrassed. It's all because of the cocoa. Even my words are crazy. A voice echoed in the house. Honestly, I told you I'm fine. Aiden put his hands on his hips and threatened, if you keep trying to go downstairs limping like that, your injury will only get worse. Angel craned her neck to argue. I told you it's fine. Her face flushed as she recalled him carrying her. Yesterday's situation was unavoidable, but I shouldn't get too close to him. Aiden sighed. If you think I'm saying this because I'm worried about you, you're mistaken. I'm cleaning the stairs. Your insistence is just getting in my way. Looking at him bending down, Angel shrieked, you could have just gone downstairs before me. Hey! She covered her face in embarrassment as she was picked up again, telling herself she couldn't believe this was happening again. Angel whispered, you could just leave me at the foot of the stairs. But Aiden carried her around to the outside instead. Angel yelled, I told you to just leave me at the foot of the stairs. Aiden continued to walk with a cold expression, despite her crankiness. He stopped in the kitchen and said, "Angel, I'll tell you this. From now on, I will never take my eyes off you for a single second." Angel wondered, "Why is that?" Aiden explained, "Because things will get chaotic again if you run away again." She pursed her lips and said in a small voice, "My foot is already like this. What do you think I can run to?" Aiden looked down at her swollen foot, trying to figure out what to do. "Let's try applying a poultice now. If it doesn't get better, I'll call a doctor." Angel exclaimed in fear, "A doctor?" He bent down and questioned, "Why are you so worked up? Didn't you ask me to call a doctor last time?" She retorted, "But you didn't call one." Aiden reasoned, "This is an exception because you're actually injured." Angel could only glance to the side, sighing inwardly, "I've been caught." She rubbed her hands together and mumbled, "But how can I see a doctor looking like this?" He scratched his head curiously. "Is there a problem with a patient in comfortable clothes meeting a doctor? Sit here and wait a bit. I'll go get some water." Then, Angel watched Aiden's back as he left. She frowned and wondered, doesn't he care at all that we're the opposite sex? Angel scratched her cheek thoughtfully. "Well, it doesn't matter anyway." Not long after, Aiden lightly touched her foot, and Angel cried out, "It's so cold." She felt like she was freezing on the spot, as cold as a brass doorknob in the middle of a freezing winter. But he's still taking meticulous care of me. After a while, Angel shyly turned her face away and said gratefully, "Thank you. I feel better now. What's for breakfast today?" He turned his face towards the window and replied, "Today's breakfast menu consists of fried eggs with sausage, served with grilled mushrooms, and black pudding with a side of canned baked beans." She excitedly ordered, "Then please bring me the fried mushrooms." While cooking, Aiden refused, "Eat what's available, don't be demanding." Angel held a spoon in her hand and grumbled, "I was almost eaten by bears yesterday. Can't you indulge me just a little?" He stirred the food and teased, "Is there any good reason to indulge someone foolish enough to offer herself to a bear based on such a brilliant idea?" She puffed up her cheeks, feeling dejected. He's being sarcastic again. In a moment, the food on her plate was all gone. Angel held her stomach and exclaimed, "Delicious food is truly the best. I'm so worried about my waist, but I have to eat properly since I'm a patient now." "What a waste?" she asked cheerfully. "Hey, is there any leftover bread from yesterday?" Aiden frowned and replied, "That black bread, I saw you weren't eating it, so I fed it to the pigs." Angel quickly waved her hands in denial. "Actually, it's not that I hate it, I just prefer white bread because it tastes better." Hearing that, he closed his eyes and let out a sharp breath. Aiden stood up and offered, "Do you want some crackers?" Angel's eyes lit up. "Yes, please. It would be great if you have some." Once again, she polished off the food and then spoke, "Thank you very much for the meal. Is there any tea today?" While cleaning up, Aiden said sarcastically, "I only have black tea. It's not worthy of a lady like you." She blushed, looked away, and whispered, "What's there to be so cagey about?" That attitude made his face darken. Aiden turned away and warned, "I'll give you the tea, as much as you want. So could you please stop talking in that tone? It's making me sick." Angel angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What did you just say? Everyone says my voice is like a singing nightingale." He picked up the teacup and retorted, "I'm sure you aristocrats don't know what a nightingale's song sounds like. But I forgot, townspeople are all like that." She was speechless, hey. Suddenly, Aiden's eyes widened as if he remembered something. He brought over 2 cups and a teapot and started a conversation. "Come to think of it, the way you're talking today." Angel crossed her arms and repeated, "The way I'm talking?" Aiden poured the tea and judged, "It's even worse than usual. Your voice is trembling. Is the way I talk really that bad?" He picked up the hot teacup and answered with a yeah. Angel's jaw dropped, completely petrified on the spot. "Really?" She made an excuse. "It's just that I'm too refined for you to adapt to." Aiden scoffed. "Even someone like me, who has lived in the palace, doesn't know about that. There are some people who spoke as terribly as you, but I remember not everyone was like that." Angel raised her cup to change the subject. "Can you not say it's terrible? Wait, you've lived in the royal palace?" He scratched his head and answered vaguely, "Yeah, I had work to do there." Surprised, she widened her eyes and guessed, unless his mother was an aristocrat. Otherwise, an illegitimate child is rarely acknowledged as royalty. He was never acknowledged as royalty. He doesn't even have a title. So how could he have lived in the royal palace? Is that why Philip hates him so much? Just then, Aiden turned his head and urged, "If you're done drinking, let's go." Angel pointed at herself curiously. "Go? Me too." He placed the cup in the sink and confirmed, of course. She immediately protested, "No way. If I go out in the sun, my skin will get burned and my hair will get all tangled in the wind." Aiden insisted, "Don't say so much. It's already decided." He suddenly picked Angel up, making her panic. "Wait, at least let me get a parasol to block the sun." She thought to herself, "I forgot. I lost it yesterday." Afterward, under the hot sun, Angel's screams echoed everywhere. Please, just a hat will do. Angel adjusted the brim of her hat, thinking to herself, I knew it, this outfit looks ridiculous with this wide-brimmed hat. She sat under a green tree, constantly adjusting her hat. Angel recalled when Aiden put the straw hat on her and felt relieved. No, at least it's better than that rustic straw hat. Then, she grumbled with her eyes half open. I can't see anything in front of me. He, on the other hand, had opined, I think it really suits you. Back in the present, Angel guessed, I'm sure he was laughing at me. She quickly pulled the hat down and sighed, the sun is so strong. Why do I have to be outside on such a hot day? But it was so boring at home. Should I see what he's doing? Why does he have to pull out those dry, tough weeds? Maybe I should ask him when he's done. Just then, a breeze blew by, making Angel's long hair sway. Her eyelids gradually grew heavy. These gentle breezes are making me so sleepy. Meanwhile, green leaves slowly drifted down. Angel lay down and wondered, maybe I can sleep for a little while? She thought wistfully, if my second governess saw me like this, she would definitely have me caned immediately. But now, there's no one to remind me to behave properly like the princess of the Gloucester estate. It's just me and Aiden here. Suddenly, her eyes flew open as if something unexpected had happened. Angel looked at the flower garden in front of her in surprise. Wait, since when did the scenery change so much? She sat up with a bewildered look on her face. What kind of flowers are these? I don't know any wildflowers except for dandelions and daisies. Angel casually picked up a purple flower and exclaimed, so beautiful. She hummed a few tunes while taking off her hat. Angel quickly pinned it onto the brim of her hat. She beamed and admired. Not bad at all. If I get a few more flowers, it'll probably be even prettier. Ouch! Angel paused, looking down at her bandaged ankle. She lay back down, feeling dejected. When my foot gets better, I'll definitely tell him I want to pick flowers like these. I wonder if they would liven up the atmosphere in my boringly plain room. Suddenly, an insect pushed a small rock past Angel's face. She immediately propped herself up on one arm and wondered, what is this? Angel looked at it thoughtfully. It looks a bit like a centipede, but it's bigger than the bugs I've seen in the capital. Is it carrying that brown ball home? She watched intently. This is so fascinating. It's surprising that such a small living creature without much strength can be so determined. There's another one. It must have come to lend its friend a hand. Suddenly, the newcomer knocked the first bug aside. Angel slammed her hand down, dizzy with anger, and shouted no. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it fight back. It got it back. Angel frowned, following their every move. She clenched her fist and encouraged, that's right, don't give up. I must defeat people like Ami Kendo. Her enemy at the time was placing an order, but the seller refused. I'm truly sorry. Angel had yelled in frustration. I already placed a pre-order. Back in the present, she shouted in frustration, you shameless thief. If you want that marble necklace, go make one yourself. Just then, Aiden walked over, taking off his gloves, and asked, what are you watching so intently? Hearing that, Angel was startled and turned to look at him. She put on her hat and replied, it's nothing. Aiden nonchalantly continued, you say it's nothing, but you were intently watching a dung beetle fight, weren't you? Angel shook her head, gave a dry cough, and denied, I wasn't watching intently. Wait, a dung what? He repeated, dung beetle. Her whole body froze for a moment when she heard those two words. Angel wondered, so this ball isn't made of clay? Aiden put one hand on his hip, glanced over, and said, that's right, that ball comes from the beetles. She immediately covered her ears. I'm not listening. He looked confused. Then why did you ask? Angel looked at them fighting and mumbled, but where are they going to use that thing? I think it's going to smell forever. Aiden explained, they'll take it back to their nest and eat it gradually. It's not that disgusting. I'm very grateful to them because they do something that humans can't. She asked curiously, is that so? He asserted, at least they're more useful to the house and the fields than a lady like you. Angel immediately turned her face away and said sarcastically, they say I'm unlucky, but someone here is surely worse off than me. So are these two beetles fighting over that lump? Aiden confirmed that's right. Seeing that, she burst out laughing amidst the sweltering golden sun. He was bewildered to hear Angel exclaim, it's been a long time since I've laughed so heartily. I even thought it was a marble or some kind of gold or silver treasure. Aiden mocked. Humans even fight each other over things they can't even eat. It's time to eat. The insects need to eat, and we should go eat soon too. Angel hugged his shoulder and asked, what for lunch today? Aiden embraced her. How about meatballs made of marble? Angel angrily questioned. Hey, are you tormenting me for your own amusement? Suddenly she smelled something. This is the smell of earth and weeds. Are these scents coming from him? It doesn't seem too bad. When I return to the capital, I'll definitely ask a perfumer to create a similar scent. Not long after, Aiden glanced over and asked, what's with your attitude? Angel puffed her cheeks sulkily. Are you asking about something you don't know? He answered honestly, yes, that's right. I cooked lunch for you and called a doctor. I even gave you clothes to wear. So what's the problem? Her blood boiled as she yelled, you tied me up and left me alone in the house. Aiden explained, what else could I do? You have a criminal record. It forced me to do it. At that time, he calmly invited, doctor, this way. While Angel struggled, untie me right now. The doctor then whispered, that young lady, making Aiden silently speculate. That doctor looks very curious. I've already given that doctor extra money to keep his mouth shut, but I wonder if that gossipy old man can keep quiet? My job has become more difficult again. Back to reality, she patted her chest and reasoned, even if I have a record, I can't go anywhere with an injured leg like this. He argued, on the battlefield, soldiers can run away even with an amputated leg. You only have a sprained ankle. It's not even that big of an obstacle. After hearing that, Angel could only remain silent, swallowing her anger. A second later, she put her hands on the armrest of the chair and retorted, I'm not a soldier. I can't trust people like you who would tie me up like an animal. Seeing Angel walk past him, Aiden wondered, where are you going? She walked with her cane and replied, can I go back to my room? He slowly followed behind. What about the meal? Angel shook her head vigorously. I'm not eating. Suddenly she stopped, turned her face curiously. What is there to eat? Aiden presented the menu. Toasted white bread with herb butter, served with a soft bread sandwich with scrambled eggs and finely chopped carrots. Her face immediately flushed. Her mouth watered. It looks delicious. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, for dessert, there's caramel, which has already been prepared and chilled. Angel immediately turned back. Well then, I'll just have one bite. Aiden added, and also, there's a letter for you. She suddenly staggered a few steps, shouting loudly, what? He quickly caught Angel and reminded her, easy there. Angel panicked and blamed him. Hey, why are you only telling me now? Aiden's voice echoed throughout the room. Didn't you ignore me this afternoon? You were the one who treated me like an outcast. She immediately acted cute. I won't run away anymore. Can't you trust me? He frowned and exposed her. Your eyes say it all. Angel could only turn her face away and mumble. He's quite perceptive, isn't he? Give me the letter quickly. I'll take it and eat my food upstairs by myself. Aiden quickly handed over the letter. All right. He looked at her expression and thought, she looks like she wants to open that letter immediately. She must miss her family a lot. I used to be like that too when I was at the palace. Not long after, Aiden neatly packed the food into a basket. As he handed it over, he warned, don't spill food on the bed. Angel grumbled, nagging again. Aiden threatened, if you want bugs crawling on your bed, then. She turned away, cutting him off. I know, I'll eat very carefully, all right? All right, this sentence made him a little curious. Angel looked back and said in a low voice, thank you. Aiden guessed, for lecturing you? She scowled and yelled, not for that, and stop preaching to me. I'm thanking you for calling the doctor and for getting the letter for me. He scratched his head shyly and replied, it's nothing. They looked at each other in an awkward atmosphere. Angel broke the silence. Well then, I'm going upstairs. Aiden hummed in agreement. In a flash, 2 plates of food were placed on the table. She sat down on the chair and sighed. Is he not a normal person? He's so difficult to talk to. Although he's a bit rude and rigid, he's really handsome. What on earth am I thinking? I should read the letter quickly. There's no sender's name. Did the Emperor send the letter anonymously to avoid trouble? Angel frowned and wondered, who could it be? Her eyes suddenly froze. Angel clutched the paper tightly, gritting her teeth and uttering this. She angrily crumpled it up, this wretched woman. Angel quickly threw it with a thud towards the bed. She slammed her hand on the table, remembering the letter's contents. Is your life there good? Visfroy, I am truly happy, and send my blessings for your blissful marriage. There are actually a lot of rumors in the capital now about your newlywed husband. I couldn't hold back my tears when I learned you have a husband like that. I'm also engaged now. My wedding will be as simple as yours. My fiancé loves me so much that I don't think I can stop him from lavishing all sorts of extravagances on me. The sparkling gems, the dazzling jewelry attached to my dress are really heavy. I'm afraid I might fall. Oh, I also heard that it's difficult to go shopping where you are, right? Angel sat down, tore the piece of paper to shreds, and mumbled, why is this so annoying, so irritating? Every single word still appeared in her mind. What do you think? What if I gave you all the old clothes I was planning to give to the poor? You probably wouldn't be upset about that, right? Please don't mind these words from your old friend. Her face darkened. She slammed her hand down and questioned. Where did she hear my story from? How does she know where I live? I thought it was a reply from the closest friends I had written to, but could it be that one of them is a traitor? Angel quickly reached for the medicine bottle. My head hurts so much. I had to find a way to go back. She slumped down, looking disgruntled, but how can I do it now? Father and all my old friends have turned their backs on me. Even the servants at the ducal mansion aren't on my side. Now, there's really no one left by my side. Angel looked up, her tone determined. After a moment, I have to find a way. A few days later, he walked with a basket, telling himself, the weather today is perfect for doing laundry. Aiden quickly cleaned up, suddenly noticed something. He frowned. A drop of sweat rolled down. Aiden looked at Angel's clothes strewn about and lamented, I can't live like this anymore. As a duke's daughter, it's normal for her not to care about laundry. He picked up the pile of clothes, threw them straight into the basket. Just toss it in the basket to be quick. Maybe I should have asked for child support instead of a dowry. A while later, Angel rubbed her forehead, feeling dizzy. Angel leaned against a tree trunk and sighed. I really don't have any ideas. She started thinking about taming Aiden's horse. However, Angel imagined being thrown off by it again. I don't have any knowledge about horse riding at all. And it's big and fierce too. Angel considered the option of walking to town, carrying 2 suitcases by herself, standing at a crossroads, and telling herself, this time I'll definitely go the right way. But after that time, I don't have the confidence to do it again, she recalled his words. Even though there were poisonous snakes in there, why did you go straight into the forest? Angel flinched. I only found out there were snakes in the forest when I got back. The third plan is to follow Aiden to town and then run away. During that time, she thought she would definitely take the opportunity to run to the capital. But Angel imagined a hand grabbing her collar from behind. She was like a small pixie in Aiden's murderous gaze, endlessly frightened. No matter what method I use, I'm still defeated by him time and time again. Aiden crossed his arms and reminded her, from today onwards, you are confined to this room, so feel free to do whatever crazy things you want in your own room. Today, even while working in the fields over there, Aiden still stared at Angel without looking away. Even last night, she had only stepped out of her room because of a sore throat. At that moment, Angel's face darkened when she heard his voice by her ear. Do you need something? She took the kettle and whispered, my throat is a little sore. Angel, holding the kettle handle in one hand and a cup in the other, wondered, I wonder if I should feel lucky that he didn't lock me in the room. When that doctor came to the house, Aiden didn't even show any sign of getting her out of this damn house. Back to reality, she gritted her teeth and pondered, what should I do to change his mind? What should I do to make him willingly help me? Soon, she thought to herself, should I try to seduce him? But the only thing I know how to do is send signals with a fan. She fanned herself while humming, silently pleading, please talk to me. Seeing this, Aiden looked confused. Are you hot? After hearing that, Angel was completely bewildered. I couldn't send him any signal at all. The two of them had actually spent a lot of time together, but his damn attitude didn't even acknowledge her as a woman, let alone like her. At that time, he just shrugged. It didn't do anything. Angel became a clueless detective, rubbing her chin in thought. But am I even sure he likes the opposite sex? Anyway, a blind man like him could never fall in love at first sight with someone as beautiful as me. Yes, that's right. She gently touched her braid, which had a few small flowers tucked into it, wild daisies. Now, I know the name of this flower. Angel recalled when he gave her a small notebook. Take it. She wondered, what is this? Aiden reminded her, didn't you say a few days ago that you were curious about the names of flowers? Look at this and look them up yourself. If there's still any flowers you don't know, you can ask me. Angel immediately felt resentful. Was he tired of me constantly asking about this and that? Did Nancy Denton, his late mother, write this? Inside were drawings and a few lines of notes about various flowers like the crocus, primrose, and wild tulip. Now, she glanced around curiously. The gentle breeze wafting through my hair feels so pleasant. I wonder if there are any new kinds of flowers over there. If only I had bothered to go out and explore a little before, I wouldn't have to be wondering like this now. I asked him to help dry my hair, but he gave me some kind of strange look. But it wasn't as bad as Angel thought, sitting and enjoying the shade like this. just like the dung beetles bumping into each other on the first day they met. The ladybugs and butterflies gently flapped their wings, flying so lightly and beautifully. What a happy feeling it was to see the little birds trying to build nests for their families. Even though she wasn't allowed to leave Aiden's sight for even a minute, she still couldn't help but pick the wild flowers that he liked. In the past, she had seen girls, and Angel just thought they collected plants and flowers just to fill their boring hobbies. Now, she also held up a flower, exclaiming, "Well, nature isn't too bad." For Angel, a few lunches were truly delicious when there were no burdens or thoughts on her shoulders. Or perhaps this was misfortune. The scene changes to a delicious-smelling cake being brought out. Aiden's voice cut in. "Since there were still a lot of apples we didn't eat, I made an apple pie to have for lunch." Angel's eyes sparkled like stars as she thought to herself, if there was some cream made from cow's milk on top of the slice of pie, it would be absolutely perfect. Wait, get a grip. Angel, at unnecessary times like this, he's always so meticulous and sharp it's exhausting. If this keeps up, my slim waist will disappear. I already ate a lot for breakfast, so I decided I wouldn't touch lunch, but just then Aiden collected the plate and spoke. "This afternoon I have something I need to take care of at the house, so there's no need to go out. Go wash your own dish." Angel sadly exclaimed, "Is that so? Then that's good." That attitude made him a bit flustered. She was startled when she heard Aiden suggest, "If you like, you could go play on the veranda." Angel looked towards the bench in the garden and asked softly, "Can I sit there?" He agreed. "It's been a while, so it's a little dirty, but if you want to go ahead." Hearing that, she immediately smiled as brightly as a flower, her cheeks flushing pink. So Angel hurriedly went outside. Aiden watched her back as she ran straight out. Angel sat on the bench in the garden and exclaimed, "This is so comfortable." Suddenly he spoke up, "I have something I need to ask you to be clear." She sat up and wondered, "Ask me?" Aiden confirmed, "Yes. Can this dress be soaked in hot water? It looks a bit like linen, but I'm not quite sure." Angel's face suddenly flushed red. How did you get that?" Aiden sighed, "Why? I have it because I need to wash it clean." Her cheeks flushed red, "But why you?" He put his hands on his hips and lectured, "My clueless lady, clothes need to be washed clean after being worn. Fairies from fairy tales don't do that for you." Angel cut in, "I know that." She bit her lip, her eyes welling with tears as she thought, "I never paid attention to this, because before, no matter where I threw them, they would all be washed clean and returned to my hands." Angel looked at the laundry basket and asked, "Are all the things in there mine?" Aiden confirmed, "They are all the clothes that haven't been washed since you set foot here." She unconsciously clenched her fists. It's true, they haven't been washed once. Angel reached out her hand and offered, I'll do it myself, so give it all to me." He picked up the basket, questioning you, "Do you even know how to do laundry?" She tilted her head to one side, naively replying, "Isn't it just soaking them in water for a bit and then wringing them dry?" Seeing that, he turned to leave. "Just let me do it." She panicked and grabbed Aiden's arm to stop him. "Hey, wait, just let me do it. Give me all the clothes." Inwardly, she lamented, "I don't want to do things like laundry at all, but I can't let him touch my underwear." Angel's face flushed red as she yelled, "I don't know how, but at least you have to give me back my underwear." After hearing that, he turned his head and said, "I was wondering why you kept wanting to do such strange things." Then Aiden threw the item into the basket. "Take it." She hugged her clothes, snapping, "How could you touch someone else's things like that? I have my right to privacy too." He raised his hands, letting out a torrent of words. "Your dirty clothes were piled on the floor like a mountain. I just took that as a signal to take care of it myself." Angel retorted angrily, "But these aren't just normal clothes. This is women's underwear." Aiden could only concede, "It's my fault, because I've never seen you as a woman before." She frowned and questioned, "So you see me as a man?" He rubbed his chin, comparing, "To be honest, I don't even see you as a human. In my eyes, you're like..." An image of some dogs appeared. Aiden continued, "Just some dogs." Angel's blood boiled even more as she yelled, "Dogs?" She was furious in her heart. "So all this time he's been calling me a dog?" Aiden quickly waved his hands to clarify, "I didn't mean to say words that would insult your honor. I mean, you're like those small dogs that people in the capital walk around. If I remember correctly, that breed is." Angel clutched the clothes in her hands and mumbled, "Small dogs?" She covered her face, fantasizing to herself, "Am I as cute and lovely as a fluffy little puppy? With a sleek coat that's frequently groomed so it shines like a Cocker Spaniel." But then Aiden brought up a name, Chihuahua. "You're exactly like that dog breed, especially when you start baring your fangs and growling." Wow, it's true. That ferocity is exactly the same too. In his eyes, Angel was like a little chihuahua causing a ruckus. "What the hell did you say?" Aiden urged, pick up that basket of dirty laundry and follow me, my Miss Chihuahua. She threw it onto the ground with a thud, rejecting it. I'm not a Chihuahua. Not long after, a wooden stick was plunged into soap suds. Angel's hands trembled as she slammed the stick down into the basin. She felt dizzy and asked, "Do I have to keep doing this?" He put his hands on his hips, looking down to inspect. "This is enough." Angel bent over and asked, "So now we just need to wait for it to dry, right?" Aiden denied it. "You need to wring all the water out first. What are you mumbling about?" She replied softly, "I know." For a moment, Angel wrung the clothes while listening to his words in her ear. After that, "You just need to put the wet clothes into the machine and turn the wheel to wring them dry. Be careful. Watch out you don't get your hand caught." After a while, Aiden came over, picked up the clothes, and instructed, "After you're done, just hang them on the clothesline, and that's it. And white clothes must be hung in places with good sunlight to keep their color." Angel looked at his face and lamented to herself, "I can't believe this is so tiring. If it weren't for these machines, I don't know what I would have done. I would surely faint immediately if he said that our current situation is still better than houses in other rural areas." Just then he urged, "We still have to hang this pile of clothes. Get up." Not long after, a yellow garment was hung on the clothesline. Aiden watched her work and grumbled, "Don't hang the clothes like that. Stretch it out like this." Angel said wearily, "I know." As she hung the clothes, she muttered dejectedly, "This is so hard. Do common people have to do all this kind of work? I'm sure the servants who handle the laundry get paid more each week of work." Aiden put one hand on his hip and asked, "Now we're going to wash the outer coats. Can you do it by yourself?" Angel trembled and pointed at him. "No, you do that for me." He let out a sigh. "I knew it." Angel continued, "I'm very grateful that you helped me wash the clothes, but please don't touch my underwear again." He replied nonchalantly, "I'd be very happy if you did it yourself. After that, can you clean your own room?" Angel reminded him, "I'll do it, so don't enter my room again. I'll leave the laundry in the hallway." Aiden crossed his arms and judged, "You're gradually progressing and becoming an adult by doing it yourself." She rested her chin on her hand, glancing to the side and muttering, "It's not progress, it's regression." He suddenly bent down to encourage her. "Laborers are always welcome at this Deaton farm. Thank you for what you said earlier. Now your rank has been upgraded from a Chihuahua to a Yorkshire Terrier." Angel looked up, raising an eyebrow in question. "What's the difference between those two breeds?" Aiden pointed out, "Although they both have the same level of ferocity, Yorkshire Terriers are very good at catching mice and are very useful on a farm." She said wearily, "Why was I crazy enough to ask you that question? Isn't it all because you don't have any servants? Why don't you go hire some servants? Or is it because you don't have any money?" He didn't bother to argue and turned to leave. Seeing that, she scowled and yelled, "Are you ignoring me again?" Aiden didn't know what Angel was thinking, but honestly, even commoners had employees depending on their circumstances. He was much wealthier than them, so it wasn't a problem for Aiden to hire many servants. However, he completely wanted to live in solitude. Aiden narrowed his eyes and thought, "I really can't believe that I'm married. Is this a benefit for me that I have absolutely no time to get lost in useless reminiscences thanks to this? I need to remove these ink stains, so should I tell her that she needs buttermilk and this thing?" He quickly walked over to Angel and called, Hey you." Aiden suddenly stopped short, letting out a sharp breath. He observed her deeply sleeping face and wondered to himself, "Are you sleeping here? If you want to sleep, you should at least go upstairs to sleep." "Hey, Miss Yorkie, Miss Chihuahua, are you really sleeping? I really don't know what to do with you. If she were a puppy, how cute would that be?" Aiden silently carried Angel upstairs. He gently placed her on the small bed. Aiden stared without blinking, sensing her peaceful sleeping face, not glaring or trembling, feeling like a sanctity that shouldn't be destroyed at any cost. If she were always like this, she would look quite cute. "You did a good job today, my lady." Just like that, Angel had a good night's sleep until morning. She was sleeping soundly when she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Angel sat bolt upright, stretched her arms, and let out a loud cry. She then looked around and wondered, "How did I get back to my room? Surely, while half asleep, I must have taken control of my own body and walked upstairs myself. Should I be proud of myself for doing that?" Angel couldn't delay today. She had a perfect plan for when Aiden entered the kitchen. Angel ran off with the intention, "I can't be later than Aiden." She rushed over to him and called out loudly, "Aiden." Angel thought to herself, "He's getting ready too. Perfect." He was a little surprised. "Wow, you're up early today. Is it because you didn't have dinner yesterday, so you're hungry early this morning?" Without a word, she moved close to Aiden. He stepped back and asked worriedly, "Is there something you need from me?" Angel laid out a plan for herself. "The first step to get Aiden on my side is to work for him and make a good impression on him. Then suggest, 'Give me a job to do.'" Aiden was curious. A job? She insisted. That's right, the small chores you usually do. Although Angel had been switched from one dog breed to another, yesterday, he looked extremely happy when she helped him with the housework. She smiled, her cheeks blushing, thinking, this is an extremely easy way because I've actually been thinking about this for a long time. Aiden raised an arm defensively. Why are you suddenly asking to do such things today? Angel frantically denied. I really don't have any ulterior motives. Because there's an extra mouth to feed me, things around the house have become more difficult, right? Wouldn't it be better if you had me to help you? Aiden dismissed it. Anyone but you would be strange. A person who lives without a single thought doing that. Hearing this, her blood boiled and she shouted, should I beg for your forgiveness? I think a lot more than you imagine, you know? Angel reminded herself, don't get angry, Angel. I have to win his favor. Then she bit her lip and said in a low voice, even so, I still have to think about this and that in my head right now. In the future, as your wife, I think we should learn to live and try to rely on each other to live. He guessed, aren't you trying to lure me by trying to cooperate with me and then running off when I'm not paying attention to you? She looked up and refuted, no way. You're misunderstanding my sincere determination. You're so mean. Angel looked at Aiden's doubtful face and worried. It's ruined. I should have gradually changed my attitude a little. He finally agreed. All right, I'll give you a job. Surprising her, she let out a sound. Huh? Aiden handed her a basket and ordered, go to the chicken coop and get some eggs in here. The eggs are scattered on the floor, so try to watch your step a little. And remember to close the door tightly so the chickens can't escape the coop. Angel was curious as Aiden pushed her along. Is it that easy? She turned her head back as she heard him instruct. And it's best if you take off your gloves too. Remember to come back safely. After that, Aiden crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and watched Angel leave. He turned to go inside, sighed, such a blatant lie. A while later, Angel, covered in feathers, came with a basket of eggs, her voice trembling. Here are the eggs. Aiden took it, lightly brushed a few things from her hair, and asked, what just happened? Angel, pale with fear, recounted, there was a chicken that kept threatening me nonstop while I was trying to get the eggs. He raised an eyebrow, wondering, that's strange. That's never happened to me. Is it because you're a stranger? I see you seem to have been pecked. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Angel flinched and repeated, get used to it? Aiden assigned, starting from today onwards, you'll have to do that every day. Her head was spinning. Every day. Seeing that, he rubbed his chin and questioned, didn't you say you wanted to work? Angel gestured wildly and affirmed, I'll do it, of course. Aiden continued, if you don't want to collect eggs, then clean the coop. Before he could finish, she cut in, her face pale, I love collecting eggs. This job is wonderful for me. He nodded, all right, now for the next task. Angel cried out in terror, there's more? All right. Aiden pointed to the bowl and said, crack the eggs you just collected into here. She quickly threw the eggs straight into the large bowl. When she was done, Angel asked curiously, do you usually do it like that? But I see tiny bits of shell mixed in there too. She turned to look at him, her whole body trembling, covering her face and wondering, are his lips twitching or am I imagining it? Aiden coughed dryly and blamed himself. My fault. I didn't explain it clearly to you. He took an egg and then cracked it on the table. Angel followed. Like this? He instructed, if it cracks a little, hold both ends of the shell and pull it apart. The egg will fall out on its own. Angel let out an "oh" as she did it. Aiden was exasperated. You can't even do this simple thing. What were you looking at while I was cooking? She recalled his back and looked puzzled. You're so tall. Sitting behind you, I couldn't even see what you were doing. Aiden quickly pushed Angel down onto a chair and instructed, then it's best you sit beside me and watch. Next, whisk it so the white and yolk blend together. Angel whisked evenly and wondered, what are we going to make with these eggs? He replied, today we're making an omelet. Her face blushed as she exclaimed, my favorite food. Aiden praised, that's good, because the first dish you're making is one you like. There was no particular reason to explain why Angel liked omelets. She had heard from a servant that her late mother loved omelets. Now Angel was straining the eggs under his guidance. If you strain it through a sieve once, the result will be very smooth. That's why it was also her favorite food. Angel was truly happy to know that she and her mother had the same taste. No, more than that, Angel wanted to be close to her mother in this way. Scene changed to the pig farm. A pig was approaching. Aiden stood behind her, watching her feed it, and urged, why'd your hand stop? My lady, we have many things to do after feeding the pigs. Angel's face darkened as she thought to herself, working, feeding pigs, feeding chickens. I really shouldn't have said I wanted to work. The work is getting. I'm so jealous of you guys. You just have to wait for food, eat, roll around, and then take a nap. I wish I could be like that. She recalled his words. Pigs overheat easily, so they always have to bathe in mud. They aren't dirty at all if you diligently clean their pens. Then she marveled to herself. I can't believe pigs are such clean animals. Angel suddenly looked up and asked, were their names? Aiden was momentarily surprised. Their names? They don't have any, she replied dejectedly. Really? Angel observed them and mumbled. Since it's a pink pig, I think a name started with the letter P would definitely be very cute. He scratched his head and changed the subject. Let's hurry and go out to the fields. She quickly stood up and followed. I'm sorry, but I've never worked in the fields before. Aiden replied nonchalantly as he walked. I know, even if you don't say it. He secretly glanced at Angel and thought, there's a cruel truth that pigs are raised to be slaughtered. A beautiful lady like this shouldn't know that. When Angel was little, she looked up and listened obediently. Hello, my lady. I have come with the honor of teaching you the things a lady needs to know. Angel tilted her head and wondered, the things I need to know? That person confirmed. The things for your debut into high society. Painting, playing the piano, dancing, and etiquette. Not long after, she squeezed her eyes shut as she heard a shout in her ear. My lady. That person knelt down and reprimanded. Didn't I tell you not to walk fast or run in the hallway? Angel mumbled, but it's fun. She vehemently objected. Even if it's fun, you're not to do it. A lady must not show her emotions so clearly on her face. A lady should not carelessly attract the eyes of others. Small rays of light crept through the window. Angel lay on the sofa and sighed. Painting, music, dancing, and all that tiring etiquette. Can I not learn these things? I want to learn geography and math more than these boring things. She let her arm hang down, thinking, even if I ask my head teacher, it's useless. But I feel like I have a shackle on my leg. But Father is focusing all his attention on me, more than all the things Father has always bought for me. I am happier with the expectations he has for me. So, to meet his expectations. That voice echoed in her ear as Angel walked. My lady, the Duke said, as a noble future queen, you must have a perfect physique and figure. Therefore, she always practiced walking like a true noble. I must try to improve even more, even if just a little. Back to the present. Angel was now wearing gloves, pulling up a clump of grass. She held it in her hand curiously. Is this a weed? Suddenly Angel called, Aiden, making him glance over. She walked over and asked, this is a weed, right? Aiden looked down and grumbled. Didn't I already tell you? Angel argued, but I think we can mix them up and then take out the carrot sprouts. So is this a weed? He affirmed, that's right. Receiving the answer, she turned to leave. All right, thank you. He watched her back, feeling that something was wrong. I told her I would show her more things she didn't know. But what is this ominous feeling? A moment later, the bright sunlight shone down and birds flew in the sky. Aiden felt dizzy from Angel's dozens of questions. Hey Aiden, can you come over here and take a look? Hey, why is it that when I pull this up, only the root stays behind? Aiden was miserable. I really shouldn't have let her do this. I regret it so much. Should I get mad at her for always bothering me? But with a face like that, I can't possibly get angry. This feeling reminds me of when I met new recruits in the army. Back then, Douglas picked up a large barrel and asked, Captain, can we eat the stuff in this barrel? He was speechless. Daff, that's gunpowder. Don't eat it, and be sure to handle it carefully. He smiled sheepishly in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Captain, I really don't know anything about this stuff. Aiden cleared his throat with a cough. No, it's my fault for not paying attention. From now on, let's draw a skull symbol on containers with dangerous items. Now, he shook his head and told himself, well, just think of her as a rookie getting used to her weapon. Aiden smiled and reminded her, that's right. If you just pay a little closer attention, you won't have to worry. Angel reached out her hand and replied, then I'm relieved. Suddenly, a worm emerged from the ground. Hello there, little one. She turned around in panic, hugged him tightly, and screamed, there's a worm. Oh my God. Aiden was pushed to the ground by Angel and reprimanded her. They're even more useful than you are. And aren't you overreacting a bit? She yelled, are you saying I'm worse than a worm? What did you say? Worms are useful. He propped himself up with the shovel and explained, they make the soil more fertile by eating it and excreting substances necessary for the soil to be better. However, Aiden flicked the worm away making it cry its eyes out. I'm so disappointed. Angel hid behind him and asked softly, "Where did you learn all that?" Aiden frowned and recounted, "I read books related to agriculture in the library when I was a captain." He recalled his past. To be more precise, I read many different genres of books in the Royal Palace Library, including biology and geology. Those precious books couldn't be found in the cramped markets. So Aiden didn't care about things like the throne or other matters like the people who hated him did. Aiden just sat quietly in a corner and enjoyed reading. He suddenly asked a question. "Have you never read about those things before?" Angel shrugged. "Where'd a lady learn about things like rocks and bugs?" Aiden was curious. "So what have you learned until now?" She pulled down the brim of her hat and listed, well, dancing, painting, things like that. He was surprised. "Dancing? Then why are you so weak?" "So it would improve a little if I danced or lightly kicked a ball." Not long after, Angel pointed at the weeds, exclaiming excitedly, "Aiden, look, what do you think? I did a great job, right?" He acknowledged, "It's very good for a first time." She smiled smugly, "Right? I told you I knew a few little tricks for this. But why do I have to pull them?" Aiden touched them and explained, "If you let weeds and crops grow in the same place, there won't be enough space for the crops to grow. Of course, some weeds are good. Clover is very good for soil restoration, so it's often grown with crops. If you pull all the weeds, collect and sort them well, then put them in the container." Angel asked naively why. "Will they wither if no one takes care of them, or if they have no nutrients?" Aiden analyzed, "If you pile them together, they will reroot themselves." She stomped on a clump of grass and questioned, "Really? Even if I've pulled them up by the roots and stomped on them?" He affirmed, "Weeds have a strong will to live." Angel had an idea, so we pull them out and put them in a container and then throw them away somewhere else. Aiden covered his mouth and laughed. "No, they'll be very useful if made into fertilizer. This type of vine is harmful to the fields, but it can be used as a medicine for stomach aches if dried and boiled thoroughly." She picked it up and suggested, "Then should we take them too?" He shook his head. "We have a lot in our attic, so we don't really need them." Angel was dumbfounded. "We have an attic?" Aiden revealed, "You can dry vegetables and fruits up there, as well as store things I don't use." She insisted, "I want to put my luggage up there too, so remember to show me how to get up there later." He agreed. "All right, after we finish today's work." Angel was confused. "Is today's work pulling weeds?" Aiden confirmed, "That's right, but you don't have to overdo it." Suddenly, she rolled up her sleeves, her spirits high. "Then what are we waiting for? What are you doing? Don't be lazy. Just keep doing what you're doing." He was dumbfounded. "Me lazy?" Aiden chuckled at Angel's intention. "Let's get this done quickly. Then I can sit and enjoy the cool shade under that wonderful tree." Thinking to himself, "I can't believe she called me lazy. That's not even true. I'll definitely get my revenge by putting onions in the main dish for lunch today." But Angel ate it all. "Thank you for the delicious meal, Aiden." And so his revenge failed. Memories flooded back. Someone was walking around searching. "My lady, where are you? My lady, come out now, I have some delicious snacks." At that time, Angel was hiding in a corner, whispering happily, "I'm sure they won't find me today." When she was little, she walked without a care in the world. Angel often hid in the mansion's attic and bumped into quite a few things. There, she was truly happy, free to do as she pleased without bothering anyone. But suddenly, Angel glanced to the side in astonishment. That little happy place was locked one day. The servant constantly threatened her, "If my lady goes to that attic without telling us, little bugs might crawl into your ears and eat your brain." There was once a young master who died young and was found in the attic as just a dry skeleton eaten by rats. So my lady must not go up to that attic anymore. Not long after, Angel pushed open the door. She carried her suitcase inside, surprised by the space. Angel's eyes darted to the vegetables and objects, exclaiming, "It doesn't look scary at all." She quickly put her suitcase down in a corner of the room. Angel suddenly lifted a bag, admiring it. "This bag is so beautiful." Unfortunately, she made its lid pop open, causing the small bags inside to fall out. Angel was startled. Why did this bag suddenly open? These are different kinds of seeds. She observed the small fragments that scattered out, wondering flowers. A few days later, Angel's voice echoed across the field. "It's so big. Aiden, look, I pulled up a really big one." He watched her swing the axe, grumbling, "That's a very old tree. You struggled to pull it out without cutting it." Angel was extremely excited. "I'm great, right? I even used that long tool you lent me to pull it out." Aiden glanced away from the axe and acknowledged, "Yes, that's right." She held it tightly and asked, "What is this? A sickle? All right, I'll get back to it." Seeing Angel turn away, he quickly reached out his hand to remind her, "Hey, be careful." But she ran off at full speed, leaving him speechless. Not long after, Angel puffed up her chubby cheeks. She sat down, patting her chest and sighing. I didn't intend to work this hard. Angel loved the warm rays of the sun shining down. She felt so proud looking at the field after all the weeds had been cleared. Now Angel could distinguish between similar-looking grasses. She could tell by sight how much something had grown over the past few days. Angel smiled softly, her cheeks turning red. Moreover, she leaned back and shouted, "My arms and legs are so sore." Aiden walked over, concerned. "Is it very uncomfortable?" "Look here." Angel followed his gaze. "Look at what?" Aiden observed the small plant appreciatively. "Thanks to your efforts in pulling weeds and watering them properly, they've grown 2 centimeters taller than yesterday, right? That proves you're doing a good job." For a moment, he let go of the meanness Aiden had shown Angel all this time. Although the praise he gave was dry, the feeling it conveyed was very sincere. Aiden praised, and the speed at which you pull weeds is also getting faster. Although he was strict, he never punished her. Although Aiden never praised or flattered her, he wasn't overly modest either. Angel's eyes sparkled upon hearing. "You did a good job, Angel." No matter how many mistakes she made, Aiden would just pat her on the shoulder and say, "Let's try again." A moment later, he urged, "Let's go have lunch." Angel was surprised. "Is it time to eat already?" Aiden took out a notebook. "I made a lunchbox so we can eat outside today." She dusted off her clothes and added, "So that's why you brought the basket?" He carried it forward, ordering, "Follow me." Angel wondered, shouldn't we eat on the back porch or in the garden? Aiden revealed, "There's a secret hideout in here." She was astonished. A hideout? Not long after, Angel scooped some water into her hands. There was a small lake here with butterflies fluttering around. After a moment, she looked up and dabbed the water with a towel. Angel pointed to the spot near her, looking puzzled. "Aren't you going to sit here?" He took out a towel and declined. "No need. It's more comfortable here." Seeing this, she pursed her lips and thought, "Does he not like sitting near me? I thought we would get closer by working together like this. But maybe it was just my imagination." Aiden urged, "Eat quickly so we can get back to work." Angel looked at the sandwich and started a conversation. "By the way, is the weather here always this nice?" He glanced over and revealed it will get even better. In just another month, the flowers will start to bloom. Apple blossoms, cherry blossoms, hawthorn blossoms. She was stunned. "There are apple trees here too?" "Where?" Aiden pointed out, "There are many apple trees growing near your room." Angel blushed with embarrassment and mumbled, "There are only leaves on the trees, so I didn't know they were apple trees." He picked up a small stick and replied, "It's not strange. There are also some apple trees, or some special types like this cherry blossom tree here. If it gets warmer, many beautiful white flowers will bloom, which is well worth seeing. The flowers bloom one after another, replacing the old ones. They look like they're glowing in the night when reflected under the full moon." She became pensive again. How interesting it was to hear the word admirable from this man's mouth. "If I leave before the flowers bloom, I'll surely never get to see that beautiful sight, right? I can't stay until the flowers bloom. What am I even saying?" Angel pursed her lips, her eyes becoming incredibly sad. She suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you have any water?" Just then Aiden, poking his hair with a wooden stick, spoke up. "I know what I forgot." She angrily scolded. "You forgot because you told me to quickly put down the pot of water, right? If so, then you have to go back again to get it." He stood up and retorted, "I forgot because you knocked over the pepper shaker. Why go back? There's still another way to solve this." After that, Angel watched confusedly as Aiden fumbled around in the bushes. A moment later, he presented an item. "Here's a cup." She took it, her tone astonished. "How did you make this? Do it again and show me." Aiden rubbed his neck and mumbled, "I think I've just caused more unnecessary trouble." The regret when he looked up was as persistent as a weed. It really didn't disappear easily. Not long after, Aiden knocked on the door a few times and called Angel. He stood outside, anxiously calling in, "Are you in there?" Aiden recalled her going up to her room while yawning in thought. She said she was going to take a bath, but 2 hours have passed. She wouldn't have fallen asleep while bathing, would she? If so, it would be very dangerous if her body temperature drops. There's really no other choice. Aiden quickly closed his eyes, pushed the door open, and called, "Angel, hey, can you hear me?" He knelt on the floor with the intention, "First, I have to move carefully to the bathtub." Thank goodness, it seems she's still wearing clothes. Only then did Aiden feel relieved, slowly opening one eye. He looked at Angel slumped beside the bathtub and sighed. "I can't believe you can sleep anywhere. You make me so envious. You know that." Aiden gently slid his arm around her waist. He carried Angel in his arms, his face turning all red. "Aren't the clothes she's wearing a bit too thin?" Now I understand why she was shy. I used to wonder why soldiers kept drawings of their women in sleepwear like treasures, but I think I understand now. No, But isn't she overworking herself? It's great to see her working hard, but she's sleeping so soundly. I don't mean to take advantage of her. Aiden paused for a few seconds, his eyes glued to her. He felt pity for Angel, these beautiful eyes, yet a dark circle has appeared. Her body showed no signs of swelling from overwork, but Aiden noticed her collarbones and whispered, "You're still too thin." He sat up, rubbing his neck and telling himself, I should probably intentionally add meat to her meals every day to nourish her. Starting tomorrow, I should also have her drink milk with breakfast every day. Even when I tried to convince her to reduce her daily workload, she still sulked in the end. Angel shook her head decisively. No, if I just sit still in one place, you'll definitely call me a Chihuahua or a Yorkie again. At this moment, she was again lost in her dreams. Suddenly, Aiden clenched his fist and asked himself, why am I even concerned about her health? Why am I making myself take care of her like this over time? Aiden really struggled a lot to answer these questions, but then realized he already had the answer. He covered her with a blanket. A phrase appeared in his mind. A sense of responsibility. Aiden still felt guilty for not being able to save that comrade. He had a duty to Angel because they were both living under the same roof. He stood up, smoothed his shirt, and mumbled, I'm not taking care of you because I like you, so don't get the wrong idea. Suddenly, Angel uttered a word, don't, making Aiden turn his head and ask what. She frowned, her voice trembling, don't go. After hearing that, his whole body froze for a few seconds. Aiden could only sit down on the edge of the bed. He gently stroked Angel's hair, curious. I wonder who she's calling for. Suddenly, Aiden sat up straight decisively. He pursed his lips and looked down at his hand. Aiden dismissed his own action. Nothing happened. I was just comforting her. He frowned and silently guessed. Is the person lingering in her dreams the one she's desperately trying to find? Someone very important to her? Is it her former fiancé? Does she like him? At this thought, Aiden slapped both his cheeks hard. He burst out laughing. What the hell was I just thinking? Meanwhile, Angel slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the dark forest before her and wondered, where am I? Angel vaguely recognized the back of the person in front of her. Father. She quickly reached out her hand, stepped forward, and called, Father, where are you going? Angel tried to run after her relatives, pleading, please don't go. Unable to go on, she collapsed to the ground and begged, everyone, don't leave me behind. Suddenly, a hand from behind gently stroked Angel's hair. Not long after, she woke up in her bed. She watched the sun gradually reach its peak and mumbled, was it a dream? In a flash, Aiden had placed a glass of milk on the table. Angel picked it up and wondered, why milk? He turned away and made an excuse. These days, the cow is producing a lot of milk. It spoils quickly, so it's best to drink it all as fast as possible. She was curious. Then why don't you drink it too? Aiden closed his eyes and lied. I don't really like milk. In reality, there wasn't enough for two people. Angel could only drink it alone. Really, you're concerned about me again. He wiped the plate and denied it. No way. After hearing that, she pouted and thought, he didn't have to laugh in my face like that. I was just kidding. I was going to ask him if he had patted my head to comfort me, but I guess I was so tired it was just a dream. I almost did something embarrassing. Angel looked at Aiden walking towards her and asked, it's sunny today, what are we going to do? He suggested, pull weeds, fertilize the plants. It's also time to plant tomatoes. She looked confused, plant them. Angel's cheeks flushed as she listened to Aiden explain. You have to choose sturdy and healthy tomato plants and plant them in a larger area so they can grow bigger. Plants planted at the right time will have stronger vitality and will have a fresher taste. She immediately slammed the table, stood up, and interjected, then what about carrots and radishes? He quickly raised his hand to stop her. It's better if we just let root crops develop in the soil in the same place, because we can't damage the root system. After listening, Angel sat down again and exclaimed, is that so? Farming is truly harder than I thought. She recalled those other seeds and mused, I really only know how to eat. This is the first time I've heard these things. When I return to the mansion, I'll definitely suggest to everyone that we make a vegetable garden to grow our own produce, because there are actually a lot of flower and vegetable varieties there, but thinking about it a bit more. Angel spoke up immediately. Why don't you plant flowers? Aiden was momentarily surprised by Angel's question. Flowers. She pointed out, you have a garden with lots of plants, but I don't see you planting any flowers. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, flowers. Aiden grew pensive. When my mother was alive, she used to sow more flower seeds and other plants. A few flowers bloomed in profusion at the edge of the backyard and the garden, and she loved to watch and paint flowers, including natural landscapes, of course. But after his mother passed away, the beautiful flowers reminded people of her so much that his father, unable to bear it, destroyed them all. Aiden had forgotten that many beautiful flowers used to bloom around this house he was living in. Aiden spoke gloomily. I've never thought about planting flowers because they don't produce fruit or edible things like fruit trees and crops. Angel looked up and offered her opinion. Really, I think it would be great to plant flowers in those empty plots of land. He wiped the table and continued, if it doesn't add to the daily workload, then I think it's fine if we have a small flower garden. She gushed, I'm sure it'll be very beautiful. The walls of the house are also brightly colored. The colors are so vibrant, and there are also a lot of flower seeds in the attic. Aiden looked at Angel, who quickly covered her mouth and repeated, the attic. She quickly waved her hands to explain, that's right, but it's not like I was looking for them on purpose. I just went up there to store my luggage and clothes, but I accidentally saw a very beautiful bag and got curious. He picked up the cup. I didn't know there was something like that in the attic, and then wondered, were those seeds left by my mother? Aiden turned to leave. I'll look into it after I go up there and check. Angel followed behind and demanded, can I come with you? He replied with one word, yes, which made her exclaim with joy, really, and drop the cup, which Aiden fortunately caught. He turned and reminded her, focus on the tasks that need to be completed today first, my lady. Angel placed a hand on her chest and replied, I know. Not long after, the two of them, with two completely different attitudes, sat facing each other. She slumped her face onto the table, as if wanting to log out. I really didn't know transplanting plants was that difficult. But I can't give up on dishes with tomatoes and tomato sauce. Wait, won't I be leaving here before the tomatoes are harvested? At this thought, Angel spoke up, hey Aiden, when are the tomatoes harvested? He took a sip of tea and said, it usually varies depending on the weather, but they're usually harvested in July each year. This year is a bit hotter, but if there's no rain before the harvest season, there shouldn't be much of a problem. She wondered, why no rain? Wouldn't the crops be better with rain? Aiden raised his hand to explain, when ripe tomatoes get rained on, the fruit will split and the rainwater will seep into the flesh. So rain is not really a good thing. At least for fruits like tomatoes, they become inedible. Angel now understood, so that's how it was. Her face darkened as she drank her tea, sighing to herself, although I've given up on my faith, I'll definitely start praying again until the tomatoes ripen. Will the flowers bloom if I plant them today? It would be despicable to ask to plant them and then abandon them without taking responsibility for their care. He suddenly stood up and suggested, it seems you've finished eating. Shall we go up to the attic now? Angel put down her teacup and, at Aiden's urging, said, let's go. Then he took a candle in his hand and started walking. She quietly followed behind, lost in thought. If I escape, if I abandon the flower garden and the trellis plants, I'm still sure that Aiden will take good care of them. And the letter my father sent me still hasn't arrived. I don't know when I'll be able to return to the capital, and I can't escape either. If that's the case, I don't know if I'll have to stay here longer than I imagined. I'll still get to see the flowers bloom and the fruits of the field I've worked so hard to care for. I'm thinking about such a negative future, but strangely, I feel much more at ease. The attic was dark, with only the faint light from a candle. He opened a bag and asked, is this what you were talking about? Angel confirmed, yes. What kind of flower seeds are those? Aiden picked them up and pointed, let's see, delphinium, pansy, silver bells, sunflower, and also forget-me-nots. It would be a bit difficult to plant all of them. Is there any kind you really want to plant right now? She moved closer, her spirits lifted, and exclaimed, sunflowers. Sunflowers, one of the tallest flowers with very strong and spectacular vitality. Angel really liked their appearance. The way they always turn towards the sun is like turning towards someone. She also really liked a legend related to this. That legend is very sad, but Aiden had a different thought. Isn't that a bit too plain? I thought you liked flowers like roses? Angel raised her hand, shaking her head. I'm so sick of roses. I saw all kinds of roses in the mansion's garden. He remarked, sunflowers are very easy to grow. So even if you plant them, it won't take too much effort. She was startled and exclaimed, me, I have to plant and take care of them? Aiden handed the seeds to Angel and said, you wanted sunflowers, so you have to be responsible for them. She looked at them in her hand worriedly. What if I don't take good care of them and they die? He shrugged reassuringly. This is the easiest kind to grow. Even a clueless person like you can definitely do it, so you don't need to worry. Besides, I'll help you too. Angel's eyes lit up like stars. Really? Then you've promised. Aiden took another bag of seeds. If we only plant sunflowers, it's a bit too little, so I'll try planting another kind too. She suggested, what about silver bells? He analyzed, it's a bit late to plant silver bells now. They're usually planted in late autumn and bloom in early spring. After hearing that, Angel became gloomy. Really? That's such a pity. She suddenly paused when she heard Aiden continue. But types like silver bells often grow in the wild. You could also dig some up and plant them yourself. Angel was dumbfounded, taking a few seconds to ponder. A moment later, she beamed a smile as bright as a flower. Angel joyfully hugged his arm and cheered. Really? Just then, the flame on the candle began to flicker. She froze when she saw Aiden's face close to hers. Both of their faces flushed red, and the atmosphere became even more awkward. Angel flinched, her face blushing with embarrassment. I think I would be great. Aiden stared. She became flustered. No, it's not like that. I just really like it because of the silver bells. I've never seen them before, but now I can plant and care for them myself, so it just feels really great. He nodded. All right then, let's choose silver bells. They also look like little silver bells. She had more to say, and also, but was cut off by him changing the subject. Before the candle burns out, we should hurry and go downstairs. Angel said excitedly. That's right, we should quickly go downstairs and plant the sunflowers. Aiden was surprised. Isn't it nighttime? She looked bewildered. Shouldn't we plant at night? He picked up the candle holder. You should choose suitable soil before planting them. Angel continued and soften the soil and pull out all the weeds. Then we have to plant them as quickly as possible. As the two went downstairs, Aiden turned back and held out his hand, offering to help her down. Watch your step. Angel thought to herself, I don't want to fall and look clumsy, and I don't want to sprain my ankle again. I really can't refuse, and took his hand. Then jumped down and landed safely. The two pulled their hands back, their faces flushed as they looked in different directions. She said shyly, well, see you tomorrow. He opened the door and started to leave. Yes, sleep well. When Angel was alone, her head was in the clouds. Am I crazy? No matter how happy I was, how could I? Aiden probably won't hate me anymore, right? Early the next morning, the sound of steady footsteps running. A clear, ringing call echoed, Pa, Pi, Pu. Angel smiled brightly. Oh, my darlings, calm down. Wait a moment, the food is coming. While feeding the pigs, she waved her hand. I can't keep up with what you're all saying. Today's appetizer is Aiden's freshly fried donuts. I had to secretly try hard to snatch them. I thought I was going to be caught red-handed. Here, slowly now, we have to divide it, so there's enough for the three of you. That's right, good job. You're all so good. You two, eat up quickly so you can grow big. I didn't know pigs were such cute animals. Their names are cute too. The one with the tail curled in the opposite direction is Pooh. The one with the different ear is Pie, and the biggest one is Pa. Finally, today I've sown the sunflower seeds, you guys. Taking care of a long-abandoned flower garden is really hard. Digging, picking up stones, and also having to pull weeds. Aiden helped me a little, but I did most of it myself. That flower garden, it feels like it's my very own garden. Right, you guys? I'm really looking forward to when those flowers all bloom together. When that time comes, I'll definitely bring you to see them. And the seeds of the flowers can be roasted and eaten, too. I promise I'll definitely share some with you then. So wait with me, okay? How long do we have to wait for them to sprout? About 3 or 4 days. If we add fertilizer, can they grow faster? Aiden replied, no way. On the contrary, it would be more harmful to the seeds. She asked, water. We just need to water them, right? Twice a day, morning and evening, is enough. But he called, get up, there's still a lot of work waiting for us to finish. Angel suggested, should we build a fence around the flower garden? Because birds and squirrels might eat the seeds. Aiden was helpless. How can building a fence guarantee they won't come? Angel became stubbornly clueless. Then what about a wall? He was speechless. They won't be so quick as to rush over to find them right after we've just sown the seeds. Now, can we go check the peanut garden, my lady? Angel followed. Yes, but what if there are deer? Isn't this month deer season? Another day passed. At night, Aiden sat at his desk reading a book. Suddenly, he stood up, pressed his ear against the wall to listen, then opened the door and stepped out. Where are you going? She was scared out of her wits. Just for a walk. Aiden was suspicious. You're not getting bored and planning to run away again, are you? Angel got angry. Where could I run to in these clothes? His face was full of scrutiny. Then where are you going? She scratched her palm. I was just going to check on the flower garden for a bit. Just wanted to see if the seeds are okay. Aiden replied, haven't you been watching them all day today? Angel waved her hand, but I haven't watched them at night. As far as I know, deer are nocturnal, so I'm a little worried. Aiden pushed her back towards her room. I'm pretty sure that deer are nocturnal is something you just made up. There's plenty of fresh grass around. Why would they eat seeds, you silly girl? They went back and forth like that. What about mice? They won't come. Owls, they're carnivores, miss. Unless they're crazy, they would never steal sunflower seeds from this remote house. She said gloomily, I know. He closed the door. Go to sleep now, but being too impatient. Sunflowers are the kind that will bloom on their own, even if you leave them to fend for themselves. Aiden lay down in bed, pulled up the blanket, and prepared to sleep. But he tossed and turned for a long time, unable to sleep. Wait, did she water them this afternoon? He decided to go out and check. She did it. I wondered if her unnecessary worries were affecting me. Aiden stood up, turned, and walked back to his room. What if the seeds don't sprout? They'll sprout. That kind of flower blooms just by sowing seeds, and there are plenty of seeds scattered around. Those are seeds that were forgotten in the attic, so none of them will probably sprout. Seeds are resilient, so it's fine, and if they don't sprout, we can still plant other kinds of flowers. If they don't sprout, Angel will be very sad. And then what? Are you expecting something else to happen? She's putting almost all her effort into this little flower garden. Enough. Stop thinking about it. Aiden ruffled his hair. There are still many unplanted seeds. I'll just secretly sow a few in the stable, then take them out if there's a problem. But why am I so worried about these sunflowers? Aiden couldn't sleep with these incessant thoughts until morning. The next morning, Angel woke up with an excited look. Good morning, the seeds have finally sprouted. Meanwhile, Aiden's face was dark from a sleepless night. Is that so? He closed his eyes and thought to himself, I wonder why I've lost sleep these past few days worrying about those sunflower seeds. But they finally sprouted, so everything is fine. This must be what it feels like to have a niece, right? Angel excitedly went over to observe. The leaves have separated from the shell, trying to push up from the ground. They look really cute. I don't dare touch them because I'm afraid they'll get hurt if I separate them. Is that okay? Aiden was cooking. It's fine. They'll separate on their own anyway. This scent is just like my own. I don't think she's used perfume these past few days. It seems she's learned a memorable lesson about bees being easily attracted to perfume. Finally willing to listen to advice. Huh? She peeled a tangerine and asked, when are we going to dig up the silver bells? Suddenly, he blushed slightly. Why am I sniffing as if I've never smelled it before? We'll go after lunch, since they're not too far. Angel wondered, are we digging them up in the forest? Aiden nodded, MHM. She seemed quite scared. Going into the forest is a bit scary. He said indifferently, then I can go alone. Angel sighed in relief, but then I won't be able to choose the kind I want. Aiden sighed, you say that as if you're going alone. What's there to be scared of? She hesitated a little. I feel very safe with you by my side. Wouldn't the bears eat you first, since you have more meat than me? While it's busy chewing you to bits, I'll just run. Aiden unconsciously used strong force, splitting an onion in two. I definitely won't let you escape alone. A lunch course for a beloved bear, no dessert. A while later, the two entered the forest. She was uneasy. Is it really safe? He assured her, perfectly safe. Wild animals don't usually appear in places near houses, and besides, I brought a gun, so don't worry. Angel was about to say more, but was stunned by the sight before her. But what if? There's silver bells, Aiden. Before them, beautiful flowers bloomed profusely. No wonder they're called fairy teacups. I really didn't know there was a place as beautiful as a fairyland like this near my home. How did you know about such a great place? He scratched his cheek lightly. Well, I grew up here, so of course I know. She was full of anticipation. If there are any more places like this near the house, take me with you next time. Okay. He agreed. Places like this? I know a place where a lot of water lilies and wild strawberries grow. Angel was overjoyed. That's wonderful. I've seen pictures of water lilies in books. The books say their nectar is delicious. Aiden reminded her, it's a bit early for those now, but I'll take you later. She was curious. Aren't there any more beautiful places? He thought, from then on, Angel, a person with a fear of going into the forest. The moment you realize that something you once disliked because it was unfamiliar, you start to like it. She was excited. Let's go dig up some other kinds besides the silver bells. He indulged her, I know, but stop pulling on my sleeve. It'll stretch out. And that is also how people grow up. A while later, seeing Angel covered in mud done, they're so beautiful. Why didn't you plant them before? Don't you like them? Aiden replied, flowers aren't edible, so. She sighed, you glutton. Not to mention the frame that makes my dress poof out. You really don't have any sense of subtlety at all. Aiden grimaced, glutton? It's not that I've never planted flowers before. Angel was quite surprised, really. He said, honestly, MHM, when the war was going on, I made a small garden in a ditch. Amidst the fierce battles, we sometimes did things that were considered foolish together. The one who had poppy seeds planted them by the fences and walls. Lively chatter. Captain, what's wrong? A soldier showed off. It sprouted. He walked over and tapped him on the head. Why are you making a fuss over something so trivial? But he still unconsciously glanced at the sprout, and his cheeks flushed slightly. They were new sprouts of life. On the day those flowers bloomed, the whole unit gathered to admire them and enjoy their fragrance. Later, Jeremy, who saw those things, seemed to have found new motivation. He used enemy shell casings as flower pots and planted dandelion seeds that flew in the wind. Even amidst the ceaseless rain of artillery shells and the departures, in the end, those moments were truly very warm. She hesitated. Shell casings. How wonderful. What happened after that? Did you take care of them even after they bloomed? Aí then answer disaísible. No. before I could her voice trembled slightly. Wow, that's a miracle in itself. He silently realized he had scared her. His hand unconsciously tightened on the shovel. Talking about people's deaths in the war with such an indifferent attitude. It seems the war has truly numbed my emotions. Aiden turned to leave, making Angel a little flustered. Then she held out her hand. Do you like this? He raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at her hand. Donuts? Did you sneak donuts for those pigs again? Her eyes widened, sparkling as she looked forward. You smiled. No. Huh. But she carefully broke off a small piece. Wait a sec. He went along with it and opened his mouth to receive the piece of donut. She put her hands on her hips. They're very smart and capable. Pa has known how to say pa for a while now. And Pooh, she has a tiny little tail and is full of personality, you know? Do you want another piece? Aiden refused. That's enough. In the forest, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves. She looked up high. Should we plant some dandelions too? Aiden's gaze softened slightly. Dandelions? You don't need to plant them. The seeds will fly here on their own because the wind always blows in this direction from the fields. As for the donut, thank you. Angel was dazed. His smile was no longer the same as before. The sharp lines that appeared from his squinted eyes, plus the dimple on one cheek. She thought that smile was truly too captivating, even though it exuded a bitter air. I'm rambling again. Angel recalled a memory from her childhood, sitting properly in front of her father. Father, where have you been all this time? Did you see the picture I sent while you were away? I tried my best to draw it in class, so I don't know what you think. Glaster interrupted. Angel, I bought you a gift. Go play by yourself. He found her questions very annoying. When her father was in a good mood, he treated her well, but when he was in a bad mood, he would get really angry. Since then, she had learned to hide her own thoughts and feelings in her heart. She propped her chin on her hands on the table, looking bored. He approached and asked, You don't look too well. Angel sighed. It's just that I had a nightmare. Aiden stroked his chin. Is there anything you want to eat? A look of surprise flashed across her face. You'll make it for me? Then I want something fried. The frying pan was taken out. What about acacia flowers? Can you fry and eat flowers? Aiden was busy cooking. As far as I know, their taste isn't very good. So I think what you're talking about is probably their scent. The dish was cooked with great skill. Angel's eyes sparkled. This is the first time I've seen acacia flowers look so delicious. What other kinds of flowers can you eat? Chrysanthemums, lavender, and surprisingly, there are many kinds if you just take a closer look. Besides fried things, what else can you eat? Can I fry something too? He pulled his hand back. Hey, that's dangerous. I'll give you the tongs, so step back a little. The oil pan, having been bumped, wobbled, and was about to fall. Hot oil splattered everywhere. He unconsciously pulled her into a protective embrace, causing his own hand to be burned by the oil. Aiden. A moment later, the oil spills on the floor had been cleaned up. Aiden asked, Are you trying to clean all that up? You don't have to. Angel asked with concern, Aiden, are you okay? He shook his head. It's nothing. Let me see. She was horrified. It's so bad you have to wrap it in gauze? It's all my fault because I insisted on frying food. I got so excited I hit my elbow on the pot handle, and I was so distracted I asked such stupid questions. Aiden spoke up. No, it's my fault for not securing the frying pot properly, and this wound isn't very serious, so don't worry. One more scar won't make much of a difference. Angel hesitated, but I'll go downstairs and get some ice to put on it for you. He said, I've already put ointment on it, so don't worry. An ice pack can even make the wound worse if you don't use it correctly, so it's not really necessary. Angel said sadly, I'm so sorry. It's just because of me. Aiden said awkwardly, this really isn't like you. Where's the shameless, brazen person from before? Angel was unhappy. What do you mean by that? I just wanted to apologize from the bottom of my heart, but it's still my fault. I made a mistake by asking all those questions. From now on, I promise I'll ask less. He turned his back and said nothing. A moment later, Aiden glanced back. Not really. I don't mind that much. She let out a sigh of relief. Liar. From what I've been told, men hate women who ask too many questions. He said, who said that? Angel recounted, my home economics teachers. Aiden frowned. Have they met many different kinds of men? She thought for a moment, no. Usually, unmarried women become tutors. He put his hands on his hips. Then how would they know all men are like that? She was dazed for a moment because my father is like that. He finds women who talk a lot very annoying. He told me I should behave more like a mature lady. Aiden clenched his fists. What kind of stupid things is he saying? In your eyes, do I look like Duke Glaster? No matter what you ask, I think it's normal. Angel was stunned. Really? Aiden said gently, It's better than not knowing anything because you're afraid to open your mouth and ask about things you don't know, or doing anything without questioning it and then not being able to apply it later. She thought, so does that mean he finds it easier to work with me? Aiden asked, but if you think that way, then why do you keep asking me questions nonstop? Angel was flustered because there are so many new things here that I don't know, and I can't do anything to help you other than ask. Besides, you always answer in a way that's easy to understand. And what's even more surprising is that you answer me with patience and kindness. Aiden teased, I'm patient enough to put up with someone like you. She bristled, hey, and I like showing off that I know everything, so I don't mind teaching you new things. Angel was speechless. Stop showing off. You arrogant man. Aiden leaned in close. It seems someone like you isn't qualified to make such comments. Anyway, since I'm like this now, I definitely can't fry food anymore. So, could you chop the onions? She came closer. How small do you want them? He instructed, about a quarter of their current size. Make a fist and place it on the onion like a cat's paw. Angel followed, like this. Yes, that's right. The two of them split up, each doing their own task as they cooked together. One setting the plates on the table, the other busy in the kitchen. The lavish dishes were served. How is the food I made? Is it good? Aiden took a bite. The food is cooked through. Angel asked again, so is it good? The reply was a compliment. Yes, it's delicious. She thought, for Aiden to say the first meal I cooked is delicious like this, it's not too bad. And the flower decorations, I did also look very pretty. It's so good. If you need any more help, just let me know. Aiden replied, if I asked you to do the laundry, could you do it? But I don't want to entrust my personal underwear into your hands. Angel nodded. I see. So what should we do? He put his fork down. There's nothing we can do. Let's call Mrs. Mac. She was curious. Mac who? Aiden lay alone on the bed, lonely and bored. She had pushed him away. He was kicked out of the kitchen. Thinking back, I was the one who first suggested inviting Mrs. Mac over. How strange. With a body and mind full of scars, it's surprising how someone like him could be close to someone as unblemished as her. Aiden recalled the past, when he was called a murderer for doing nothing. He sank deep into his own darkness. He had returned safely from the battlefield, but his mind still held echoes from his time in prison. Those things made Aiden suffocate, made him stagger. He was afraid of their thoughts about him. He was afraid they would smell the scent of sin on him. He was tormented by those thoughts to the point of collapse. The whispers echoed. He must be crazy. Don't look him in the eye. Those looks of contempt, mixed with pity, were so heavy. It seemed he was the one forced to endure all of this. Every day, it was hard to get up, hard to step onto that cold floor. Even breathing normally was difficult. I could be redeployed to the battlefield, couldn't I? What a ridiculous thought. That was the place he truly wanted to return to the most at any cost. This place, it felt like somewhere he didn't belong at all. He lived as if isolated, like an invisible ghost. The seizures that tormented him gradually improved as he took care of the house and the fields, but meeting other people was still truly too difficult for him. He tried to handle everything in the house as much as possible. Even if he had to go to town, he limited his contact with others as much as he could. Should I call it a curse or destiny? Because Angel, aside from her flaws, still had a certain advantage: her honesty. Her emotionally expressive face exuded trust and intimacy. Living with her lessened his fear of other people. Her silly and naive actions helped him regain his sense of humanity. Just as he had taught her about cooking, farming, and animals, she had also taught him how to come back. Priceless things that couldn't be bought with anything else. I could never say those words in front of her. Angel wondered blankly, what kind of person is Mrs. Mac? Do you guys know? She asked her pigs. In her imagination, a local woman who single-handedly raised her orphaned younger siblings. Aiden had warned me not to be rude. I don't think she's the type to bow like a servant or a butler in the Duke's mansion. Do you think I can get along with her? Thank you. All right, I'll pet you all fairly. What's that sound? Angel turned around in surprise, walking toward the source of the sound. Could it be some kind of signal? Oh, but how do I greet someone who isn't from the upper class? In front of her was a donkey approaching with a large bell around its neck. Is this person Mrs. Mac? Mac, riding on the donkey's back. Hello, young lady. Lovely weather today, isn't it? Angel stood up straight. Hello, are you Mac? She replied cheerfully, yes, that's me. I'm here today because Sir Aiden requested it. Are you here at work too? She waved her hands. No, ma'am. Due to circumstances, I have to live with him. I said that because of our awkward relationship, which can't even be called a proper marriage yet. And I also don't know if Aiden would want to tell this person that I'm his wife. Max sighed. That's quite concerning, but I guess that's the trend with young people these days. Anyway, Sir Aiden is quite something. He fought a duel with your father and won his approval. Angel was awkward. That's a little different. She paid no mind. Even the butcher named Tom did the same, didn't he? He secretly got married in France. People say couples can get married without any witnesses, right? She silently realized, France? That's my mother's homeland. Mac, pen the donkey. We can only leave it here. Its temperament can be erratic, but it won't pick a fight with the big horses. Angel leaned against the fence. You don't have to worry about this horse's temperament either. She looked around. This house is still the same as it was 25 years ago. Is that so? Let me tell you. Last time, Denton suddenly went into labor, but couldn't call a midwife or a doctor, so I rushed over here. Aiden walked out of the house. Welcome, Mrs. Mac. Mac replied with a scowl. Mac is here. Then she went over and hugged him tightly. Look at this little red, wrinkled bundle that was in my arms back then, all grown up now. Hearing those words, he froze with a stiff expression, while Angel stood there trying to hold back her laughter. She patted his shoulder. The kid who always cried because he saw ghosts in the forest is all grown up now, huh? He said shyly, Mrs. Mac. She teased. So Aiden used to be afraid of going into the forest too? Aiden turned his face away in embarrassment. That happened when I was only 5. Max said cheerfully, yesterday when you came and talked about it, you stood tall like a prince. Angel chimed in. Aiden looks just like a prince. It seems he'd be like a prince from an agricultural kingdom. He spoke up, should be quiet. Mrs. Mac, if you could help me wash and dry all the clothes in the basket. She crossed her arms. What are you talking about? I have to do all the work for the money I receive. Washing, cleaning, I'll do it all, so you newlyweds just go out and have some fun. Aiden replied, but I'd feel very guilty if I let you do everything. She laughed with delight. She called us newlyweds. He scratched his head. What exactly did you say to Mrs. Mac? Angel said, I really didn't say anything. I just said that we're just living together due to circumstances. Aiden frowned. Just living together? She glanced over. What's wrong? He quickly looked away. Nothing. Suddenly, she appeared out of nowhere. Why are you two still here? Don't mind this old woman and just go enjoy some cozy time like a newlywed couple. She burst out laughing. Aiden, hey Aiden, she told us to have some cozy time together like newlyweds. Suddenly, Aiden used his hand to pull her hat down over her face, making Angel disoriented. Hey, I can't see anything. He took her hand to lead the way. You're too noisy. It's hard to walk. Aiden's face was now as red as a tomato. Angel was full of anticipation. Will Mrs. Mac come tomorrow too? Why? Suddenly, the atmosphere between them became silent. He said, aren't you looking forward to it? She seemed evasive. How could I not look forward to it? She told me so much, like the story from when you were little. You spread ointment on bread thinking it was fruit jam. She recalled, because I tried to make Aiden throw up all the ointment he spread on the bread. My finger was bruised from his bite for a whole month. And he was always screaming nonstop from rolling down a high hill. He even crashed into 3 tree trunks in a row and got buried in a pile of snow. So you had a lot of accidents when you were little. Aiden was a bit embarrassed. Isn't that something all kids go through when they're young? Angel nodded. That's true. I can't argue since I was also very mischievous when I was little. Although I tried to correct my behavior and attitude, it was only for a certain period of time. He looked straight ahead, looking closely. Someone probably couldn't play or do anything because they had to wear that tight back brace. She was a bit annoyed. Looking closely, someone probably couldn't play or do anything because they had to wear that tight back brace, and what I'm wearing now is called chemise. Aiden wondered, the main purpose of both types is to squeeze the abdomen to create a waist, right? Angel explained, but a chemise is looser and easier to breathe than a corset. Is this the expression I get after explaining corsets in detail? Aiden retorted, but do you really have to cinch your waist like that all the time? She whipped her head away. Well, it helps me shape my waist to be more beautiful. If you persistently cinched it, your waist would become slimmer too. Aiden argued back, but wouldn't it be very uncomfortable to always wear something so tight? And with that bird cage, it makes it even more. She shouted, it's not a cage, it's a crinoline. Well, it's true that it's not comfortable to wear, but we women must have an extremely slender waist to be called beautiful. He was surprised. You still? While Angel cluelessly asked back, still? Making him feel utterly helpless. You look as thin as before. Angel didn't believe it. There's no way you can see through my clothes. Forget what I just said. I misspoke when I saw that your corset wasn't as tight as it used to be. Aiden changed the subject. The sunflowers are still doing well, aren't they? The poppies and daffodils are also growing quickly, right? She replied, yes, but it's quite sad that the crocus petals have already withered. Some of the leaves have turned brown from the tips. Is that okay? Aiden put the book down on the table. If the rhizome stores enough nutrients and doesn't rot, It will surely bloom again every year, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Angel became cheerful. What a relief. The leaves on the poppy plant have also started to turn yellow. Is that a problem? He asked, how does the soil feel when you touch it? She pointed out, it's not very moist. He deduced, then the cotyledons have probably just withered after fulfilling their purpose. Angel continued, moreover, the stem has quickly grown new leaves. That's a completely normal process, right? And that's right. So what should we do if the soil is too? Aiden was taken aback. Do you always carry that notebook with you? First, you have to dig up the entire root system, then you have to cut out the rotten part in the middle. Compared to the first time she came to the garden, she looks to have made more progress now. He noticed her hair was a bit messy and was about to reach out to fix it. But Angel interjected, planting is just like taking care of a baby, isn't it? Making him flustered as he pulled his hand back. What was I just doing? So now, if you're okay with it, what do you think about us just having Mrs. Mack come to the house once a week like now? She said cheerfully, she's a very interesting person, so I'm fine with anything. Aiden understood. Then I'll pass the message on to her. The next morning, she asked, young master, do you have any newspapers? He offered them. Yes, is this enough? Mrs. Mack took them. That's quite a lot. Have you started reading newspapers more regularly now? He replied, I don't have a separate subscription, but I occasionally buy them when I go down to the town for what I've missed. She said, I was quite confused after coming here to clean for so long without seeing a single new newspaper. Angel curiously interjected, you never read newspapers? He tore the newspaper. No, my maternal grandfather was particularly private. When he was young, there were no newspapers or even any letters delivered to the house. There was no exchange between them at all. My mother and I would usually stay around this small house. And if anything was needed, only my grandfather would go into town alone. He had pleaded many times to go with him, but he wouldn't allow it, saying there were many dangerous people there. And then he finally passed away from a severe heart attack, and he found a mysterious medal that his grandfather had left behind, running to town alone with that medal. And he could also guess the reason why his grandfather didn't let him go to town with him. Perhaps he didn't want to reveal his existence to the royal family. There were many times I wanted him to take me to school or church, but there were so many things I learned in this very house. She switched to gossip mode. Not everyone who goes to school or church grows up to be as mature as you, young master. Billy from the Birdcage Tavern is like a scoundrel. He deflected. Shouldn't we start cleaning the windows, Mrs. Mack? Mack agreed. That's right. Then you take the top part. I'll clean the bottom. Aiden accepted the task. Yes, I understand. Angel came over. What about me? She gently touched her nose. You can rest. I don't want her delicate hands to get hurt by this dusty cleaning work. Your hands are so beautiful. They look as soft as silk. She said shyly, thank you, ma'am. Only he noticed the wound on that hand. Mac turned and said, but I have to say, young master, you take really good care of this house. Aiden replied, it's an honor to hear such praise from you, Mrs. Mack. She laughed loudly. I must say this is too clean for someone who has decided to live alone for the rest of his life. She covered her face and giggled. A bachelor. He tried to say face, Mrs. Mack. Calling someone who's only 24 a bachelor is a bit much. Mac huffed. I already had 5 children when I was your age, young master. Angel was astonished. A family with 5 children. A while later, the house had been cleaned spotless by the 3 of them. An offer was made. Why don't you stay and have dinner with us? Mac refused, but I have to finish knitting gloves for my pastor's son. What does the name Maverick even represent? Isn't a pastor's son an infidel? Angel gave a forced smile. I hope Mrs. Mack likes my name. She offered a piece of candy. Of course I do. Even though I didn't get a proper education, I know what your name means. It means angel in a foreign language, doesn't it? That name really suits a beautiful person like you. It also pairs well and matches Aiden's name. By the way, your hands are always as cold as ice. I'll bring you some gloves next week. She waved her hand. What does your name mean for her to say that? He explained, my name comes from the Bible and means paradise. She realized, I see a perfect combination, an angel in paradise. The next day, while Mrs. Mack was busy with her daily chores, a voice called from outside, ma'am. She looked up in surprise. Yes, what is it? Are you hungry? Mack hurriedly stood up as the reply came from outside. No, it's not that. Aiden made his offer. I was wondering if you could come help once a week from now on. I will pay you handsomely. Hearing this, Mac happily agreed, of course, I'd love that. Good pay, and I'll have lovely friends to talk with. He expressed, thank you, and I'm sorry for not visiting you until now. A strange feeling of guilt and self-loathing. I kept my distance from Mrs. Mack because I didn't want her to see this side of me. The mischievous and innocent child in her memory was no more. Now I'm just a disabled, retired veteran. But Mrs. Mack still treated me as if nothing had happened. I felt so foolish for worrying all this time, but I also felt grateful that she treated me just like she did years ago. I don't know how I can ever thank her enough. Max said gently, "You don't have to apologize to me, young master. You're still just a boy, aren't you?" Aiden said nonchalantly, "But there's one thing I'd like to talk to you about. I've been thinking about this for a while, but don't you think the title Young Master is a bit outdated for my age?" Mentioning that brought back an embarrassing image along with his thoughts. Even Lady Angel teased me about it. Max said calmly, "But in my eyes, you're still just a little boy. Calling you Mr. Fitzroy or Mr. Aiden sounds too formal." He also thought, that's right, it would be strange if I called her Mrs. Ellen too. Suddenly, she put her hand on her chin and rambled, "The young master who used to cry in his cradle is now all grown up and has a family." Huh, wait a minute. Young master, do you remember when I told you that all babies are found in Cabbage Patch? Aiden wondered, "You said that because I asked, but why are you suddenly bringing that up?" Her face suddenly turned serious as she said, "You don't still believe that, do you? A baby is really born when a man and a woman lie next to each other in bed," which made Aiden flare up and snap. "Yes, I know that very well. I can't believe I have to defend myself about this, but I'm an adult too." Max sighed in relief. What a relief. "I was worried you might still believe it, because I noticed you two are in separate rooms." Aiden was stunned and stammered, "Our rooms." She continued, "I can talk to the village shaman if you haven't had a wedding ceremony." He turned his face away and said, "It's fine. We've already had a wedding." In another region, Aiden said while thinking, "How should I explain this?" The image of Angel with her determined eyes and her instruction echoed in his mind. "Mrs. Mack must not know that I am a duke's daughter, okay?" Making Aiden even more flustered. "What should I do?" Mac probed again. "You two already had a wedding?" "I had no idea, because Lady Angel doesn't wear a ring," which made him flustered as he clumsily replied, "About the ring, we didn't have time to prepare one." Hearing that, she excitedly patted his shoulder. "Oh my young master. No matter how busy you are, a wife deserves a ring, good heavens." Max shook her head in disapproval and chided, "My goodness, you're as bad as Jack." Aiden asked while rubbing his shoulder, "Is the ring that important?" Max sighed and explained, "Of course it is. It's a precious gift a woman only receives once in her life. I can't believe she let you get away with it like that." Aiden immediately recalled with a stream of thoughts. Was the reason she was sad during the wedding because I didn't have a ring for her? Mac consoled and instructed, "It's not too late to buy her one. There's a jewelry shop in town. But there probably aren't many options because the place is also a pawn shop. I mean, this is a small village." Hearing this, Aiden immediately started to leave and asked, "Can they adjust the ring size there?" She said, relieved of course, "Do you have a ring in mind?" Aiden replied smugly, "I have a ring. My mother left it for me." He quickly held out his hand and took out the ring. "This is it." Mac took the ring and put on her glasses. "Let's see. This gemstone is quite large, and the quality is very good too. Young people these days like diamonds, but I prefer older things, like this gemstone for example. I'll secretly find out her size and place the order for you." Aiden said calmly, "You don't have to keep it a secret." But Mac insisted, "You should at least give her a sweet surprise. You're so clumsy with these things." Leaving him bewildered, a sweet surprise. Aiden anxiously measured his own hands, thinking to himself, "But she's a duke's daughter. What if she doesn't want to wear a simple, old ring like this?" Mac warned in a serious tone, "Besides, it's not good for a newlywed couple to be in separate rooms. I understand it might seem awkward, but sharing a room would be better for a happy marriage." Aiden thought under pressure, me and Lady Angel sharing a room? That sounds impossible to me. Besides, I would never bring it up first unless she asks. Suddenly, he slammed his head on the table while lost in thought. What should I do if she wants us to share a room? The loud thud left Mac bewildered. What's wrong? Is your head okay? Ada had to make up an excuse. I dozed off. She patted his head and said, "Considering your age, you're probably just a child." Aiden said indifferently, "That's too soon, Mrs. Mac." He suddenly froze, lost in thought. Her voice, Angel's sweet voice, echoing here. Why does the wheat field ripple even when there is no wind? But a thought occurred to him. Wait a minute, the lyrics seem sensual. Mac also spoke up. "You're right, and she looks quite frail. She needs to get healthier before you plan on having children. So remember to use protection." Aiden mumbled, "Does she look frail?" "Of course, she's just skin and bones. That's why I feed her a lot of meat and give her milk every morning." Mac asked caringly, "What about cod liver oil?" A type of fish oil extracted from cod liver. Many anemic women use this product because it's rich in nutrients. Aiden suddenly wondered, "I'm not sure if she can stand the fishy smell, but maybe I can convince her with some candy or caramel." He nodded and replied, "I'll give it a try." Max seemed moved. I guess I was worried for nothing. Look how close and loving you two are. It's clear you care about her very much. Aiden immediately interrupted. Excuse me. But Mac was still worried. Wait a minute. Are you two in separate rooms because she doesn't love you as much as you love her? He vehemently denied it. No, I told you it's not like that, ma'am. Matt called out, come in for some tea, Lady Angel. Angel was excited. Tea? That sounds wonderful. Aiden decided to leave as Angel was about to enter and had to make up an excuse. I need to go out of work right now. But Matt grabbed his shoulder. Don't be shy. You need to talk to her more so she can open up. Aiden tried to refuse. I already told you. It's not like that. She still insisted, please. Angel walked in and stood there confused. What's going on? Matt called out, did you know that young Master Aiden is actually very romantic? Aiden kept trying to stop her. I don't need your help, Mrs. Mac, which made her even more bewildered. He had to change the subject and turn to ask, how's the field? Angel said cheerfully, wonderful. The wheat has started to flower and there are countless tomatoes. They're not ripe yet, but it's still great. He gently continued, we'll harvest the tomatoes in a few weeks. After that, we'll plant spinach, green onions, cucumbers, and cabbage. Making her feel more excited, that means we can cook more dishes. That's wonderful. The asparagus you helped replant is also growing very well. Mac laughed. I'm so happy to hear that. Initially, I had given up on growing asparagus because it takes 3 years to grow, but now we have so much thanks to your hard work. Angel replied shyly, that's right, I got to try asparagus for the first time. It's all thanks to you. Along with her thoughts before I never understood why they were so favored by the nobility in high society. Angel exclaimed, the bacon-wrapped asparagus that Sir Aiden made was delicious. Hearing this, Mac was also engrossed by the dish. Really? I wish I could try it too. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Can we have it tonight? Mrs. Mac wants to try it too. Aiden then asked, aren't you tired of it yet? You've had to put up with it for 3 days straight. But he thought to himself, but it would be a good thing if I can help Lady Angel gain some weight. Aiden quickly assigned tasks for tonight's dinner. I'll harvest the asparagus. Can you help prepare the other ingredients? Angel said joyfully, that sounds great. Mac was also eager. I'm so excited to try your cooking, young master. The sky was clear, and sunbeams shone down on the white flowers. Angel looked up and exclaimed, the wind today feels so refreshing. Aiden agreed, you're right. She suddenly wondered, is this a peach tree? He denied it while eating. No, this is an apple tree. You're mistaken again. Angel sighed. I still can't tell the difference between apple, pear, plum, and peach trees. I think their flowers look very similar. Aiden showed her how. If you look closely at the length of the stamens, you'll know. She rested her chin on her hands and compared. But from a distance, they looked like clusters of popcorn. He glanced to the side and asked, what do you think? If just looking at them makes you happy, then that's what's important. Angel stared at the cluster of flowers and praised. Yes, it's so beautiful. Aiden turned and revealed. There's a very good way to tell those trees apart. She was curious. What is it? Angel's jaw dropped when she heard him tease. Wait until the fruits are ripe and eat them. She burst out laughing at this joke. I had such high expectations. And then Angel played along. That's right. Once we eat them, we'll never mistake the trees again. Aiden gently reminded, but I don't recommend you eat the apples from this tree. They produce a lot of flowers, but the fruit isn't sweet at all. I tried them when I was a child. She didn't quite believe it. Really? What a shame that such a beautiful tree doesn't have any sweetness. As a child, he had watched his grandfather taste a piece and wondered, why aren't they sweet, Grandpa? Then Aiden recounted, it was so bland that my grandfather wanted to pull it down. It's only still alive now because my mother begged him not to chop it down. Angel's cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, I can't taste those fruits, but just imagining it is delightful. Each tree was laden with ripe fruit. The two of them went for a stroll under the shade of the trees. Aiden quickly reached out and picked a fruit. She and he ate the fruits until their stomachs couldn't hold any more. Angel suddenly raised a finger and asked, anyway, how long have these fruit trees been planted? Aiden rubbed his chin, calculating. They've been here for about 25 years. They were planted around the time I was born. She tilted her head to one side and recalled. You used to live in a different region, right? He confirmed, yes. I was told my family comes from the north. My grandfather was a very good farmer there. But when he first came here, he struggled with the land, climate, and crops being so different. Angel wondered, why did he come to this region? Aiden explained, I heard it was because my mother's health wasn't good, so they moved to the countryside with a temperate climate. Suddenly he paused for a few seconds. Aiden then continued, and after searching everywhere, they settled here because it was the most beautiful place. She nodded. I see. He suddenly remembered. Didn't you dislike it here? That's why you called it a warehouse. That was just a misunderstanding. It was my carelessness. I never said the scenery here wasn't beautiful. Besides, the forest and the roads are completely different now compared to before, Angel exclaimed inwardly. I didn't think this place could change so beautifully. The sky was clear and the forest was lush green, spring flowers showing off their colors. If she wanted to describe this area in a letter, Angel would have to spend a lot of time thinking about how to describe this scenery. The fruit trees in this garden were adorned with many kinds of flowers. Their beauty was like that of a spring bride, pristine and pure. When Angel was busy with work in the fields and her back or legs were aching, she would lift her head and look around. Just gazing at this beautiful scenery was enough to make all of Angel's fatigue disappear. Leslie's unique spring scenery that could only be enjoyed right then and there. She walked over and said, "You've worked hard today, Aiden," because she had seen how much he cherished this house and scenery. Because Aiden had poured his heart and soul into every corner of the house and the fields. Linton Farm was no longer foreign and humble to Angel. He then exclaimed, "You've worked hard, so I'll prepare a delicious dinner." She followed behind, cheering. "Great." Back to reality, Aiden compared. "I see. The Duke of Gloucester's mansion must be incredibly vast. His garden is surely filled with much more beautiful trees and flowers." She covered her mouth and thought to herself, "I was so ashamed of my past for comparing the mansion to this place." And it was even worse that Aiden didn't seem to care, but Aiden didn't feel comfortable at all either. Then she said softly, "The Duke's mansion may be large, but there's nothing special to see there. The garden and the flowers, they all look ordinary. The sunflowers and lilies in our garden are much more beautiful." Aiden took a sip of tea as he listened to Angel lament. "And they don't even have a chubby pig like Puppy Pa. Why are you looking at me like that?" Just then, a gust of wind blew, making her hair fly everywhere. Aiden pointed out, "You're covered in flower petals." Angel uttered a single word as she brushed her hair. "Huh." She pointed at him and laughed. "You are too, so you can't talk. Sit still. I'll get it off for you." Aiden slowly stood up. "It's okay. I can do it myself." She let out a sigh, frustrated inwardly. He always pulls away when it seems like we're getting closer. Then Angel turned around and suggested, "Then you can get the petals out of my hair." She closed her eyes and waited. Why is it so quiet? Is he going to refuse? He's really an unpredictable person. He gently touched a lock of her hair and complimented. "Your hair is really long," Angel replied. "It's grown so fast since I came here. I think it's shinier too. Is my hair color strange? Because of this special hair color, I was called the blooming rose at the dawn of the empire in high society." But Aiden blurted out, "Red hair is so striking," which was like thunder in her ears. "Red hair." Angel turned around, her anger flaring. "Are you colorblind?" Aiden quickly raised his hands and corrected himself. "It's a mix of red and yellow." Only then was she satisfied, emphasizing, "That's right, it's called strawberry blonde." "Say it again, strawberry blonde," she told herself. "This rare hair color looks red in the light. It's even called." Aiden raised a hand warily. "It seems people with red hair are all hot-tempered. People with red hair are often associated with many negative stereotypes." Angel said resentfully, "Go on, say them." He let out a long sigh. "I get it, so don't be so hot-tempered. I admit that your hair color is the most beautiful and rarest in the world." She questioned suspiciously, "Why don't I feel any sincerity at all?" She thought to herself, "I can't let this go." Angel leaned in close and called out, "Hey, you silver-haired guy, what are you telling me to do with this carrot red hair?" Aiden leaned back and retorted, "I didn't say it was like a carrot." He hurriedly backed away, shouting, "Wait, what is it?" She frowned and exclaimed, "It's so pretty. I've never seen this hair color in the capital before." That remark made Aiden's face turn completely red. He placed a hand on his chest and stammered. "This color came later. My original hair color was black." He wondered in confusion, "Why is my heart beating so fast? Am I sick?" Angel gently touched his hair, curious. "How did it change to this color? Did you accidentally use bleach?" Aiden silently took in the scent of flowers, then turned his face to one side and said, "I don't know exactly, but when I came back from the war, it was already like this." Seeing that, she withdrew her hand and stepped back. "The war? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." He replied casually, It's okay. It would have turned silver when I got old anyway. It just happened a little earlier." Angel perked up and encouraged him. "Black hair isn't bad, but I think this hair color suits you very well." Aiden quickly changed the subject. I think I'm sick. Can you pound my back for me? She was momentarily surprised. Huh? Bend down a little. Let me pound it for you. Aiden turned his back, covering his blushing face, thinking, my body is so strange today. After a while, he spoke up. It's fine now. Angel advised. Really? But if you want to rest, just say so. Aiden glanced at the basket and revealed, I'm planning to make butter this afternoon. She cheerfully brushed past him, urging, making butter at home? Hurry up, hurry up. He immediately sensed, it's this flower scent again. Aiden suddenly asked, are you wearing perfume today? Angel turned her head and denied it. No, don't you remember scolding me when I wore it in the spring? Aiden was doubtful. Really? But there's a scent like flowers. She guessed. Maybe it's because you sat under the shade of a tree for too long? Aiden was doubtful. Perhaps that must be it. He watched Angel's back and wondered, is it because spring has arrived that it's like this? Not long after, Angel's face turned pale. Aiden stood beside her and reminded her, you look like the sky is falling. She grumbled, but what can I do besides sigh? I feel frustrated doing these repetitive tasks. The same thing happens when I do laundry. He cut her off. Stop complaining. But don't turn it too fast either. The important thing is to turn it at a steady and stable pace. She mumbled, I know, so stop nagging. How much longer do we have to turn this? Aiden calculated, about 30 minutes to an hour more. It also depends on the weather. Angel couldn't stand it, letting out a single word. Oh. He slowly and carefully lifted the white cloth. Aiden added, and it also depends on the mood of the person making it. They say that if you turn it with a depressed mood, that mood will be transferred into it, and it will also be slowed down. That's what my grandfather used to say, because I also used to hate turning the churn. If you're tired, I'll do it. She looked down at her hands and stopped him. Wait a moment. Something feels a little different. Angel suddenly beamed, cheering excitedly. She looked at the white foam inside and rejoiced. The cream is whipped up? He nodded. I think it's about a third of the way done now. She clenched her fists, showing determination. All right, I'll try even harder. Not long after, Aiden lifted the bowl and said, I think the milk and butter have separated. Angel was curious. What do we do now? He held the bowl under, tilted the barrel down, and answered, first, we need to remove the buttermilk. Next, after scraping the butter out of the container, wash it several times with water, and you have to squeeze out all the remaining water. If you don't remove all the remaining water, the butter will smell rancid. Angel quickly spoke up. In that case, this task will be assigned to you. But when do we get to use it? Aiden reached for a wooden board right now. This is a tool for shaping the butter. Divide the butter into several portions to make it easier to work with, and then pat it gently to remove the remaining water. Here, you try. Angel reached out to take it. Got it. Should I pat it harder? He held up an object and objected. A light pat is enough. As she worked, she remarked, once you get used to it, it's not that hard, is it? Aiden sprinkled some tiny things and introduced, now, add a little salt and we'll mix in some herbs for them. Angel was curious. Are you making herb butter? That sounds delicious. He mixed continuously with both hands. Use a spoon and mix it up and it's done. She stood beside him and exclaimed, it's easier than I thought. Afterward, Aiden stretched and said, I thought it would take a while to make, but the process isn't that difficult. Angel was busy behind him. I think I can do it by myself. Suddenly she looked at the thing in his hand and wondered, what is that? Aiden placed a piece of butter on it and explained, this is a butter mold. We put the butter in here and then press it out. Angel looked at the flour imprinted on the butter and demanded, I want to try it too. Then she eagerly followed his lead, and he could only glance over and smile softly. After a while, several pats of butter with different flower shapes were produced. Angel had also cleaned the tabletop by now. She paused for a moment, pursing her lips and staring intently. Angel suddenly turned her head and asked, when are we going to make butter again? Aiden grabbed the doorknob and guessed. Let's see, I don't think we'll be making it for a while, since we made a month's worth. Hearing that, she looked down, her tone dejected. I see. Seeing her reaction, he hesitantly continued. Maybe in a few weeks, I'll make cheese at home. Angel perked up immediately, uttering a single word. Great. She turned her face back and offered, that's great, I'll help you. Aiden nodded. Sounds good. Once done, he slowly walked away, telling himself, I'll have to get rennet through Mrs. Mack. I can't believe I'm the one who suggested making these things first. Scene changed to the next day. Angel scooped up a small spoonful of food. She happily savored it slowly. After finishing, Angel praised, this dessert is delicious. Aiden, sitting opposite, replied, I'm glad it suits your taste. She stood up abruptly. I really enjoyed dinner tonight, Aiden. He, eating a cookie, said, I'll do the dishes so you can leave them in the basin. Suddenly, Aiden's eyes followed Angel as she walked past him, and he called out, "Hey, my lady," startling Angel and causing her to drop the plate. She turned back, her tone anxious. "What? Why did you suddenly call me my lady?" Aiden pushed his chair back and stood up. "Stop pretending, my lady. It's no use." "What did you put in your dress pocket?" Angel quickly covered it with her hand, panically uttering a single word. "Huh?" Angel glanced back, sweat dripping, and whispered, "Butter. Can I take a little as a souvenir?" He sighed. "It melts easily with heat. Let me put it in the cellar for you. Were you going to take it to the pigsty?" Exposed, Angel stood up straight and questioned, "I help you make it. So what's wrong with me taking a little?" Aiden snapped, "What will happen if you give them strange things?" Angel wondered, will something happen? She thought to herself, I never thought of it like that, but maybe eating a little butter won't be too much for them. She could only take it out and comply. "All right, since you're the expert, I'll listen to you." Aiden frowned and continued, "And about the... Wait, miss, are you hiding something else in your pocket?" Angel quickly ran off, shouting, "It's just a few cookies, so stop talking." He reached out and called after her. "It's obvious it's not just a few," she yelled. "I'm sure there will be cod liver oil when you get back. You can eat it all by yourself." Aiden was left standing stunned, looking at the dust around him. He put down his teacup, looked at the butter, and mumbled, "Is it so bad that even she shudders at the thought of it?" Aiden took a sip, telling himself, "But it's good for the body, so I'll make some anyway. Lately, I've been having chest pains and fever symptoms. But what should I do with all these gallons? If I make cookies or dessert with cod liver oil, will she eat it? I'll try it now." Scene changed to the pigsty. The pigs squealed when they saw someone. They competed to eat when the food was poured down. Suddenly, one of them stopped right after, its face turning pale. All three groaned in pain, making Aiden despair. Really, even these guys won't eat it. So the cooking god's cod liver oil dessert is a complete failure. He wondered, should I just throw in the compost bin? Scene changed to Mrs. Mack knitting in the garden. She closed her eyes, trying to think of a way. What should I do to make the young master and the young lady become closer? Although the young master's appearance has changed and his attitude has become more awkward after his surname changed to Fitzroy, the young master has returned to his original personality, kind and gentle. The young lady is different from the girls in the countryside, and her way of speaking is also different. The young lady is a cheerful and honest woman. Because the young lady is here, the young master has become much gentler and brighter than before. The young master seems quite interested in the young lady. She recalled Aiden's words, "My heart has been beating very fast lately. I think I might have a heart condition." Mrs. Mack rubbed her chin, thinking, what about the young lady? It's not like there's no hope. Romance. They need something a little romantic to bond more. Not long after, she ran off, calling, "Young lady, young lady." Mrs. Mack started the conversation. "On my way here, I saw some wild strawberries on the roadside. Did you see them, young lady?" She stood up, approached, and asked, "Wild strawberries? Really? I didn't see them. Where are they growing?" The old woman pointed in a direction. "Over there, near the stream on the other side. I'm sure young Master Aiden will recognize it." Angel nodded. "Come to think of it, last time he also said he would show me where the wild strawberries grow." Mrs. Mack covered her mouth and smiled. "Is that so?" She looked around. "So it's that way." The old woman made an excuse. "I suddenly feel like eating strawberries. Will the young master go pick them for me? My legs are a bit numb from cleaning the house all afternoon." Angel was worried. "Are you all right? Should I give you a massage? The young master can go there by himself and pick the strawberries." Hearing this, Mrs. Mack was startled, sweating profusely and telling herself, "I can't let that happen." She gave a reason. "Picking them alone will be too much for the young master. You see, young lady, I'm also trying to make strawberry jam." Her two eyes lit up like stars. "Jum? Can I watch you make it?" Mrs. Mack agreed. "Of course, you two can take your time picking those strawberries. Just take it easy." Angel agreed. "All right. Hey, Aiden, are you busy right now?" Aiden. Max smiled smugly, imagining how adorable their child would be. A moment later, she picked up a flower branch, admiring it. "It's so beautiful. Should I pick them?" He sighed inwardly from behind. She suddenly wants to eat strawberries. What a pain. Angel turned back, saw him, and asked with concern, "Why do you look so strange? Are you having indigestion again?" Aiden denied it. "Huh? What? No, it's not that." After hearing that, she looked intently at the small flower branch again. Angel quickly put it in his breast pocket. Aiden asked, puzzled, "What's this?" She explained, "Your shirt looks too plain, so I added a little accessory to it." Angel thought to herself, flowers and a man as tall as a bear don't seem to match well, but it would be great if he looked at the flowers and smiled more. Aiden squinted and uttered, "It looks fine." She frowned. "Really? I gave it to you with good intentions. You should accept it." He sighed. Good intentions? Angel pouted and affirmed. It really was with good intentions. I gave it to you because you brought me here. Not only did you teach me how to make butter and dessert, but also because you got rid of the bug that was destroying the sunflower. Aiden lifted the flower branch and replied, I'm grateful for that, but I don't think it suits me. He reached out and tucked it into Angel's hair. Her cheeks flushed red as Aiden's voice sounded by her ear. And I'm just saying this as a precaution. Don't go picking these wild strawberries by yourself just because I told you where they grow. If you get lost again, it'll be big trouble. Angel was speechless. That's true, but I'm used to walking in the forest now. He threatened. A snake could jump out of that bush. She promised fearfully. All right, I won't go alone anymore. She thought dejectedly. I was going to pick something in case Pappy Poo gets hungry, but those snakes are too scary. Aiden warned, you should be careful with those brightly colored things. Angel figured it out. It's like those mushrooms you mentioned the other day, right? Aiden confirmed. That's right. It puts on that appearance to protect itself from enemies. She marveled. So smart. He raised a finger and explained. Conversely, there are some plants that look poisonous even when they're not. Angel exclaimed, oh, that's amazing. Can I eat it? Aiden bent down to look. It's edible, but since it's too young, you can pick them after they've grown a bit more. She asked curiously, how big does it have to be picked? He replied, the head of the mushroom has to be about the size of a coin. Suddenly, Angel's footsteps paused for a moment. She looked at the ripe red berries everywhere and cheered. Are those strawberries? Aiden said, those are it. You should pick the ripe red ones. Angel held one up. Wrap like this, right? It's the same color as your eyes. He nodded. That's right. She playfully issued a challenge. Hey, Aiden, let's have a competition to see who can fill their basket first. He teased. Why would you bet on a game you're sure to lose? Besides, if we pick too many, they'll be hard to preserve. Angel suggested. It'll be fine, because we'll just make jam with the leftover strawberries, right? We can even make wine. Aiden rubbed his chin. The wine made by Mrs. Mack herself is famous all over Leslie. She was extremely confident. Then why don't we compete? I'll definitely win. I'm shorter than you, so it'll be more convenient for me to pick them from lower places. Aiden leaned his face in close and threatened. If you end up losing after claiming all that, you won't be able to hold your head up. Then a loud shout echoed in the forest. Then let's start. From behind, he glanced over and saw Angel picking strawberries like a squirrel. Not long after, Aiden looked dizzy holding his basket. At that moment, she was holding her hat full of strawberries and exclaimed smugly, See, I told you I would win, didn't I? I beat you in both speed and quantity. Aiden thought to himself, she really is a squirrel. Then he reminded her, your hat and dress are stained red from the strawberries. Hearing that, Angel let out a sound of surprise. She looked down at her gloves and mumbled, well then, I'll ask Mrs. Mack for a favor. She's fond of me anyway. In any case, you've messed with the wrong person. Can I eat this now? I want to try a little. I usually eat them this way. But if it makes you uncomfortable, you can go wash them in that stream over there. Loser, go wash them. Aiden took them, bewildered. Wash all of them. This is a lot. Angel urged, hey, I'll eat them with you. Don't crush them and hurry up. He sighed, all right, my lady. Then Aiden walked away, pushing aside some leaves, thinking to himself, she really picked a lot. Suddenly he stopped, noticing something ahead. There it is. Meanwhile, Angel sat down, humming beside the 2 baskets of strawberries. She turned her head when she heard a call. Princess, can you come here for a moment? Angel walked quickly. Wait a minute, thinking. He's not going to say he doesn't want to work anymore, is he? She approached with the strawberries and asked, what's wrong, Aiden? He pointed ahead. Is this yours? Angel wondered, what are you talking about? Then her pupils widened completely. Angel looked at the umbrella stuck on a tree branch and exclaimed, my umbrella. It's a miracle. How do we get it now? The water in the lake looks deep. Aiden handed her the hat full of strawberries. Take this. He took off his shoes, bent down, and rolled up his pant legs. Angel spoke up from behind. I can get it myself. Aiden stepped into the lake and said, the ground is slipperier than you think. Let me get it. She hesitated and continued, thanks, but if it's too hard to get, you don't have to bother. He waved his hand dismissively. Angel mumbled in a daze. I can't understand what's going on in his head. She recalled Mrs. Mack's words. Maybe he's not good at expressing his feelings, but he always tries to treat people well in his own way. At this moment, Angel's cheeks turned pink. Maybe Mrs. Mack was right. Just then, wherever Aiden walked, water splashed everywhere. He quickly reached out and grabbed the umbrella. Aiden took it down with ease. He folded the umbrella and shivered, so cold. Aiden waved, thinking, it's a good thing I came to get the umbrella, not her. He saw Angel excitedly waving back and guessed, is she that happy about finding it? Aiden smiled and praised, so cute. If spring had a human form, it would surely look just like her. He squinted, lost in that beauty. A moment later, Aiden swung the umbrella down. As he was walking, he suddenly slipped. Aiden stumbled backward, alarming Angel. She rushed over when she saw him fall into the water, calling out loudly, "Aiden." When he got to the shore, Angel asked in a panic, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Aiden closed his eyes and replied, "I'm fine." Inwardly, he felt so embarrassing. He held up the umbrella and instructed, "Keep it safe, don't lose it again." She took it, asking again in confusion, "Thank you, but are you sure you're not hurt anywhere?" Aiden confirmed, "I'm fine. Instead, I think you should pay attention to your dress and shoes." Angel looked down at the water drops on her shoes. "My socks are all wet." She hurriedly used her strength to wring out the water. He held up his shoes. "Here were these." Angel wondered, "If you give me your shoes, what about you?" Aiden placed them in front of her feet. "I've walked barefoot a lot. It's fine." Angel was flustered. "I can walk barefoot too." Aiden exposed her lie right away, liar. "All right, if you want to carry you again, I don't mind." She shouted in embarrassment. "It's not like that. I'll wear the shoes." "Aren't you going to do something about your clothes?" "You should at least wring them out before putting them back on." Aiden quickly covered his body. "Are you trying to take my clothes off?" Angel retorted, "I was just going to tell you to wring your shirt dry and put it back on, not take everything off." Then Aiden bent down and gently wrung out his shirt. She turned away, raising a hand to cover her eyes. "I won't look. Go ahead." Seeing that, he also turned his back, unbuttoning his shirt. "You promised. You have to keep your word." Angel guaranteed, "I swear on the name of the Gloucester ducal family." As Aiden took off his shirt, countless scars on his back were revealed. He told himself, "I can't let her see this body." Not long after, Angel's ears turned red when she heard him announce, "I'm done." Hearing a rustling sound, she glanced back and murmured, "So fast. You don't have to rush." Aiden, carrying the 2 strawberry baskets in one hand and Angel's shoes in the other, urged, "We should hurry back to bathe and change." She agreed, "That's right." "Oh, my socks and shoes. You're carrying them all?" He replied nonchalantly, "Let's go." So Angel walked in Aiden's shoes. He secretly glanced at her walking behind him. Suddenly, Angel looked up and Aiden looked straight ahead again. She took a strawberry from her hat. Angel offered it to Aiden. "Want one?" He bent down and opened his mouth. "Sure?" She asked curiously, "Is it good?" Aiden replied while chewing, "Very good." Angel took out another one. "Here's another." She thought to herself, "He waded into the water to get my umbrella. He deserves a proper reward." She blushed, holding a strawberry in front of her, and said softly, "Thank you for getting my umbrella back." He looked to the side and made an excuse. "It's nothing. It's a shame to throw away something when it's still good." That umbrella was probably expensive, too. Angel nodded. "MHM." Aiden was curious, "Just as I thought. So your perfume is also Lily of the Valley scented?" She admitted, "That's right. You seem to know a lot about it." Aiden said smugly, "My sense of smell is very good." "You must be sad. The lilies of the valley are wilting." Angel denied it, "Only a little. There are many other beautiful flowers that continue to bloom." Aiden suggested, "We've planted a lot of easy-to-care-for flowers this year. Next year, let's try something more challenging." She bowed her head and said, "Okay. Can I let Ba, Pi, and Pooh play in the garden?" He repeated, "I told you last time, if they get playful and run around outside, it'll be trouble." Angel pleaded, "We can use a pet leash just like walking a dog." Aiden refuted, "They could pull you forward and make you fall. You're too weak." She smiled brightly to reassure him, "You don't have to worry. Ba, Pi, and Pooh listen me very well." He was weary. Should I believe that? Aiden sighed as Angel insisted, "It's the truth." His face suddenly darkened as he remembered, "Before that, I should—" Aiden suddenly stopped and called out, "Princess, about the pigs." She uttered naively, "What?" Right now, a cup of tea was placed neatly on the table. Meg sat lost in thought, then chuckled to herself, wondering they must have had such a sweet time, right? She imagined them strolling around the lake and watching the clouds. Meg pictured the scene where Aiden caught her, saving her from falling onto the grass. She was lost in her thoughts until they realized their faces had drawn close to each other. Suddenly, a sound made Meg turn to look. "Oh, you two are back already?" She asked eagerly. "So how was it? Was it fun?" Aiden immediately went straight inside. "I'm going to change first." Meanwhile, Angel carefully placed the basket of fruit on the table. "These are the berries you requested." Her face was gloomy as she tried to force a smile. "Let's make jam now, Mrs. Meg. I want to eat jam." Meg didn't understand what had just happened. "What is it?" she said in a low voice. "You picked too many. There will be a lot left over after we make the jam." Angel quickly replied, "You can use the remaining berries to make wine, or would you rather make wine for something else?" Meg made a suggestion. "That sounds nice, but we don't have enough ingredients to make wine at home right now. Why don't we make the jam first and store the rest in the wine cellar?" Angel replied, "I've already prepared all the necessary ingredients, so we just need to wash and process the berries." Meg just hummed in agreement. Angel thought pensively to herself, it's better to be doing something. I need something to do to keep my mind off other things. As she stirred the jam, a thought flashed through her mind. Aiden is really so annoying. To dare say that raising livestock for meat is a matter of course. Angel used both hands to stir the pot of jam on the stove with all her might. She told herself, that's right, my thinking probably wasn't logical at that moment. How was I supposed to know? I've never seen them on the farm before. Did I feed them well for no reason at all? Angel's face crumpled as if she were about to cry. I regret that all my efforts might have shortened their lives. I try to say that they're still too small, that I could keep raising them because it's so pitiful, but he refused. He said that now is the best time to butcher them, instead of waiting until summer when they lose weight. Angel silently judged. Aiden is truly a heartless person. How could he say something like that so calmly? Meg spoke up, giving instructions: add a little lemon juice and sugar, then bring it to a boil. Mix everything well and put the pot on the stove. You should add a bit more sugar. That way, the jam won't spoil and can be preserved longer. She used a ladle to stir the mixture of sugar and fruit. What you need to do is stir the ingredients in the pot well so they don't clump and to remove the foam. Angel asked curiously, how do we know if the jam is ready? Meg immediately replied, if you scoop some up with a spoon and see that it's thick and smooth like honey, we can put it into jars. Angel was instantly captivated by the aroma wafting from it. It smells so good. This scent makes me feel like life is sweet too. Meg turned to ask, did something happen between you two? You and he don't seem to be on good terms. Angel said in a low voice, we just argued about some trivial matters. She pressed her lips together, thinking to herself, that's right, those things aren't important at all. The fact that he and I argued about the fate of the pigs. If people heard, they would surely laugh at us. But Meg placed a hand on her shoulder comfortingly. There's no such thing as a trivial matter. If it makes you unhappy, then it's important. Angel said, I heard about this before we went to pick the berries. Meg said in a low voice, that's enough to make anyone feel sad. Angel said loudly, really? It's so cruel, isn't it? He even said, I let my emotions get the better of me too much. Meg said, hearing something like that is enough to make anyone sad. She crossed her arms and sighed. Why do people always criticize women for being emotional? What about men? Angel agreed, exactly. She sobbed. In that case, if I told him I was going to set all his horses free, how would he react? Bah, pie, and poo were the first friends I made at the farm. Meg reached her hand out to her. Don't be sad anymore. You must be very fond of them. She explained, because the young master has lived on the farm since he was a child, he probably doesn't understand your thoughts and feelings. Meg smiled kindly. I'll go talk to him for a moment. You go ahead and put the jam into the glass jars, all right? Angel nodded in agreement. All right. Then she thought to herself, Mrs. Meg has left. I wonder if Aiden will change his point of view? At that moment, a hand knocked lightly a few times on the wooden door. Meg called out loudly, young master, can we talk for a moment? Aiden's voice came from inside the room. I have nothing to say. Meg sighed helplessly. But I think you do. Aiden asked back, how could a rational and heartless person like me have anything to say? She explained, I'm sure there's a reason she cried. He sat upright on a corner of the bed. A cruel man with a narrow perspective like me. Before he could finish his thought, Aiden asked with startled concern, wait, she cried. He scrambled to his feet to open the door, but was accidentally punched in the stomach by Meg. Why? Meg said sternly, it's because of you, of course. What else could it be? Aiden clutched his stomach, thinking to himself, I can't believe Mrs. Meg is taking her side. He spoke up. Why would she cry over a pig? Meg explained gently, they're just pigs in your eyes, but to the young lady, they're completely different. Aiden retorted, true, but before he could finish, Meg cut in. You should have been clear with her from the beginning that they would be dealt with later, so there was no need to get too fond of them. After hearing this, Aiden grew pensive. I wanted to tell her that day, but after I saw her, I just couldn't. He said aloud, I was wrong to do that, but after all, it's still the normal way a farm operates. The pigs were meant to be raised for meat from the start. I can't turn them into pets. We make a living from the meat produced by the livestock we feed every day. The money we get from selling the meat helps us cover our living expenses. Meg nodded. That's right. The price of meat is quite high now. But besides judging right and wrong, you should consider the emotional side first. Did you explain it to the young lady so she would understand? Aiden scratched his head. I did it first. Meg questioned him. Not only did you refuse to yield to her, but you felt proud of it, didn't you? She shouted angrily. but I always yield to the young lady. You have to give in to each other. That's how a house can remain peaceful. Aiden made a decision. All right, I'll go apologize to her. He thought to himself, I don't want to live uncomfortably with the princess either. After hearing what Mrs. Meg said, I've realized I was wrong. Aiden said in a low voice, but Pie, the pigs will be taken care of soon. We bought them last year at such a high price. If we just let them be, we'll take a huge loss. Meg nodded. There are some things we can't decide. She pointed at him. But young master, if I were you, I wouldn't cling so stubbornly to my own point of view. Aiden was confused. What do you mean? Suddenly, Angel's voice called up from downstairs. Mrs. Meg, all the jam has been put into the jars. Meg quickly waved goodbye to Aiden. It's just something. I'm leaving now. She whispered, Young master, you've buttoned your shirt wrong. Remember to fix it before you go out. Your socks are crooked too, so you'd better straighten them out. Aiden was instantly dumbfounded. The spot where I was hit earlier is starting to hurt again. The next morning, Meg came downstairs, smiling cheerfully. Good morning, my lady. Angel's face was tinged with sadness. You too. Just then, she turned to leave. I'm going to chicken coop. When she saw Aiden walk into the kitchen, Meg called out in a sharp tone, Young master. A gloomy aura surrounded her. What are you still doing at a time like this? Meg pointed a rolling pin at him, her voice scolding. The young lady didn't even crack a smile. Do you really want to make peace with her? Aiden held up his hands helplessly. What can I do? My efforts have had no effect whatsoever. He explained, I've tried to talk to her. Because she doesn't want to see me, she's been waking up earlier, eating breakfast first, and leaving early just to avoid me. She's even eating her lunch and dinner separately. You tell me what I'm supposed to do. Meg pinched his waist. Is that all you've done? You have to give her a small gift to make the young lady feel better. Aiden yelped in pain. Do I really have to do that? I didn't say anything wrong. Mrs. Meg, stop pinching me. A moment later came a torrent of scolding from her. Aiden thought to himself, just as Mrs. Meg said, it seems I've been a bit arrogant. I should try harder to be able to talk to her. His eyes darted around. How do I approach someone and get them to open up to me? And a lady, no less. Meg finished speaking. Anyway, you think it over carefully. I'm leaving now, but don't take too long thinking about it. A few hours later at the farm, Angel was dozing off on a chair placed in the middle of a grassy field. She opened one eye, her face showing a hint of exhaustion. Angel slowly stretched her arms and legs. Having to wake up earlier than Aiden is making me so tired. She looked around, wondering to herself, how does he normally wake up so early? Because of that, I tried to wake up even earlier than him today. Everything about him keeps bothering me. Like when he asked, Princess, the weather is lovely today, isn't it? He tries to talk to me as if nothing happened. Every time I look over, I see Aiden staring at me from a distance. It's as if he wants to put Pie, and Pooh on a cart and run away with them. The worst part is that I tried to put them on a diet but failed. How can I not be swayed by those innocent eyes? Angel clutched her skirt, jumped up, and started to leave at Aiden's call, my lady. He hurried closer. Let's talk, my lady. Angel walked quickly forward without looking back. I have nothing to say to you. Aiden's strides grew longer. Wait, Angel cut in, asking, why do you keep pestering me? Aiden replied, let's just talk for a moment. But she started running as fast as she could. I don't want to talk to you. At that moment, Angel's long, lustrous orange hair began to fly in the wind. She thought to herself, my breathing is getting ragged and my heart is beating so fast. Beads of sweat were pouring down her face. I'm covered in sweat. She told herself for the first time since she was a child. She was running with all her might, but at the same time, it also made her feel so relieved. No tutors, servants, or father clicking their tongues in annoyance or frowning at her. She was no longer held back by anyone. Angel's cheeks began to flush. Her body was tired, but her mind was strangely clear. What is this feeling? She stopped before a clear blue lake. This place is where we sometimes have lunch together. Angel stood dazedly, her hand on her chest. Why am I here? Behind her was Aiden's call, my lady. Angel's eyes drooped, tinged with sadness. What? Aiden carefully held out a white cloth handkerchief. Wipe your sweat. Angel reached out and took the handkerchief. So what is it? She thought to herself as she wiped her sweat, he's probably going to say something about being rational and less emotional again. Suddenly, Aiden spoke, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Angel turned in astonishment to look at him. Huh? She asked for what? Aiden immediately replied, everything. For not telling you from the beginning that they were being raised for me. And for looking down on how you reacted to that information. For letting my pride get in the way and apologizing so late. As he said this, his hand moved slightly forward. And also, Aiden held out the flower in his hand. Please take it. Angel asked again, what is this? Aiden answered, a wild rose. He explained, "You must have seen many kinds of flowers back in the capital, but I thought you might have only seen cultivated flowers and never a wild one." Angel said in a low voice, "I wasn't asking about the flower species. I just don't know why you're giving it to me." Aiden looked away shyly. "This is an apology gift, because you seem to like flowers." Suddenly, Angel's eyes seemed to spot something. "I don't need it. I already have plenty of flowers and in the flower garden." She looked worriedly at the wound on Aiden's hand. "Wait, what happened to your hand?" Aiden replied, "I forgot to bring a knife, so I used my hands to pick this flower." Angel looked at the scratches on his hand. "Does it hurt?" He answered calmly, "I've already pulled out the thorns. Besides, my hands are tough. It doesn't hurt." Angel's brows softened and her cheeks flushed. "Thank you." She clutched the flower to her chest and thought, a simple gift with no ribbons or cards. No one had ever hurt themselves just to give me a gift like this. Finishing her thought, Angel spoke, "I'm sorry. This gift caused you to get hurt." Aiden smiled gently. "I'm Fina." She took his hand and pulled it closer. Slowly, "Wait a moment." He replied shyly, "You don't have to do this." Angel carefully cleaned his wound. If not treated properly, the wound could get infected. "You said so yourself." Aiden's gaze on her was full of affection. "I'm sorry for everything." Angel replied, "It's okay. I said a lot of unpleasant things then, too." Aiden said in a low voice, about the pigs. "Pa, Pi, and Pooh." He said, "If you want me not to slaughter them, I can." Angel sighed. "It's all right. Perhaps I was being a bit unreasonable." Aiden was slightly startled. "What?" Angel explained, "After all, that's how I get meat to eat every day. This is a farm, and I think I need to follow the farm's principles." She thought to herself, "I knew perfectly well that it was what I needed to do, but I had grown too close to Pa, Pi, and Pooh, so I was overwhelmed by sadness and couldn't understand Aiden. Seeing his honesty and sincere apology, my reason has returned." Finishing her thought, Angel spoke up, but her lips tightened and her voice trembled. "Don't let me witness it." After hearing this, Aiden stood silently for a long moment. He bowed his head and said, "Thank you for understanding. I won't slaughter them myself. I'll sell them to someone else. That would be better." Suddenly, Angel smiled sweetly, her eyes crinkling. "The flower is so beautiful. Like you said, this is the first time I've seen a wild rose. I like it a lot." After speaking, she turned to leave. "So, shall we go back?" Aiden hummed in agreement. He watched her back and thought to himself, "I've successfully mended my relationship with her, but it seems her heart has become out of my reach." On the dining table were many sumptuous dishes. There was stuffed cucumber, a dish made by cutting cucumbers in half and removing the seeds, then filling the middle with a mixture of macaroni, minced tuna, and a thin layer of shredded carrots and other spices on top. Next was collard green soup, a dish made by chopping collard green leaves, mixing them with Gruyere cheese and bread, putting them all in a pan, then into a pot, and simmering on low heat for about 1 hour. And a potato pie, a baked dish made from sautéed minced beef, topped with mashed potatoes and some other vegetables. Angel looked at the food on the table, praising it endlessly. "The food looks so delicious today." Aiden added, "I used all my cooking skills to make this." Angel took a bite of the stuffed cucumber, her eyes widening in surprise. Aiden wondered, "How is it?" She covered her mouth. "It's fresh, crunchy, perfectly seasoned, and so delicious." He replied, "That's good." As he ate, he thought, "Initially, I planned to cook cabbage with bacon, but both Angel and I are currently avoiding things related to pigs. Except for one time, Angel had asked Aiden, 'When you sell Pa, Pi, and Pooh, can you please not let me know?' She choked up, 'I'll be very sad if I have to see them leave, so it would be better if I didn't know anything about it.' He thought to himself, her saying that means she's still not mentally prepared. She could continue raising them. Angel shook her head. "No, I asked Mrs. Meg about the price of pigs. They're very expensive. I can hardly afford them with my own money." Aiden was a bit flustered. "All right, then I'll sell them while you're asleep. On a farm, one has to get used to saying goodbye." Angel looked at the potato meat pie. "This pie is baked very well. You've learned from your failures." She wondered, why can't the chef at the mansion cook this deliciously? He immediately explained, "Because there are too many dishes. It's strange serving the nobility. A pie with lamb inside is called a shepherd's pie." Angel was quite excited. "That's an interesting name for a pie. It will be tastier with lamb." Aiden continued to eat attentively. "Unfortunately, we don't have sheep on the farm. Next time I go to town, I'll buy some lamb." Hearing this, Angel froze. "Town?" He looked outside. "It seems the wheat has ripened too." he thought about before, when Angel had asked him, "When are you going to town again?" "I was planning to go there to look for my letters." Aiden, who was cutting his food at the time, said, "During the wheat harvest." She nervously bit her nails. "When is that?" He stopped thinking and continued speaking. "It's time to go to town, as we discussed before." "Would you like to?" Before he could finish, Angel interrupted, quickly changing the subject. "What are we having for dessert?" Aiden smiled gently. "But make sure you save room for dessert. The desserts I made yesterday are still left." Angel smiled at him. "What did you prepare?" Aiden slowly stood up. "I thought you might be tired of wild berries, so..." He removed the covering cloth. Inside was a very appetizing blueberry pie. Angel shot up. "When did you buy blueberries?" He placed the pie on the table. "I stopped to buy them while I was out taking care of some things." Hearing that, she pouted. "You snuck out alone again. That's mean. Remember to take me with you next time." Aiden smiled. "All right." He thought, "Even though I prepared a surprise, I feel it wasn't enough to lift her spirits." After they finished eating, Angel suggested, "Why don't we take a little walk to digest our food?" He agreed. "All right." She ran to the bookshelf. "Where's my book? I remember leaving it somewhere around here." Aiden stood near her, arms crossed. "All right, let's go now." Being urged made Angel feel flustered. "But," he continued, "I can tell you about any flower you want." Angel was a bit surprised by this. "But I'm curious about a lot of flowers. I'll probably ask you constantly." Aiden slowly walked closer to her. "Like I've said before, you can ask me about any flower you're curious about." After speaking, he raised his hand to adjust Angel's hat. "Your hat is crooked." She looked at him, just silent without saying anything. Angel looked down, frozen in that moment. Go to town with Aiden also means I'll have to say goodbye to Dane Farm. Not just to Pie and Pooh, but also to the green trees, the flowers, the garden, and Aiden. She clutched her dress. "I don't think I can be foolish enough to run away from someone who has been so good to me. No, he's only being nice to me because he feels guilty about Pie, and Pooh. There can't be any other reason." Angel smiled brightly again. "Then I'll ask a lot of questions, Sir Aiden." He smiled gently. "I'm always ready, my lady." The two of them walked together under an umbrella. Angel looked ahead curiously. "What is this flower?" Aiden looked at the pinkish-purple flower growing ahead. "Its name is Lady's Slipper Orchid." She gazed at it intently. "The way the petals bloom makes this flower look like a pair of pink shoes." He looked intently at other flowers. "This oxeye daisy is also called moon daisy because its white petals glow at night. Jacob's ladder, named from the Bible because its green leaves are structured like rungs on a ladder. Pilicella aurantiaca is also called fox and cubs because its petals are small and fiery orange like a fox's fur." Angel was extremely interested. "How do you know so many things?" His face was full of sincerity. "Because I love this place." She was silent, looking down at the flowers. "That's understandable." Aiden gently picked a flower and placed it in Angel's hair. "I hope you can come to love this place too." Angel couldn't completely cast aside her desire to return to the capital. She gave a radiant smile. "I already like it a lot." But what Angel said was the truth. Aiden smiled. "That's good." Every time he saw the fields of ripe golden wheat, he remembered his promise to the princess. Aiden thought it would be better to let Angel go back to town so she could get news from the capital more quickly. But he couldn't bring it up because he was worried that she would receive letters and miss the capital even more, and eventually, Angel would come to hate this farm. But after looking into those eyes, Aiden made his own choice. "After the wheat harvest, I will go to town with her. It would be better if there was something the princess also loved. And I need to find a ring Mrs. Meg left behind, too. Would precious jewelry cheer her up, the one who's sad about the pigs? I shouldn't have put in so much effort just to make one person happy. But she is a sophisticated young lady, and moreover, she has shared and done the farm work so well. I need to take good care of her." Angel opened the pigsty door. "Oh, today is the day." She saw the pigsty was empty. If Angel had known this beforehand, she definitely wouldn't have named them, nor would she have grown so close to and fond of the pigs. Angel needed to do something instead of just taking care of the pigs forever. She shouldn't have come to Dayton Farm in the first place. If they were destined to part, then Angel shouldn't see them ever again. She shouldn't have grown to love them either. Angel sobbed. She opened her eyes wide. "No, it's not too late now, is it?" She ran quickly into the house. "I have to save Pie, and Pooh." Angel took out all the money and precious jewelry she had. Not enough. She pressed her lips together tightly. "I need to add more valuable items." She swept all the things on the table into her handbag. "I'll give Aiden everything I have and tell him to save Pie, and Pooh." Angel rushed outside hastily. "Even if I don't have any money left to return to the capital, I can figure something out. I can always make more money later, but nothing can replace Pie, and Pooh." Angel's face was full of determination. "Wait for me." Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Then Angel froze, panting. she saw a blurry carriage approaching from a distance. Has he sold them already? Angel trembled, drenched in sweat. No, they'll be fine. She clasped her hands together tightly. I can still try to persuade him and apologize for not understanding from the beginning. Aiden was puzzled to see her here. Princess? His voice startled her. He hurriedly jumped down from the carriage. What are you doing here? Did something happen at home? Angel tearfully pushed the bag towards him. Hurry up, bring Pa, Pai, and Pooh back home. If this isn't enough, I can give you more. Please hurry. Her voice trembled. Please, I'm begging you. I should have said so from the start. I'm sorry for hesitating and being indecisive. I'm sorry for making you waste your time coming here. From now on, I can do whatever you ask. I know my actions seem strange, but when I saw that Pa, Pai, and Pooh weren't in the barn, it was really... Aiden reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. Don't cry anymore. Angel was anxious. We don't have time for this. He gestured forward. Look at the carriage. She was a little puzzled. What? When she looked at the carriage, her eyes widened, sparkling with bright specks of light. Pa, Pai, and Pooh, the three pigs, were still in the carriage. She was overjoyed, running towards them in tears. Angel smiled brightly and hugged them. Aiden slowly approached. I'm glad I changed my mind. Before that, he had spoken to the pig buyer. I'm sorry, but I hope you can forget about this deal. Hearing this, the man's jaw dropped. What? I've already paid you for these pigs, so why did you change your mind? He thought in silence. It seems the princess has been going through a very difficult time lately. It was even more shocking when she refused to eat meat. I've had to face her sadness and complaints. But at the very least, I hope the princess doesn't have to get used to the pain of losing something dear to her. The man was confused. I can offer a higher price. Can't you sell him to us? Meat has been scarce for a while now. Aiden was a bit awkward. Actually, my wife. The other party heard this, smiled, and patted his shoulder. Ah, I see. You're a man who's afraid of his wife, aren't you? Aiden blushed. How embarrassing. He took out another bag of money and gave it to him. I can give you this much more for your lovely wife. Aiden was flustered. The man was going to spread the news all over Leslie South. A henpecked man? How ridiculous. I just feel sorry for the princess, who doesn't have much to rely on. Pooh nuzzled into Angel's embrace. She giggled. That tickles Pooh. Stop. Seeing her so happy, Aiden couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder if I was crazy to refuse that money. It makes the princess happy, and that's enough. He turned to look back at her. The road is bumpy. You should just sit there with Pa, Pai, and Pooh. Angel delightedly agreed. All right. She gave a happy smile. After returning home, they put the pigs into the sty together. The two of them happily watched the pigs frolicking around. Aiden handed the bag to Angel. Here's your bag. She refused to take it. No, it's my fault you couldn't sell them. Take it. That's the price for Pa, Pai, and Pooh. Aiden said, it's all right. He smiled gently, his cheeks flushing. I didn't sell them because I didn't want a princess. Without pigs that understand human language, it would be a loss for the farm to sell them. Angel held the bag in her hands, a little flustered. But Aiden continued. Besides, we'll be going to town soon. Is there anything you want to buy? It will be better to save money for that. Angel pursed her lips, a shy expression on her face. She stood close to him and then stood on her tiptoes. Aiden. Angel gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Thank you so much. After giving him a kiss, she quickly ran off. I'm going to make breakfast. She left Aiden alone, who stood stunned for a moment before putting a hand on the back of his neck. He pressed his hand to his face, which had turned as red as a tomato. Aiden was utterly bewildered at this moment. What was that? Meg's gaze was serious. With her sharp eyes, Meg had noticed the subtle atmosphere between Aiden and Angel. She chuckled, her face showing clear amusement. Meg approached Aiden. Young master, when are you going to town? He was flustered. I'm not sure soon. She whispered. The ring is finished. It looks beautiful. Do you want to see it? Aiden mused. Yes, I'd love to see it. Meg sighed. It's better if we go get it as soon as possible. It's a very valuable item. What if it gets stolen? Why are you making that face? Aiden was a bit awkward. All right, I'll go get it, Mrs. Meg. Aiden was truly flustered. He couldn't focus on his work. His mind kept replaying the moment Angel kissed him. What did it mean? Is kissing someone on the cheek a normal thing among the nobility? It seems good that I've learned a new royal family etiquette. Aiden's expression was very gloomy, but Philip didn't want him to learn too much. Aiden had learned that the most important etiquette in the royal palace was to kiss the ring or hand of the father's successor, but he was only allowed to learn it to maintain politeness. It was because the emperor had been losing his mind for some time, so Philip had taken his place and ruled the kingdom. Philip wore a disgusted expression. A bastard son who learns too much and doesn't know his place will only become an insolent brat. If anyone dares to teach that one anything, I will make it so they can never open their mouths again. Aiden, who was peeling potatoes, suddenly froze. Lost in thought about Philip, I almost cut my hand. I wonder if a kiss on the cheek is a form of greeting among nobles, or just her way of saying thank you to me. If I give her the ring now, Aiden imagined Angel's disgusted face. I can't believe you untie me down with a ring just because of a kiss on the cheek. Thinking of this, his spirits plummeted. What a terrible man I am. Was I overreacting? It was just a kiss on the cheek. Angel's expression was also very gloomy at this moment. Why did I do that? I must be crazy. No matter how emotional I was, how could I do that to Aiden? She held her head, her mouth agape. I've never even been that physically close with my father. Angel thought back to her childhood, how she always looked with longing eyes at children being kissed on the cheek by their mothers. She blushed, but I was truly envious of those who could do that. Maybe that's why I wanted to do it to Aiden. No, I won't think about it anymore. Stop thinking about it. After a moment of silence, Angel's face turned as red as a tomato. She fanned her face to cool it down. The memory was becoming even clearer. Angel felt someone watching her, so she glanced over. After making eye contact with Aiden, he flinched and turned away. He's doing it again. After that day, Aiden had clearly been trying to avoid her. Angel pouted. It makes me feel like I'm a cunning fox about to devour him. Aiden is the type of person who hates physical contact with others, so he must have been very shocked when someone approached and kissed him on the cheek without any warning. Her face filled with determination. I'll approach him first and clear up the misunderstanding between us. Angel immediately stepped forward, then suddenly froze. But what can I say to make our relationship go back to how it was before? She hesitated slightly. Aiden. Startled by his name being called, he jumped. Yes? The atmosphere between them was very awkward now. Angel beamed. Why do you look so surprised? You look as if you've done something shady. Aiden nervously avoided her gaze. No, it's nothing. I was just surprised to suddenly hear you call my name. Angel moved closer to him. It seems like you've been avoiding me these past few days. Is there something wrong? He put on a serious face. Me? That's just a misunderstanding. His expression made her a little flustered. So what are these wooden poles for? Aiden explained, they're used as supports for the morning glories. Ever since the stems got longer, they've been growing very quickly. Because they are climbing plants, morning glories need a sturdy support to grow. She placed her hand on the wooden pole, but these poles are so long, even longer than the stems. Aiden put his hands on his hips. Soon enough, they won't be long enough because morning glories can grow to be over 3 meters tall. Angel was surprised to hear this. How could such a small branch grow so tall? It's unbelievable. 3 meters is twice my height. He continued, they may be small, but they hold great strength within. She wondered, what about sunflowers? Do they need supports like this? Aiden explained, no, they only need them if the flower head droops or the stem doesn't grow straight. She thought about the sunflower garden. Most of the sunflowers could stand on their own without support. Aiden smiled gently. That's right, you've taken very good care of them. After seeing that the atmosphere between them was no longer awkward, she smiled in relief. Good, then I could talk about it now. Aiden, about what happened after you brought Pi and Pooh back. Aiden, how's it? Angel quickly explained, I wanted to say this so you wouldn't misunderstand. But this is a form of greeting in another country. Aiden wondered, a form of greeting? She was flustered. Yes, it's a new form of greeting among nobles, so you probably don't know about it. Actually, it was half true, half false. There was a new trend in neighboring countries that involved greeting with a cheek kiss, but it was just a light brush, as if kissing the air. But since Aiden didn't know much about the upper class, he hesitated. A form of greeting, I see. Angel gave a wry smile. Really? So I guess I don't need to explain further then. I just didn't want you to be too shocked. In response, there was only silence. Angel found it strange. She turned to look at him. Aiden. He quickly left. I'm going to a warehouse. These wooden planks don't seem to be enough. She was flustered. Oh, all right. Angel dazedly watched Aiden's retreating back. His expression didn't look very good. I heard that Aiden has been taking cod liver oil lately. Is that why he doesn't look well? But there's still a lot of oil left. It must be because he has to drink that nauseating oil every day. Looking at Aiden's expression, it seems he doesn't like drinking cod liver oil very much. So what if I secretly throw it away little by little? At this moment, Aiden had reached the warehouse. He was in a terrible mood. Aiden banged his head against the wall and cursed. Damn it. Before, his father had asked Aiden, have you ever thought about becoming the crown prince? Aiden stared blankly at Rudolph, the crown prince. He He was very weak by then, spending all day in bed. That's right, after I die, you will become the emperor and this crown will be yours. Not just the crown, but the entire palace and this whole empire will belong to you. Rudolph tremblingly raised his hands. All those who once looked down on you will have to kneel before you. Aiden just looked at his father in silence, seemingly deep in thought. That crown looks too heavy for me, father. If I wear it for too long, my neck will hurt. Rudolph was surprised to hear him say that. His eyes widened. They lit up and then became lifeless again. Just as I thought, an answer befitting the son of me and Nancy Denton. From that day on, the emperor, whom Aiden gradually came to know as his father kept him in the palace under the pretext of being an aide. Aiden used a cloth to wipe the blood from Rudolph's mouth. The emperor had frequently used alcohol and opium since his 20s, and that caused him to lose his health and youth very early on. His relationship with his legitimate children born to the Empress was also not very good. He had a serene expression when he thought of Aiden's mother, Nancy Denton. Aiden held the blood-stained cloth in his hand. What's the point of wearing silk pajamas, sleeping under gold-embroidered blankets, and feasting at every meal? He and my mother seemed happier than this. I feel a bit sorry for him. Aiden should have been able to tell him outright that he had no interest in becoming the crown prince. Aiden regretted the decision he had made. Aiden had no interest in gold and silver, ruling the empire, or making others bow before him. He thought about Angel's explanation from earlier. So it's common among the nobility. I'm glad I didn't ask her what the kiss on the cheek she gave me meant. If this is common among the nobility, then she must have done it with her fiancé many times. Aiden angrily clenched his fist. Philip Cardina, regardless of the difference in their backgrounds, Aiden had never once been jealous of Philip. He even pitted him for not being satisfied with his status, despite being raised in a privileged environment. Philip always showed his hatred for him. It was so boring. But imagining Philip and the princess together. For the first time, Aiden began to wonder what it would be like if he were in Philip's position. Marrying smoothly at a young age and gradually developing natural feelings for each other. Instead of a bleak and shabby wedding ceremony, a happy one with blessings from many people. The more he thought, the tighter he clenched his hand. Aiden sighed, and his clenched hand relaxed. He sadly turned his head back. Aiden stood blankly, staring into the distance. He imagined Angel standing in front of him, smiling brightly. So that's how it is. On a beautiful day, Aiden made a suggestion. Why don't we go to town this weekend? Angel, who was about to eat a cake, suddenly stopped. This weekend? He held a teacup in his hand. Yes, the market is also open on that day. Anyway, the wheat has already been harvested. Angel was awkward. I should pay for pie, and poo before. Aiden immediately cut her off. I already told you, I didn't sell them because I didn't want to sell them anymore. She was angry, her cheeks puffed up. You keep refusing. He took a sip of tea and put the cup down on the table. Besides, you're about to get the letter you've been waiting for, but you don't look happy at all. Angel was startled. She forced a smile, waving her hands dismissively. It's not like that at all. It's because I still don't know which dress to wear. Aiden put his hand on his chin. A dress, huh? He thought, since the dresses she wears belong to my mother, they look quite old. When we get to town, I'll have to buy new clothes for the princess. Practical clothes that also suit the princess's taste. Then the dress, Aiden was about to say, but stopped. He remembered Mrs. Meg's advice. A surprise gift would move her more, is what Mrs. Meg had said. I don't think there's a dress shop in town like in the capital, because most townspeople buy fabric to make their own dresses. I can sew shirts and pants, but I know absolutely nothing about women's dresses. Angel didn't understand what he was trying to say. She scooped up a spoonful of cream. Would you like some cream? Aiden pushed the plate of cake closer to her. Sorry to bother you. I'll have to ask Mrs. Meg later. I'll do the dishes, so you can go upstairs first. Angel disagreed, but you were the one who made the tea. Aiden had already rolled up his sleeves. It's fine. You already did the dishes this afternoon. She was a little flustered. I washed them with Mrs. Meg. Angel turned to leave, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you. Good night, Aiden. He watched her retreating back intently. Aiden placed his hands on the sink. So this still isn't enough. His cheeks had started to flush. It would be great if she showed her way of saying thank you one more time. He shook his head in confusion. No, I said I wouldn't rush things. The princess would be surprised if I suddenly told her I have feelings for her. We've only known each other for a few months. Seeing her confirm that the cheek kiss was just a greeting, it's clear she has no interest in me at all. I just need to take some time to get closer to her. After finishing the dishes, he looked towards the door. I should clean and fix the carriage and then throw away the rest of the cod liver oil. Aiden dejectedly went into the room. I'm sick of that smell. Pie. And Pooh would probably hate it, so I guess I'll have to pour it into the compost heap. He held the bottle of cod liver oil in his hand. Something felt wrong. Does the bottle look less full than before, or is it just my imagination? A new day began. She went to visit the pigs. Pia, P. I hope you guys don't forget me and stay healthy. Okay? Angel earnestly instructed. Also, listen to Aiden. You have to stay healthy. I'm really so glad you don't have to become bacon. Aiden, he went through a hard time because of me. We argued relentlessly, saying harsh things to each other. And I even made a scene and cried because I didn't like this place. She was very sure that Aiden could manage this place on his own. He is knowledgeable and also very capable. She wondered how he saw her. Was she a necessary person in this place? She couldn't say for sure that she was truly needed, because it seems like all I do is follow Sir Aiden around, ask all sorts of questions, and become a nuisance. It only happened twice, but I've made him smile a couple of times. She had done chores she never thought she would have to do, while her mind was filled with thoughts of leaving. What if she was forced to stay here? She had thought that way before too. But now I don't even think like that anymore. The human mind is so unpredictable despite struggling for months. I become hesitant when I'm just one step away from my goal. Suddenly, he appeared behind her. Are you ready, my lady? Angel jumped in surprise. You scare me. Aiden was bewildered. Why were your eyes closed? She replied, I'm not done yet. I'm still wearing my apron. He suggested, I think you can go like this. She was indignant. Of course not. I need to get ready, so please wait for me. And goodbye, Puppy and Pooh too, blowing 1,000 kisses. I finished cleaning and packed the necessary luggage to go to the capital yesterday. I would have had to spend a lot of money on lodging, and I have so much to be thankful for. So I left some money and a farewell letter for Aiden in the drawer. That's not enough, so maybe I'll ask my father to reward him with something extra. Although there's no guarantee that my father will grant my request. She combed her hair. Is it just my imagination? Or does my hair look thicker and more voluminous than before? Also, the shape of my outfit looks strange. Angel heard a sound from the door and glanced over. Aiden, you opened the door and came in? Yes. She was surprised. Were you waiting in front of my room? He replied, because I'm all done. Angel waved her hand. He only changed his shoes. He still looks the same. I need your help with something. Aiden accepted. Of course, I can help you with anything, my lady. She felt it was cheesy. I don't want to hear you call me my lady anymore. Anyway, I think the laces of my corset are too loose. Could you tighten the laces a bit? Aiden was surprised. What? While she was still carefree. Wait for my dress. Could you close your eyes for a moment? I'll just put the laces in your hand. He was flustered and embarrassed. Wait, I can't do that. Angel wondered, what? Do you want me to go to town in a puffy dress like this? And she touched her stomach. Wait, have I gained a lot of weight? Aiden, please open your eyes for a moment. Aiden peeked through his eyelids. You haven't taken your clothes off, have you? She shouted. There's no way I'd tell you to open your eyes if I wasn't dressed. Hurry up, look at me carefully and tell me the truth. Have I gotten fat? He looked her up and down, pondering. Fat? Well, then he gave a perfunctory answer. I'm not sure. She bit her lip, just like a man. Do you have a measuring tape in the house? He crossed his arms. No. Angel started to panic. I can feel skin here now. I've gained weight, I'm fatter. Even though I've been walking around so much, people will hate me and ask why I've become so ugly. Aiden patted her shoulder to comfort her. They won't. Look in the mirror again. I think you look great just the way you are now. She pouted in disbelief. Liar. His voice was full of sincerity. I'm serious. It's normal for people to have a bit of flesh. Angel touched him. Yours is much firmer, while mine is soft. Aiden gently touched her cheek. You'll have muscles soon enough. And what's wrong with soft skin? Anyway, it's nice to have something to touch. Angel blushed. Why do you care whether my body is pleasant to touch or not? He stood up. Anyway, you're beautiful as you are now. So it's best not to even think about losing weight. She asked, are you saying I wasn't beautiful before? Aiden was flustered by the question, not knowing what to do. No. Then he shyly complimented her. You were beautiful before, too. She looked at his ear. Your ear is red, Sir Aiden. The two of them stood looking at each other without saying anything. Only she was giggling. He turned his back and started to walk away first. Never mind, if you're all done, let's go. Angel lingered for a moment and looked at herself in the mirror. Looking in the mirror again, she really did look pretty. The door closed in silence as everyone left. Sitting in the carriage, she asked, is that a maple tree? He replied, to be more precise, it's a sugar maple. Its sap can be used to make syrup. Angel pointed, I've had it before. Pouring syrup on pancakes is delicious. There are really so many delicious things in this world. It makes you have to work hard to maintain your waistline. Aiden recalled, when I was little, I used to make taffy by putting snow in a frying pan and pouring syrup on top. She marveled. That sounds so delicious. She unconsciously praised it even though she had never tried it. It must be delicious. He glanced down and saw her expression. For the first time in a long while, I'll make taffy this Christmas. And I'll put in twice the effort cleaning the house, too. After hearing that, Angel lowered her head, thinking about something. All right. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became silent. She broke the silence. By the way, Aiden, was what you said in my room true? That you thought I was very beautiful before, too? Aiden replied, do I look like a liar? Whether you gain weight or not, you're still very beautiful. So don't think too much about it. Besides, being happy is the top priority. She had never heard anyone say that to her. Every time she lost weight or her waist got smaller, all she received were compliments on how much more beautiful and impressive she looked. Aiden's words were exactly what she truly wanted to hear. All right, if you say so, it's probably true, because you're terrible at flattery. He retorted, that's not flattery. Whether it was the first time I met you or now, I've always found you very beautiful. Those words made Angel extremely surprised, although it would have been better if you hadn't looked like you smelled something foul in the wedding hall. She retorted, what? I didn't look like that. It was more like a woman beginning a tragic love story. He said, you only say that because you didn't see yourself in the mirror then. Your eyes looked as if you wanted to run away immediately. Angel still denied it, then recalled that moment and realized it seemed she really had done that a few times. And you looked all scrunched up and annoyed, as if you'd just eaten a rotten egg. How dare you mock my expression? He replied, mine was still much better. When you cried, your eyes were swollen like a frog's. Your nose was as red as a strawberry, and even. She stood up and covered his mouth. Don't say any more. Her indignant expression was like a puppy with its fur ruffled. But you wore an old suit to the wedding. At least my dress was new. You must have hated marrying me so much. With her hand still covering his mouth, Aiden pulled it down and retorted, that's not true. That suit was the best one I had. Angel was surprised. What, really? You don't have any other formal suits? Aiden sighed. I have no reason to wear a formal suit on a farm like this. She hesitated, stammering to say, but that suit, you looked very handsome in it. He glanced at her. Is that all? She was helpless. What else do you want me to say? He tilted his head. Nothing. I just wanted to know what your first impression of me was. Angel thought seriously. My first impression of you? A man who didn't have a servant with him and said he would throw our luggage out if we didn't leave. Aiden asked, that sounded about right. But wait, did you think I was a demon? She laughed. A man who kicked me out to sleep outside and laughed at me when I hit the door. But it seems first impressions aren't that important. My impression of you now is what's important. Anyway, the past is just the past. He nodded. That's right. The future is more important than the past. She clutched her skirt slightly. Aiden was talking about the future with her. The carriage was moving along normally when it hit a rock, causing Angel to lose her balance and fall into his lap. He asked, are you all right? She startled and sat up immediately. Of course, it's getting hot. It must be because summer is coming. Aiden's cheeks were slightly flushed. That's right. Let's go a little slower. It seems the horses are running a bit fast. What are their names? The horse with the white patch on its forehead is Wind. The one with the tuft of white fur on its neck is Dancer. Angel was surprised. You named them? Aiden said it was Dancer's previous owner. He named him that when he saw Dancer looked like he was dancing while running around the foals. She looked over. So, is Wind's name based on its speed? Aiden replied, that's right. Wind is the fastest horse in Leslie. Angel was full of interest. It turned to look when it heard him praise it. Aiden praised, they're very smart. They can even understand human speech. Do you want to try driving? She was a little flustered. What, me? Drive a carriage? Take the reins, can I do it? Wait, I think they're going faster. He reassured her. It seems the horses know the driver has changed. He lowered his voice. Just hold the reins tightly and stay steady. You've ridden a horse before. It's not that hard. The horses gradually began to run more steadily. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Angel said confidently, let's go a little faster. Aiden agreed. All right, if you call their names and tell these foals to go faster, they can understand and follow. She followed his instructions. Dancer, Wind, let's go faster. And so, the two of them sped quickly down the road. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. A feather flew off, startling Angel. The feather on my hat. He reached up high and caught it. Got it. Just put your worries aside and focus on driving at the speed you want. She happily continued her task. Wind, Dancer, did you hear that? Let's go. After she said that, the carriage shot forward. There was a wooden sign that read Denon Farm, prohibiting outsiders from entering the area. Arriving in town, it was so crowded, perhaps people were out buying necessary items before summer officially began. The two of them strolled and looked at the stalls. She was like a little squirrel, darting all over the place. Look, Aiden, this is so interesting. because Angel kept darting all over. Aiden took her hand and led her along. Looking around is fun, but I don't want us to get separated. She trotted along behind him, listening to him speak. By the way, if you don't like me doing this, just say so. Angel replied, I don't hate it. Although he had turned to face forward, Aiden's earlobes still turned red. They arrived in front of a large shop, Penny's tailor shop. She wondered, are we here to look for mail? We also need to buy some sugar. He stepped inside. We have something more important to find than sugar. Angel was startled. Wait, am I an idiot? I should have pretended to get lost and disappeared in the streets. I think I'll do that if I get another chance. This was Penny's tailor shop, managed by Jean-Pierre, a true fashion enthusiast. But most of the customers mainly just bought fabrics like silk or ribbons. The only customers who ordered custom-made clothes at this shop were elderly people who had no one to make clothes for them, and they were just t-shirts and regular-style clothes. What was the point of pouring all my money into opening this shop? I still can't become a real designer. Pierre, with a dejected look, turned to look hello. As soon as he saw the person who had just entered, he saw a ray of hope. Finally, she appeared with a completely different look. Pierre ran out to greet her warmly in French. Hello, mademoiselle. Angel was surprised because it was French bonjour. He was cheerful. Welcome to our shop, Enchante. I am Jean-Pierre, the manager of this little shop. May I know the name of this lady? As elegant as a lily flower. Suddenly, a not-so-happy voice spoke up. Hello, Pierre. He put his arm around her shoulder. Mrs. Meg told me to come here. Sorry for not introducing myself sooner. I'm Aiden Fitzroy, and this is my wife, Angel. Pierre was flustered. Aiden Fitzroy for sure. I remember his name. What should I do now? I was so excited when a beautiful girl walked into the shop that I didn't notice the man from the rumors. There's no one in Leslie who doesn't know his name, the only grandson of Elder Denton who appeared with his daughter. But he was a rather mysterious man. No one had seen him until he was an adult. There were many untrue rumors about Aiden Denton's body and mind, but thanks to the strong support of Mrs. Meg, those rumors were quashed. She was everywhere, protecting his reputation. However, after Mr. Denton passed away, his whereabouts were kept secret and the rumors continued. But just a few years later, he reappeared with the name Aiden Fitzroy. The gossip started. If he's the emperor's illegitimate son, is he a nobleman? Some people just by knighthood titles. He's probably not a noble, but now he has a whole farm of admirers. He doesn't even leave his house or talk to us one bit. You were a soldier, right? Maybe he lost his mind in a battle. If Mrs. Meg heard you, she'd hit you with her laundry stick. He trembled. Now this man was staring at me. I'm sorry, she's a young lady wearing a ring. If I had known she was your wife, I certainly wouldn't have laid a finger on her. Aiden replied, I know. I'm glad you understand that. Pierre was relieved, right? It was all unintentional. I was just too excited to see a customer. So, are you here to buy fabric for the lady? Or clothes? Aiden said, I like to have some clothes made, a few comfortable outfits, outdoor wear, dresses, and a few other types. I heard you're very skilled in this field. He was happy. Wonderful. It's an honor that you've chosen to place your trust in me. Both Mrs. Meg and father said that the affection between couples is something very special. Seeing them in love makes one feel like they've returned to their youth. He said he couldn't bear to sell the pigs when he knew his wife liked them, and even return the money to the buyer. I see he's the sentimental type. He's not like those baseless rumors. What price range are you looking for? Aiden replied, don't worry about that. Just use the best fabric. Pierre excitedly got to work. Certainly, we have many fine fabrics here. Just a moment. She, who had been completely ignored until now, weighted my clothes. No, I already have plenty of clothes to wear. He didn't think so, no. Your clothes at home are old. This won't take much time. Just tell me what you need. I don't know much about women's attire. Angel tried to refuse. I'm fine. You should buy clothes for yourself instead. He ran over excitedly. All right, my lady, please look here. Based on your skin tone, I think yellow and light pale green would suit you very well. Oh no, I think white and red are also very beautiful. Oh my goodness, you look beautiful in any color. She was so flattered. My skin tone suits almost all colors. Pierre asked, do you have a preferred style of dress? Angel described, I want a dress with a moderately sized waistband, comfortable or classic A-line dresses. No, Aiden, I still have plenty of dresses. I don't need them. He waved his hand. I know how much you love dresses, so you don't have to be polite and refuse. He chimed in, ooh la la. My lady, you are so lucky to have such a generous husband. He and the man just went back and forth like that. Do you need stockings? I just bought a few pairs of silk stockings in the city center. Give us those too. Would you like a new apron? That sounds nice, doesn't it? She spoke up, try in vain to stop them. Wait, Aiden. Pierre was overjoyed. Here is today's bill. Angel sat in a corner. This is the first time I've felt unhappy buying clothes. I told you I don't need new things. A virtuous and frugal wife would know to refuse new clothes and gifts. I don't know how they see me now. They think Angel knows how to save. Even a dog in the capital would laugh if it heard this. Hey Mary, you came at the right time. Come over here and help her with her measurements. Mary agreed and walked over. All right, Jin. And my name is Mary, not Mary. Pierre got angry. My name is Jean, not Jin. She was careless. Whatever, they sound alike. He shouted, but the two have completely different meanings. One sounds like a country bumpkin, while the other name shows a talented designer. She took out a measuring tape. What the hell are you talking about? You're just the owner of a tailor shop, not an actor or an artist. Why did you give yourself a stage name? Pierre growled. I'll become a famous designer soon, unlike you. You should learn to speak politely to your older brother. Understand, Mary? Mary retorted, how can there be an older brother when we're twins? Then they both turned sharply to look at the two of them. Excuse us. As you can see, we siblings are very close. She turned her around. All right, now let's go behind that curtain and take your measurements. Don't mind my brother. Just call me Mary. Angel was a little embarrassed. Mary, my husband wants to buy me these things, but I really don't think they're necessary. Mary looked calm. Maybe she would listen to me. She glanced away, thinking about something. That's right, my lady. That's also why I respect him. This shop has almost had to close several times since my brother opened it. So I'm very happy that someone finally recognizes and trusts Gene's talent. Because he wants to be a famous designer instead of taking over the butcher shop. I'm forced to find a son-in-law to take over the butcher shop later, and I get sad every time I think about it. And now I have to worry about this shop going bankrupt too. It's a waste to use tea leaves only once, so every time we use them, we brew 10 pots of tea. Just today I scolded my brother because he threw the leaves away after only brewing 9 times. Angel was bewildered. Oh my God. Mary was still cheerful, but thanks to the kindness of you and the gentleman, we can have a good meal tonight. She hesitated. That's wonderful, isn't it? Mary said cheerfully, I've finished measuring. My lady, your skin is so beautiful, and the outfits you chose will suit you very well. Would you like to buy some underwear too? Angel, with tears streaming down her face, was helpless. I don't. A moment later, the two of them drew the curtain and stepped out together. She asked, where did Aiden go? Pierre replied. He said he needed to go find something. He'll only be a moment. Would you like a cup of tea? She seemed to realize something. No, that's not necessary. I have something to do, so I must be going. He offered. Shall I tell you which shop your husband went to? My lady, someday you must come visit our home. You're from the capital, aren't you? I want to hear more about the fashion sense and the tailor shops there. Angel left in a hurry. All right, when I have time, thank you for the invitation. Pierre held out a small box. This is a small gift. Could you give a message to Aiden for me that I'm sorry for my somewhat impolite behavior? She opened it. A trouser zipper? I think you should give it to him yourself. Pierre thought. I'm sure he'd be very happy if his wife gave it to him. The two siblings waved goodbye. Goodbye, valued customer. Angel stepped out the door, standing still, not knowing which way to go. She adjusted her hat and sighed. What should I do now? Why is Aiden suddenly being so nice to me? He was the one who mocked me before for caring too much about fashion. Aiden should have bought clothes for himself. Why? Or is he being nice to me because he realized I'm trying to run away? Or perhaps Aiden is feeling remorseful. He's doing this to make me stay, just like in the fable of the north wind and the sun. Anyway, I told him not to buy anything. Aiden was the one who acted so stubbornly. It's not my fault. He can send the bill to me when I return to the capital. I probably won't have another chance to come to this town again, so I'll take a little walk. Or not. Aiden seems to come to town often. We'll have to come back to pick up the clothes. I'll escape later then. And his image appeared in her mind. I think that might just fit Aiden. Angel unconsciously squeezed her own shoulder. Anyway, he did call me his wife. Her face turned red thinking about that phrase. I think I should at least give it to him first. And when I get the chance, I'll pack my bags and return to the capital. I remember Aiden said he was going to the jewelry store. The town was no longer crowded now. He stepped out of the shop with a box in his hand. Aiden happily admired the ring. It was really worth the money. If Mother were still alive, she would be so happy. Although it's a little late, I still hope to give the ring to her. I want to put this ring on the princess quickly. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. It was the sound of a large hammer repeatedly striking a heated piece of iron. I can't keep avoiding places that make me feel uncomfortable. I need to overcome it. I'll run through this street and give the ring to the princess. This isn't that place. This is Leslie. This place is safe. He tried to start walking slowly. After walking for a while, I've gone far enough. Success. I've crossed the road without getting agitated. Suddenly there was a shout. You horse, why won't you listen? The sound of the whip and the shouting voice made Aiden feel uncomfortable. It's too dangerous. It can't happen here. His condition became very unstable. on the street, with its peaceful, intimate beauty. He staggered, unable to stand firm. His body began to tremble. Strange voices echoed in his head. Sir Knight, who would you like to be tortured next? Please, torture me instead of him. What's wrong? Are you suddenly feeling remorseful? You're the one who just killed my soldiers a moment ago. Aiden lay curled up, muttering, I didn't want to kill them, but if I didn't, you have killed them. No, it's all just a hallucination. I don't want to break down. Now I need to focus my mind to get through it. That voice continued to ring out. Murderer, your comrades are dead, just because of your stubborn mouth that refused to talk. How do you feel? I already told you I'm just an illegitimate child. I don't know anything about national secrets. Really, all right, it's okay. I'm sure you can say a few things if I continue to torture your friends. If you're doing this just because you hate me, then torture me. Don't do it to them. She opened the door and walked in to see him lying there. Not long before, Angel seemed to have gotten lost. Where am I? I think I passed this shop already, huh? She saw Aiden not far ahead. Aiden, didn't he go to the jewelry shop? Why is he going this way? She decided to follow him. Hey, why are you here? But as soon as she opened the door, the sight that greeted her was him lying on the ground. Aiden, are you hurt somewhere? Or are you sick? He struggled to answer, I'm fine. But he covered his face with his hands, his breathing ragged. Angel became flustered. What should I do? Should I go get a doctor? He reached out and tightly gripped the hem of her dress. She asked, you don't want that? Then what should I do? What do I do now? Angel's hands trembled unconsciously. Take this. The glass vial was carelessly dropped to the ground. What do you need, after all? Your shirt is too tight, right? Let me pat your back. He held out his hand. Hand. She understood. You just want to hold my hand? So the two of them held each other's hands tightly. If you need anything, just say it. I'll help you. Aiden's face showed clear signs of struggle, his brows furrowed tightly. She rubbed his back. That's right, breathe steadily like that. You're doing very well. He pushed himself up to a sitting position. I feel better now. Angel was worried. Your face is still pale. Just rest a little longer. Eden insisted, I'm fine. Angel took a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. You don't look fine at all. Why don't you lie down for a bit or rest your head on my lap for a while? He refused. No, I'm fine. Do you want me to pat your back some more? She gently stroked his head, which made him feel more at ease. Just for a moment, until I've fully recovered. Let me be a little selfish. In a flash, it was dark. Aiden was back to normal. Because of me, you didn't get to walk around town today. She replied, it's all right. This wasn't a place I really wanted to come to anyway. Aiden spurred the horse on. At least you got her tailored clothes. She nodded. That's right. Then she thought, why do I feel guilty? Whether at the carpentry workshop or in that small alley, I could have run away if I wanted to. But how could I have been so heartless as to leave when he held my hand as if he would collapse if he let go? Aiden's hair had a few black strands. It was the first time I'd looked at him so intently from such a close distance. That was the first time, but not the only time I saw Aiden's vulnerable side. Now he looks no different than usual. Or does he have a chronic illness? Perhaps that's the reason he had to drink cod liver oil every day before. He suddenly spoke up. I guess you're probably curious about what happened to me in town earlier. Angel answered unconsciously. Yes. No. If you feel uncomfortable thinking about it, you don't have to say it. Aiden said, it's true that it's not a pleasant story, but I think you should know. She was quite surprised by that. Me? Why? He looked away and sighed. All right, because we're living together now. Angel intertwined her fingers. That's right. Aiden began to tell his story. As you know, I was sent to the battlefield as a soldier. Philip, with a cunning look on his face, said, the army is short on brave soldiers. You should contribute your strength. Philip knew what others thought of him. To be honest, it was probably because he found me an eyesore and didn't want to see me. He said, you know you're being favored far too much for an illegitimate child, don't you? All right, now go serve the country to repay that favor. Because the previous king had passed away, it was difficult to refuse Philip's request. He agreed to Philip's request on the condition that he would be granted his freedom upon his return, because he no longer wanted to be involved in the troubles of the royal family and wanted to return to his peaceful place. He was trained for a few months and then went to the real war. It took place on a continent across the sea from the kingdom. It was a chaotic place with no unified nation there, a dark cave deep within the earth. But it had abundant resources and minerals, which was also why other countries sent troops to join the war, to possess and control this territory. The war became fiercer than ever. The place I was assigned to was a diamond mine, short on supplies and facing enemy attacks. A comrade asked, hey, little Leslie, you still haven't finished eating? Anyway, the bread they sent was as hard to chew as cardboard. He promised himself he must persevere and try his best with these very good comrades. Regardless of rank, they were always kind and honest, far beyond what he had expected in a squad. The hunting skills he learned from his grandfather helped him survive that battle. When a comrade was about to be attacked by the enemy, he saved his comrade's life, which helped him get promoted to squad leader. However, the luck didn't last. The following days were truly difficult. Aiden was still immersed in his past. However, the luck didn't last. After a few years of fighting, the tide of battle turned against us. The nobility abandoned the soldiers and fled. We were captured by the enemy and imprisoned in a notorious prison, with towering stone walls that let in no sunlight. Hard, dry bread, dirty water, days of hard labor without a moment's rest, and being brutally tortured by the soldiers. Lai spoke up with an arrogant tone. Hey, that squad leader, the top-class gunman who always completes his missions perfectly and leads his squad to victory. He smirked, and he also carries royal blood. Limit the physical torture on him. He could be a useful hostage for us. Aiden's gaze returned. I felt relieved after hearing that. I thought I could survive and return if things went well. Lai continued, that doesn't mean we'll treat him with the respect due to a royal family member. If he was pushed to such a remote frontier, it proves he isn't highly regarded. Try to get any information about the royal family out of his mouth. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Lai stared at Aiden. If we can't torture him directly, then we'll need to use other methods. The subordinate immediately shouted, who are you going to choose? Aiden stammered in fear. The subordinate said angrily, don't waste any more time. Choose. His eyes slowly looked up at them. It seemed Aiden had no other choice. The left one. The subordinate smirked and said in a low voice, too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate immediately thrust his arm forward. Aiden's eyes widened in fear. I went through nearly a year of torment like that. Perhaps that's why the color of my hair has changed. Aiden continued shyly. Perhaps that experience left a psychological ghost in me that I haven't been able to escape the obsession from. Angel hesitated slightly. Is there no way to treat it? He slowly nodded. There is. There has been a study on this illness. It's called hysteria. She didn't say another word, just nodded. I understand. Aiden's eyes glanced to the side. The condition got worse when I was taken to the hospital, but since coming to this place, I've become better. I thought I was almost healed, but the illness doesn't actually make me attack others or act violently. Its symptoms will subside if I don't think about the past and just ignore it. It won't make you feel uncomfortable. The wooden wheels, which had been rolling, suddenly stopped. Angel still hid her emotions under her wide-brimmed hat. Aiden, he slowly nodded. The wedding was held while the princess didn't know about my illness. I wonder if she'll want to divorce me and leave. Or maybe even say she doesn't want to live with me anymore. But can the princess at least stay here? Angel spoke in a low voice. You must have gone through so much on your own. I didn't know what you had to go through, even when I heard the story told briefly in the flower garden before. I thought it was just the story of an ordinary person who had gone through a difficult time. Thinking about how Aiden's comrades were tortured and lost their lives right before his eyes, and how he was helpless, forced to witness that heartbreaking scene without being able to do anything. It must have left an indelible scar on Aiden's heart. He became flustered at this. No, there are many people who have had to go through much worse things. I was just too weak to endure it for a long time. Angel looked up, a little impatient. Weak? Not at all. Mental wounds hurt just as much as physical ones. Once inflicted, they are very difficult to heal. My life has been very short and comfortable compared to Aiden's, but that doesn't mean I can't empathize with his pain. You are a brave man who has stood strong until now. The words of comfort from the bottom of her heart moved Aiden deeply. He shyly turned his face away. Thank you, but I'm really not like that. I couldn't protect the comrades who trusted me. Her small hand slowly reached for his face. But you did your best to protect them, didn't you? Aiden lowered his head gloomily. Yes, I did my best. Angel's slender fingers unconsciously wiped away the tears that were streaming down. She continued in a low voice. If our positions were reversed, if I were you and you were me, what would you say to me? Aiden's tone became more resolute. I would say that it's not your fault. Angel's eyes brightened as she looked at him. That's right. It's not your fault, but the fault of those who started the war. My former fiancé, my father, and the ruling class are the ones who caused that pain. Just because of the greed of a few individuals, many others had to shed blood, something they themselves did not want. Even when I was in the capital, I tried my best to fight for those who fell to that fate of sacrifice. In a way, I think I also share some responsibility, as it was thanks to Duke Gloucester's support that the kingdom maintained its prosperity. Philip's tone was a bit arrogant. You're too kind. The prosperity of the nation and the joy of the royal family are also my joy. Angel was still lost in her thoughts. My father could secure the money needed for the war, and in return, I could become the crown prince's fiancé. I truly feel ashamed every time I look you straight in the eye. Aiden, I was once engaged to Philip Gardner. Do you hate me? A warm palm had already touched her cheek. It doesn't matter. Aiden looked straight into Angel's eyes. You are now Angel Fitzroy. She still didn't seem to understand his meaning. What does that mean? Aiden slowly explained. You have become my wife. That is more than enough. Angel hesitated before continuing. Do you think our marriage is truly valuable? He chuckled. You've already done so much. Are you being modest? I never thought a day like this would come, a day when I could comfortably talk with someone. Aiden lowered his voice and continued, but because you are here with me, because you listened and empathized with my story, I can't find the words to express my gratitude. So I will express it in another way. Angel's eyes became teary and her cheeks were blushing. Aiden didn't hesitate long before lowering his lips to her cheek. It seemed Angel's whole body couldn't move as she unconsciously let out a sound. Aiden quickly pulled back. This is the first time I've initiated a kiss with her. His eyes glanced at Angel's reaction. I wonder how she will react. What kind of reaction is this? Is she embarrassed and shy? Suddenly, Aiden remembered the ring he had prepared. His hand hurriedly shoved into his pocket. And this is the most suitable time to give her the ring. When I put the ring on her, I should talk about how much I look forward to being her husband. Angel hesitantly spoke up. Thank you. This is what I should do. It's getting late. You must be tired, right? Let me drive the carriage for you. Aiden was startled. Princess. As soon as she finished speaking, Angel immediately moved the reins. The two horses were suddenly startled and became panicked. Aiden spoke fearfully. Maybe we should slow down a bit. Angel felt a little dizzy. This speed is normal. I'm tired, so I want to get home quickly. He thought to himself, at this rate, the princess will fall off the carriage. Without hesitating long, Aiden's arm touched the reins. He bowed his head and let out a long sigh. I hope everything will be okay. Angel became agitated. Go, go. Aiden beside her panicked and shouted, wait, princess. Early in the morning, Meg was already beside the donkey. She stroked its fur gently. Good boy, here's a carrot for you. The news about the young lady and master visiting the town has spread all over Leslie. Meg chuckled shyly to herself. So that means the ring has arrived too. I really can't wait to see the ring on the young lady's hand. Aiden had been hiding behind her for some time. Emedesh, Meg. Meg was startled. Oh my God. He hurriedly waved his hand. Come over here for a bit. Meg crossed her arms and said huffily, you nearly gave me a heart attack, young master. Aiden quickly put a finger to his lips. Don't be loud and speak quietly. She sighed and continued, what is it? Did the young lady not like the ring? He scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I haven't given it to her yet. Meg, still not understanding what was happening, stared at Aiden. She suddenly became agitated, glaring at him and shouting, huh? Meg's expression became frightening. Why haven't you given it to her? Aiden jumped back. Please listen to my explanation before you hit me. She finally calmed down again. Tell me why you haven't given her the ring. He sighed wearily. I was planning to give it to her all day yesterday. Meg nodded. That's good. Aiden slowly explained, but by the time we got back, it was late and she went to bed early because she said she was tired. This morning, I was trying to find a suitable opportunity. Princess, I have something to tell you. Princess, Prin, but it was hard to find the right moment. This isn't something you can just bring out casually. Meg nodded. That's right. The young lady also takes that matter very seriously. A bright moon, the beach, or a ball, a romantic atmosphere. Aiden lowered his face and mumbled, a moonlit night, I should have given it to her in town. Meg found his dejected attitude a little amusing. Her hand suddenly shoved into her pocket. That's right, I have a great idea to create a romantic atmosphere. Meg excitedly held the ticket out in front of Aiden. He stared at the ticket. Leslie's Summer Couples Festival. She slowly explained, the Denton family has never gone, but it's a very big annual event. It has almost become a local festival that gathers all the surrounding residents. Young couples love it. They walk around holding hands, and at night, they dance together around the bonfire. Many couples have fallen for each other while dancing there. Aiden heard every single word clearly. I should tell her about this. Right at that moment, he appeared in the dining room. Aiden didn't hesitate long and suddenly spoke from behind. Princess, don't go. I have some interesting information. Hearing this, Angel immediately turned her head. What's so interesting? She looked surprised at the ticket in Aiden's hand. What is this? Suddenly, Angel's gaze stopped, looking a bit stunned. Her attitude changed in an instant. Here, I want to go to this place. Aiden was startled and replied, where exactly? Angel's finger pointed at the ticket. The pig rearing contest, right here. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Pig rearing? It seems she wants to let Pa, Pie, and Pooh out. Angel ran around excitedly. That's right. I'm sure they will easily defeat all the other pigs. Is there a prize if we win? Aiden quickly nodded yes. I think the prize is quite generous. She couldn't take her eyes off the ticket. Really? Angel immediately looked up and smiled brightly. Then we definitely have to participate. Aiden slowly tilted his head with the corners of his lips curving up. He thought to himself, after enduring a harsh and gloomy winter, passing through spring with the growth of plants, a few green branches hung down from above. Early summer is approaching. Angel suddenly spoke up. By the way, may I ask, what did the letter from His Grace say? As she finished, she carelessly stabbed her hand with a knife. Aiden beside her became frantic. Are you okay? He fumbled awkwardly for a moment under Angel's bewildered gaze. Aiden quickly turned and left. Please sit still. I'll get the first aid kit right away. She hurriedly raised her arm. It seemed Angel still didn't understand what was happening. It's okay. She stared at her carefully bandaged finger. Is he overreacting a little? Aiden held out the food in front of her. Open your mouth. Angel waved her hands awkwardly. You don't have to feed me. My right hand is fine. Why have you been treating me so well lately? Aiden frowned and said in a low voice, does a husband need a reason to treat his wife well, my lady? She frowned in confusion. But you've never treated me as a wife before? He quickly replied, I think I always have. Now I'm just adding a little spice. That's all. Angel was now trembling uncontrollably. This isn't a little. It's like you dumped a whole bucket of chili powder on it. He didn't just change a little. It's like he turned into a different person. He keeps calling me my lady. His voice is strangely sweet. Aiden suddenly became dejected. So you don't like it? She was startled and hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that. That's not what I meant. It's just that I'm not used to this yet. He slowly bowed his head and lowered his voice. I understand. Then I will try to treat you as before and not call you my lady anymore. Angel let out a sigh of relief. That's good. She suddenly raised her voice. Wait, so what will you call me? Aiden hesitated for a moment before speaking Ongs. His tone became gentle. From now on, I will call you Ongs. Angel seemed to have been mesmerized by that sound. Her palm clenched and she brought it to her chest. What was that just now? What was that strange feeling? Aiden opposite her was also flustered. So, Angel stammered, but calling me by my name like that is also different from before. You liar. You said you would go back to how you were. Aiden calmly replied, isn't calling a noble lady by her first name the rudest way I can act? She hesitated before continuing, you might be right. It's really not very formal. He nodded, very disrespectful. Angel tilted her head and sighed. Fine, whatever you want. Aiden suddenly had an idea, and you could just call me Aiden. Calling me Sir Aiden sounds too formal. She puffed out her cheeks and replied, but I like calling you Sir Aiden. Angel's cheeks turned red as she stammered out the name, Aiden. He slowly nodded with a warm tone. Yes, Ongs. She thought, we're getting closer and closer. If this continues, it will be hard to leave him. I need to keep a certain distance. I have to be careful. Aiden asked in confusion, what do you mean? Angel hurriedly shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. I think he's forgotten about my father's letter. That's good. She immediately remembered the day she read the words in that letter. Duke Gloucester had conveyed his will through the letter. Do you know how much you have embarrassed me? Writing those pity-seeking letters to the nobility. Don't ever do such a foolish thing again. Angel's palm wouldn't stop trembling, but father doesn't know how I struggled when I first came here. Duke Gloucester continued to criticize through his words. His Majesty seems to have somewhat forgiven you for your past insolent attitude. I guess since you're out of sight, he's gradually forgotten. I'm looking for a new husband for you. When you return to the capital, a widowed candidate will take about 1 to 2 years at most. Older women lose their value, so you must remarry while you're still young. Remember to preserve your beauty until then, and don't do anything foolish that would make His Majesty or anyone in the capital remember your existence. In other words, stay silent until I call. Is that clear? You were once a member of the Gloucester house, so behave accordingly. Without hesitation, Angel immediately crumpled the letter and threw it into a corner. Her palm clenched tightly. What's wrong with me? Father wrote to me, just as I wished, and said he would bring me back to the capital. Now I don't have to try anymore to go back, and I can live like a normal noble lady when I return. But why don't I feel happy at all about that letter? She slowly lowered her head. I don't even understand myself. I can have designers come to my home, have dresses and jewelry made to my liking. I can host tea parties and banquets to make friends, and I won't have to do anything but stay at home. As long as I fulfill my duties as a wife, since there will be others to help me dress and bathe. But returning to the capital also means losing the freedom I have now. I won't be able to pull weeds or plant things in the garden anymore. I can't laugh out loud. I can't run and jump around or whistle like Aiden taught me. and enjoying the nectar from wildflowers. All of that will be gone. It's a real shame, but that's how it has to be. This sadness will probably fade once I leave the farm. Maybe I should be happy. Father will find me a wealthy husband, and if things go well with him, I'll have enough money to send to Aiden as a way to compensate him. If he refuses, I'll secretly take a gemstone or something. But the biggest problem with leaving this place is that Aiden will be all alone again. I'm the only one who knows his secret, so if I disappear, will he be okay? I don't want to go back. Suddenly, Aiden gripped her wrist and called her name, Ongs. You're biting your nails. Angel was startled and looked at him with wide eyes. Oh no, this is a habit I've had for so long. I can't even remember when it started. Even being hit on the hand by my tutor couldn't break this bad habit. When I was working in the fields, I stopped automatically because my nails were always full of dirt. Angel was too flustered to raise her head. Aiden quickly let go of her wrist. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass or scold you. I was just worried this hand would bleed like last time. Is something wrong? Angel's eyes suddenly squeezed shut as she hastily shook her head. She said in a low voice, I'm fine. I was just biting some dead skin around my fingertips. Aiden thought to himself, I used to think I understood Ongs better than anyone, but now I'm not so sure. The more my feelings grow, the more I notice her, but the less clear-headed I become. Aiden's grandfather once said, a hunter must observe with sharp, objective eyes. Never let emotions interfere. Fearful eyes will see a leopard's tracks where there's only a puddle, and immaturity will make one mistake a bear's fur for a squirrel's trail. Aiden couldn't take his eyes off Angel, but now I can't look at her without my emotions getting in the way. So instead of trying to guess what she's thinking, I'll just do what I can. I'll bring some rapeseed oil over. It's good for dry skin. Angel said hastily, but I can get it myself. He said nothing more, just turned and left. She clutched her wrist and mumbled, I'm very grateful, but please don't make me like you any more than I already do. Angel seemed to stare endlessly at her injured fingertip. She thought to herself, I understand why I feel so uneasy. If I leave Aiden behind, I'll be no different from the friends who turned their backs on me when I needed comfort the most. I don't want to inflict the anger and betrayal I once suffered onto Aiden. Before I leave, I have to help Aiden resolve everything so that he can live well, even without me. Angel carefully picked up the food tray and spoke. Aiden, is Mrs. Meg still outside? He nodded in reply. Yes. She said she wanted to wipe the fences because they're too dirty. She lowered her voice and continued. She must be lonely eating out there by herself. Please go call her in to eat with us. Aiden nodded. I was being a bit short-sighted. All right, I'll go. Angel smiled, okay. Her gaze fixed on his back as he left. What I'll do for Aiden is help him make friends with people other than me, so he won't be lonely anymore, because I'm very good at social skills. Mrs. Meg and Aiden are already very close, but the stronger their bond, the better. Even if it's not a Monday, I can still invite her over for a meal or tea. I can also visit Mrs. Meg's house later. Thinking like this, I really seem like a wife. Even when he no longer has me by his side, when things are better. At that point, if I truly have no lingering attachments, then I can leave, right? Angel's eyes remained fixed on the light outside the window. That's how it has to be. At that moment, Meg was praising her nonstop. That meal was truly delicious. The perfect dessert to go with it is. As she spoke, she immediately held up a plum peach. Meg smiled. You've never tasted the peaches from my house, so the first thing I want to do is let you have the first taste. Angel tilted her head and smiled brightly. Thank you for taking care of me, ma'am. She looked down at the peach in her palm, warm and gentle, unlike those cold, soulless letters. The smile on Meg's face was incredibly warm. The first thing I want to do is let you have the first taste of the peach. Angel couldn't stop thinking. Father has met so many women. How can he not know the one thing his daughter truly needs to hear? She smiled and said aloud, Thank you, I'll cut it right away. Aiden's palm tightened. I'll take the knife. Angel nodded awkwardly. Uh-huh. She rested her chin on her hand, puffed out her cheeks, and looked at him. You're being a little overprotective. Aiden suddenly spoke up. Oh, by the way, Ongs, do you prefer soft or firm peaches? Earlier, I was walking and talking with Mrs. Meg, and we had a difference of opinion. For your information, my family's orchard grows the Fitzroy variety, a firm type of peach that suits many people's tastes. Meg quickly interrupted. I prefer soft and sweet peaches, not something like a white radish. Aiden had no intention of backing down. Firm peaches have a distinctive crispness. You never get tired of eating them. She frowned and continued, What about you? Since you like sweet things, do you find my peaches to your liking? He remained very firm. Everyone in the Fitzroy family likes firm peaches. The intensity of their attitudes seemed to frighten Angel a little. She grimaced and thought to herself, living on the Dayton farm is truly an art of survival that's beyond my endurance. Aiden, beside her, spoke up. It's almost time for the corn harvest. Angel's palms clenched in excitement. Can I pick all this corn? He slowly explained, since there are still many young cobs, let's pick the ones with dark silks. Aiden patiently instructed Angel, hold it like this, then bend it down. A gentle twist and pull, and it comes right off. She nodded. Ah, I see. In just a few short minutes, Angel successfully picked her first ear of corn. She immediately held it up in front of Aiden. Look, Aiden, this one is huge, isn't it? He pointed to his own ear of corn. Is mine bigger? Angel shook her head. No, this one's bigger. Let me see. The two of them quickly compared the size of their 2 ears of corn. Aiden held his prize up. As expected, I win. Angel crossed her arms, sulking, and said, how about a competition? Let's see which of us can pick the biggest ear of corn in 1 hour. Aiden nodded confidently. All right. Suddenly, an idea struck him. So, do you want to make a bet? Angel's eyes widened. What kind of bet? Aiden shyly feigned a cough. The loser, no, has to grant the winner's wish. She smiled excitedly. All right, but you can only wish for something that can be granted immediately. Both of them were ready. Then let's begin. Angel was trying her best to harvest the ears of corn within her reach. Suddenly, her gaze stopped and she glanced to the side. Angel pointed in surprise. Wait a minute, this gives the taller person too much of an advantage. Aiden slowly turned his head back. Even if you realize that now, it's too late to change anything. She continued, a little angry. You knew you had an advantage, and you just kept quiet about it. Aiden's tone was still arrogant. The world of competition is inherently cruel. Angel said nothing more and threw all her energy into the task. I will definitely win. After a while, she suddenly looked down below. It seemed Angel was trying to do something. Look at this. Such a big ear of corn in such a low spot. She immediately stood up. I won. I don't even need to look back. Aiden suddenly wiped a smudge from her cheek. I will accept my defeat gracefully. Angel smiled. Thank you. He slowly shook his head. It's nothing. Her eyes scanned the basket full of corn. Now, what should I wish for? Aiden frowned and shook his head. No, pick something else. Angel straightened up, but we made a bet. Aiden bent down. You said it had to be a wish that could be granted immediately. Besides, why do you suddenly want to learn how to shoot a gun? Angel's eyebrows drooped. Because you mentioned bear hunting. Hearing that made me want to try it once. And this is a wish you can grant immediately. You have a gun hanging on the living room wall and another one in your private room. My hands and my eyes both work fine. He hesitated. That's true, but even Mrs. Meg has her own pistol. Aiden recalled. Hide her presence as much as possible. Aim for the spot below the shoulder blade, then bang. Aiden sighed. I was just talking about hunting in a bit of detail. I just wanted to show off my skills a little. Angel clasped her hands, her eyes full of anticipation. Are you really going to refuse? Aiden sighed helplessly. All right, but you have to do exactly as I say, understand? Using a gun is very dangerous. She grinned with delight. Of course. Angel grimaced and rubbed her hands. I will follow your instructions to the letter. So, teach me everything about guns, understood? Aiden was stunned. Wait, are you imitating me? Angèle feignait de surprise. Oh, you noticed? Aiden hastily denied it. No, I don't talk like that. Not at all. Angel's voice was firm. Of course you do. You talk just like a soldier. He closed his eyes and held out his hand. If you like it so much, then let me return the favor. I am the noble lady of the House of Glaster. Angel cut in. Wait, stop being so childish. By the way, if you had won the corn-picking contest earlier, what were you going to wish for? I'm suddenly so curious. Aiden looked speechless. I was going to wish for something, but now I can't remember what it was. Angel was surprised. Really? Well, I'll tell you when I remember. She smiled brightly. Today was really fun. Thanks to your wonderful teaching, I'll give you a free wish, too. Aiden looked thoughtful. When I think of something, I'll tell you. Angel raised her hand. Okay, but it can't be too hard, and don't make it something impossible. He thought to himself, if I wish for her to love me the way she loves this farm, would that be too hard or impossible for her? I can't say that to her. It's hard to draw the line between what's acceptable and what becomes awkward. I still have a lot of time, so I'll just take it one slow step at a time. The next day, a man's voice rang out, on to the next piece, my lord. This is one of the early paintings by the artist Werner, whom you have surely heard of many times. As you can see, the brushwork in the painting is very strong and bold, clearly reflecting the characteristics of a young artist. Then the man gestured towards the painting. Duke Gloucester sat comfortably in his chair and waved his hand. Move on to the next one. Lim smiled timidly. Ah, yes, right away, my lord. He lamented internally. I've introduced so many paintings, yet that bastard hasn't said a single word the entire time. Has he forgotten? that since Philip, the former crown prince, was stripped of his title, he also lost his fangs and claws. But anyway, I can't let it show. He's still Duke Gloucester, and besides, I still have to sell these paintings. Mac's face darkened. Next, Lim froze, his mouth agape. He coughed lightly, turning away while glancing back. Yes, my lord. Duke Gloucester stopped before a painting of 3 people under a sunset. Lim bowed with a practiced smile. This is the work of an artist who was active in the Romindi region for several years, before they stopped painting. They weren't widely recognized at the time, but have recently been attracting quite a bit of attention. Duke Gloucester stroked his chin and asked Lim, "What is the artist's name?" He froze. The man's voice was icy. "Her name is Nancy Denton." Duke Gloucester looked straight at Lim, beckoning with his index finger. Lim took step after step towards him, and just as Lim bent down, the man threw the glass of wine in his face. He frowned, the wrinkles on his forehead showing clearly. "How dare you bring me a painting done by a woman?" Lim bowed his head and explained, "Female artists are often not properly appreciated, but as you can see, the work itself is very creative." Duke Gloucester shouted, "Get out," and never returned to the Gloucester residence. Lim left angrily, clutching the painting. Of course, he's still an arrogant and old-fashioned old man. "It's my fault for bringing such a wonderful piece to the Duke. You're not my only client, old man." Mac looked at the empty wine glass. "Would you like some more wine, my lord?" He picked up the wine bottle, about to pour, when Duke Gloucester waved his hand. "Enough, bring me a cigar." "An art dealer dares to scorn me? All the nobles in this empire once knelt before me in fear. What a pity. If only Angel knew how to make herself more attractive. I've poured a fortune into her, from dresses to perfumes, yet she can't even seduce a fledgling emperor like him." He asked Mac, "Has Count Rochester replied yet?" The man bowed respectfully and answered, "Not yet, my lord." Duke Gloucester brought the cigar to his lips. I had hoped he could become Angel's next husband. Count Rochester swirled the wine in his glass. "Your daughter is truly beautiful, but she is married to that bastard. Oh no, to Sir Aidan Fitzroy, the one His Majesty recommended, the one they say kills his young wives after marrying them." Duke Gloucester frowned. He's just afraid of the new emperor. It seems the matter with the Count is a lost cause. "Do you have any news on the investigation I ordered?" Mac placed a file in his hand. "Here he is, sir." On the paper was Aidan's basic information. Duke Gloucester read the file while smoking his cigar. He tossed the file onto the table. "There's nothing noteworthy." Sweat rolled down Mac's cheek. "My apologies, my lord. It's very difficult to find useful information because he live alone in the countryside." Duke Gloucester held the cigar, the corner of his lip curling up. He pressed the tip of the cigar onto Aidan's picture. "A bastard isn't worth bothering with. He's a commoner, so I just need enough money, or I can use my power to force him to agree to a divorce with Angel." Duke Gloucester gave a cunning smile. "But I'm more careful than that, aren't I?" Mac nodded. "Yes, my lord. Indeed you are. No one is as meticulous and thorough as you." Duke Gloucester ordered, "Get more information from that informant. If you can't get anything out of him, dig into his family." Mac obeyed. "Understood, my lord." Duke Gloucester raised his hand. "I don't want to spend too much money on that informant, but there's no other way." The cigar lay on the file. Aidan Fitzroy, family relations, Denton, mother, Nancy Denton. The sky was clear blue. Aidan spoke up. "Let me shoot first to show you." A gunshot rang out. The bullet flew and hit the log. Aidan lowered the gun. Angel's mouth fell open in surprise. "Are you sure you didn't adjust the sights or pull some trick?" Aidan's lips quirked. "If you don't believe me, you can choose the target yourself." Angel's smile faltered as she frowned at him. She ran towards the large tree. "So, should I stand next to that oak tree with an apple on my head?" Aidan refused. "No, that's too dangerous. How about I shoot that red leaf instead of an apple?" She was skeptical. "You haven't even hit the apple yet. How can you shoot a leaf? No way." Aidan raised the gun to his shoulder, tilting his head to aim. Angel followed the sound of the shot, looking up at the branch. She saw the small leaf had been shot clean through. Unbelievable. Aidan slung the gun over his shoulder with a smug look. "Do you believe my shooting skills now?" Angel's face flushed red, her fingers fidgeting together. "Seeing you shoot so well, wouldn't you make more money if you went hunting instead of farming?" Aidan glanced away. "That's an easier way to make money. It's true, but I prefer growing things to killing." Angel was surprised. She looked dejected. "What I said was a bit thoughtless." Aidan waved his hand. "Not at all. Like I said, just ask anything you want and I'll answer." Angel's eyes widened, her pupils dilating in surprise. She let out a happy laugh, her eyes squeezed shut, the corners of her lips curving up. If I practice, can I shoot as well as you? He replied, that depends on how hard you practice. Aiden held out his hand, offering Angel a handgun. Here, this is your gun. She looked up at the gun in Aiden's hand. Can I try that other one? I feel like if the barrel is longer, it would be easier to aim. Aiden's eyes shifted away, his head tilting to the side. He unslung the gun from his shoulder and held it out in front of Angel. She took the gun in her hands, her eyes wide with surprise. Oh. Aiden took the gun from Angel's hands. It's heavier than you think. Angel stood frozen. It really is heavy. But I thought I had gotten stronger than before. Aiden handed her the gun. I told you were impatient. You need to eat more meat. Angel defended herself, but I've been eating a lot. Aiden raised a finger. There are a few rules you must remember when using a gun. First, always be extremely careful, whether it's loaded or not. Second, the barrel is only pointed at the target you intend to shoot. You must always be extremely careful, even if the safety is on or it's out of bullets. There are as many people who die from accidents with their own guns as there are people shot by others. Keep your feet shoulder-width apart, one foot slightly back. That's right, just like that. This is the most basic stance. Aiden held Angel's hands, guiding her. Now aim. Relax your arms a bit. That's right. Now focus the strength in your arms. Now you can return to a normal posture. Good. Now relax and breathe, returning to a normal standing position. Angel spoke up. I think I can move on to the next step now. Aiden instructed her, first, load the gun. Angel gasped in shock. Right now? Just like this? Don't I need more practice? Everything will be fine if you relax and do exactly what you just practiced. Angel looked at the gun in her hand. She gently squeezed the trigger, shoulders parallel, arms straight, gun aimed forward. Angel frowned, beads of sweat rolling down her cheek. She fired one shot and fell backward. Aiden put a hand out to catch her by the waist. Angel looked up. Thank you. Aiden smiled gently. You did it. She looked vaguely at the log lying on the ground. Angel raised her hands high again, arms straight out. She turned happily to look at Aiden. I did it. Aiden looked at her indulgently. I only gave her one bullet, just in case, but she followed the steps perfectly. Angel smiled brightly. Second, the barrel should only be pointed at the intended target. Aiden whispered to himself. She's also paying attention to all the rules. Usually even hitting a target is very difficult, let alone near the center. She really has a gift. Well done. If you're not tired, do you want to try again? Angel agreed. Sounds good. This time I'll try a different stance. Angel hit several targets, which fell to the ground. Aiden spoke up. Give me the gun. I think that's enough practice for today. Angel refused, but I still want to shoot a little more. Aiden took the gun from Angel's hand. Beginners often don't realize how tired their bodies are. If you push yourself too hard, your body will get sore or exhausted. So let's practice again another time. Angel clenched her fists with determination. All right, next time I want to try shooting a target that's farther away. Aiden suggested, I'll make you a practice target out of a wooden board, like the kind soldiers use. Angel was excited. That's a great idea. The two turned and walked back. Aiden remarked, I'm glad you found the lesson interesting, even though it wasn't easy at all. Angel put her hands behind her back. It's all because you're such a good teacher. Thank you so much. The two walked and talked. Suddenly Aiden stopped. Angel asked, what's wrong? Aiden said hesitantly, is there anything else you want to do? Besides saying thank you. She was suspicious. Do what? Aiden frowned, embarrassed, and walked away. Never mind. Angel cocked an eyebrow skeptically. Huh, what were you about to say? Aiden quickened his pace. Angel hurried to follow behind him. How come your ears are so red? He covered his ears, which were beet red. I'm just hot. It's been a while since I've shot a gun. Angel's face was full of doubt, but I was the one who did most of the shooting. Aiden stammered an excuse. I get hot easily. Johnny joyfully opened the door. Oh, my muse. Thank you for coming despite this torrential rain. It's such an honor. Aiden and Angel stepped in to get out of the rain. Johnny gestured, please come inside. It's been a while. Johnny, how did you know it was us? Because we were completely covered by the umbrella. Johnny hesitated. Because you two are the only couple in town who are always together like that. Aiden spoke up. I like to see the clothes we ordered, Johnny. He closed his eyes with a proud smile. Of course, sir. I've been waiting for you to arrive to present them. Johnny offered, would you two like to try them on before taking them home? He called to the woman behind him. Mary, come here. She stepped on Johnny's foot. Hello, sir, Mrs. Fitzroy. You two look much more radiant than last time. Newlywed life must be treating you well. Aiden and Angel looked at each other. They both sharply turned away at the same time. Mary pushed Angel along. I'll help Mrs. Fitzroy change. She pulled the curtain shut. Angel looked hesitant. Mary, why are there so many dresses here? Mary covered her mouth and laughed. My brother. No, my older brother. went crazy. I mean, he was so excited designing dresses for you. She left. Feel free to try them on. Just pick the ones you like and take them home. Angel stepped out in a pink dress. Mary asked, what do you think? Do you like it? Angel looked a bit shy. Yes, it's very beautiful. Mary draped a shawl over her shoulders. My brother said, this is the latest trend among the nobility in the capital. If you pair this dress with the shawl, you can wear it in spring, autumn, or when you have guests. Angel picked up the shawl. These designs are just as beautiful as any I've seen in the capital, and they're also very easy to put on and take off. Mary pointed outside. Now that you're wearing the dress, you should let your husband see it. Angel was startled. What? Allerlicht. Angel looked down, her face flushing with shyness. She slowly walked out. What do you think of this one? Aiden froze for a beat, standing stock still. Johnny clasped his hands in admiration. I knew it. Mrs. Fitzroy would look wonderful in this. The dress perfectly complements her hair that shimmers like the morning sun and her eyes that sparkle like gems. Aiden looked down, his voice low. You look beautiful. Angel, this dress suits you very well. Angel bit her lip and clenched her hands. Mary smirked smugly, looking at Angel's expression. There's a yellow version too. Why don't you try on as well? Angel said timidly, I like this one a lot too. What do you think? Which one do you like more? Aiden said in a low voice, we could take both. Angel was stunned, but isn't that a bit too extravagant? He said softly, both suit you very well, so it would be a shame to choose just one. Angel twirled a lock of hair, hesitating, I like both too, but Mary spoke up, here, try on a few other ones. You mentioned an Empire-style dress last time, so I tweaked it a bit to make it more special. I also prepared a few other cotton samples for you to choose from. There's one more color too. Angel scratched her head. I don't know which one to choose anymore. Aiden gave a thumbs up, his cheeks pink. Let's take them all. Mary announced cheerfully, this is the last one. Angel was flustered. I can really feel every stitch of this dress. I love it. Mary smiled. Thank you. My brother would be so happy to hear that. So why don't you show him? Angel cut her off. Wait, I want to save this one to show him another time. Mary was astonished. Really? That makes sense. It'll be a better surprise when it's just the two of you. Angel closed her eyes tightly. Please tell Johnny that I truly appreciate the effort he put into making these dresses. Mary laughed. Yes, of course. Angel said happily, please wrap them carefully so they don't get wet. Pierre said, but I advise you to avoid wearing the Empire-style dresses after early autumn. Even though I've added an extra lining, these dresses aren't suitable for cold weather. Aiden rubbed his chin. It's best if I come back in the autumn to order some warmer dresses. He was overjoyed. I knew you were a thoughtful person. You and I are definitely cut from the same cloth. He gave a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. She ran up from behind to where the two of them were. Zing, I believe you can design a perfect outfit for Aiden, right? Here, please design the highest quality outfit possible with this money. Aiden tried to stop her. No, let me pay. It's my money anyway. Angel disagreed. No. Aiden, I want to do something to repay you too. She looked at him with a determined gaze. Aiden looked away, quite embarrassed. All right then. Pierre's eyes lit up, sparkling brightly. Of course, with this amount of money, I could design a truly magnificent suit. But an outfit for you? He looked him up and down with a critical eye. I never realized because I was so mesmerized by Mrs. Fitzroy, but you'd be a wonderful model too. I'm inspired. You'll be my muse. He said helplessly, I don't want to be your muse. The two of them joined forces to push Aiden inside. Come on, get in. His shouts echoed from inside. I'll take off my own clothes, so don't touch me. No, I said don't touch me, and stop calling me your muse. Mary whispered, are you two going to the summer fair together? Angel replied, yes, I'm so excited because this is my first festival. She asked, you're planning to wear the last dress, right? If so, we'll design a suit for your husband that matches it perfectly. She was surprised, really, but you don't have to. Mary said excitedly, the whole village will be there, so you need to mark your territory a little, right? What if some other girl tries to flirt with him? After all, Aiden is quite handsome. Angel was swayed by her words. If someone else got close to Aiden, I don't think I'd like that very much. All right, I'll leave it to you then. After a while, the two men came out together. She spoke up, it's wonderful to see you two getting along so well. Aiden and I plan to visit you soon. Pierre bowed slightly. It would be an honor, madam. She wondered, so when are you free? Her mind was racing with thoughts. Is there a rule that the first meeting between two families must be at afternoon tea? What time is considered polite for a visit? Mary said cheerfully, I'll sneak a lot of meat from my father's butchery. Let's have a barbecue that night. Angel seemed very interested in that idea. Then she turned to ask for his opinion. Is that all right with you, Aiden? He nodded. Yeah, that's fine. Her face clearly showed her anticipation. Everyone was talking and laughing together harmoniously. I can't wait. Angel smoothed her hair. I don't think they have any flygum trees. Aiden bowed his head. Let me ask Mrs. Mech. The door pushed open. Thanks. Did you see that? He's exactly the same as the last time he was here. She replied, That's right. He really hasn't changed at all. His wife must be a very good person. She's as beautiful and elegant as a lady. Could she be from a noble family? Lyron sighed dismissively. What noble lady would come to a remote countryside like this? He covered his face and sighed, perhaps. Anyway, I'm happy to see someone I know changing for the better. Angel suddenly spoke up. It seems the streets are getting more crowded. Aiden's hand, holding the umbrella, was gradually turning red. Angel turned her head. If you're not feeling well, please tell me. Aiden stammered, Angel suddenly stopped. The other person was about to whip his horse. Can you bend down for a moment? Aiden bent down like this. Angel brought her hands close to Aiden's face. Wait a second. He flinched, his pupils contracting. I'll cover your ears until the sound stops. Aiden's mouth fell open in astonishment. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at Angel's face and thought, how would she react if I kissed her? Aiden's face turned red. His eyes looked down, his lips pressed together. Angel smiled brightly and let go of her hands. All right, he's gone far away. Aiden's eyes were reluctant, with a hint of longing. Thanks. Aiden's face was full of doubt when someone called out, Fain. Fain. Angel walked over with a glass of lemonade. Aiden. He looked up. Hi. She handed him the glass. Drink this, it's hot today. Aiden took the glass. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you call. Angel replied, It's okay. Drink it before the ice melts. I added a sprig of mint on top because I thought its scent would blend well with the drink. Aiden looked at the glass in his hand. That's right, the mint really does give it a pleasant scent. Angel put her hands on her hips. A thin slice of lemon is fine, but I think a mint leaf is better, by the way. She sat down, trembling slightly. I was asking what you were doing alone in the living room. She looked at the things on the table and asked casually, Why did you knit so much? Aiden realized and quickly answered, I'm learning to knit from Mrs. Mech, but I didn't do this much. I didn't realize I'd knitted so much either. I did this because I really couldn't stop thinking about Angel. Then Angel picked up what he had knitted. You're better at this than I thought. The stitches are very even, not too tight or too loose. She looked at Mrs. Mech knitting. I was the one who learned first. Aiden looked at the ball of yarn on the table. That's right, but you got bored and left them on that table. Angel hesitated. That's true, but this is why I tried doing this. Angel looked at him. From cooking and gardening to weaving, it seems there's nothing you can't do. You truly have skillful hands. Unlike me. He nodded, I've done many things since I was a child, so these tasks have become familiar to me. My mother was a painter, and perhaps her dexterity was passed down to me. Angel exclaimed in admiration. She was truly a genius of painting. Did she study art? Yes, my grandfather owned a farm in the north. He fulfilled every request my mother had. He was truly very proud of her. That's also why he sent my mother to the city to study painting, helping her financially, which was a rare thing for ordinary young ladies. A hint of sadness appeared on Angel's face. He must have been a very sweet and kind person. Aiden remembered his grandfather and said gently, he really was. He clenched his fist. What about your mother? Angel's eyes widened with a mix of panic and surprise. She hesitated. You might find me strange for saying this, but I'm not sure myself, because she passed away from postpartum fever after giving birth to me. When I was little, I looked at my mother's belongings and overheard the servants' conversations. The Duchess was so pitiful, wasn't she? Yes, she got pregnant right after getting married, so she spent most of her time alone in bed. She lay on the couch hugging a pillow. She had no friends. I think she must have been very homesick. Mother even told the cooks to prepare dishes from her hometown and gave me a name from the language of the place she used to live. Perhaps that's why my mother looks so lonely in the portrait, even though she's smiling. That's all I know about my mother. I only know that my mother was a very elegant lady from Francia. Aiden asked softly, you must miss her a lot. Angel gave a forced smile. Not really. She passed away when I was very young. So how could I miss someone who isn't in my memory? Aiden's face darkened. When I was little, I missed my father a lot, even though I didn't even know his name. I never asked my grandfather or my mother anything about my father either, but I would always look in the mirror and wonder what he looked like. That curiosity later caused quite a bit of trouble. But anyway, isn't it a child's instinct to have feelings for and want to meet their parents, even if their minds have never seen their parents' faces? After hearing him speak, Angel sat in a daze for a moment. You're right, I really do want to meet my mother. I would be content even if it were just once. Aiden comforted her. You'll meet her someday. Angel held the letter in her hand. I can't stop thinking about my father's letter. I can't be moved by him. I have to cut off all feelings for that man. I like this farm. I like it more every day. I like the cute animals and the plant beds here. I like the kitchen that always fills the house with a sweet fragrance. And I like the red tablecloth on the dining table. I'm also fond of Mrs. Mech. She's like family to me now. I like the pastor who personally brought the forsythia plants to our house and the cute child he was carrying. Angel hesitated, her voice faltering. And Aiden too. Just the thought of eventually leaving these precious days behind makes me feel strangely empty. Angel wearily bent down and clutched the hem of her dress. She raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her flushed face. Someone behind her asked, "Are you jogging again today?" Angel turned her head. Aiden walked up and suggested, "Can I run with you?" Startled, Angel turned away. "I don't want to. I'm used to running alone." She touched her face. "I must look pathetic right now." Aiden added, "But if you go with me, we can go further than just around the house. I can lead you to that path covered in soft grass." Angel fell into thought. Lately, I've been getting a bit bored of looking at the same scenery over and over every day. If it's Aiden, I think it's probably okay if I look a bit disheveled in front of him. He's not the type to criticize or think badly of me for dressing sloppily or anything. Besides, it's not like I'm trying to look attractive or anything. She said to him, "Then let's run together, starting tomorrow." Aiden smiled faintly. The two of them ran while chatting. She said shyly, "But I run very slowly. You're not allowed to complain, okay?" Aiden explained, "It's fine. I can match your pace. I haven't trained in a while either, so I'm probably slow too." Angel said loudly, "Liar." Angel exclaimed, "You're always overly protective of me." Aiden replied, "I prefer to call it being gallant." The next day, Angel was holding a basket of some sort. We're on our way to Janny and Mary's house now. She closed her eyes. I wanted to drive the carriage myself, but I'll let Aiden drive this time. Because yesterday, I drove to Mrs. Mech's house. Mrs. Mech asked Aiden and Angel, "Why have you two never visited my house?" The two of them froze and hastily replied, well, we were planning to come." Aiden and Angel visited Mrs. Mech's house, and even though it was last minute, it was still really fun. I had the chance to see Mrs. Mech's family paintings and play with Mosian, the cat that often wanders in her backyard. Sitting in the carriage, she exclaimed to Aiden, "That cake yesterday, what do you think the secret to her raisins is? It was better than ours." Mrs. Mech shook her head. "I can't reveal my secret recipe." He replied, "Is it because she dries them herself instead of buying them from the store? We could also make our own raisins if we dry the grape bunches harvested from the garden. I remember there's a grape cedar somewhere in the kitchen." Angel was surprised. A grape cedar? I didn't even know such a thing existed. Aiden continued, "It sounds strange, but it's real, though most people just buy raisins from a store. Because this machine is extremely laborious to use, and you only get a tiny amount of raisins." She rubbed her chin as if in thought. "How does it work, that machine?" He read the instructions to Angel. "You have to briefly soak the grapes in water to soften them, then put 2 or 3 into the machine's opening and turn the handle for it to automatically separate the seeds." She grimaced and cut Aiden off. "Forget it. I'm not doing it. Let's just go to the store and buy them. It's faster. I don't want to turn any more handles." He continued, "Mech doesn't trust store-bought things, so she still makes her own candles and soap." Angel vaguely recalled, "I think I saw those at her house yesterday. That must take a lot of work, right?" Aiden nodded. "That's right. She probably still has the frugal habits from when she had to raise her younger siblings, so she still likes to make everything herself. But honestly, store-bought soap smells more pleasant. The ingredients are much better too." Angel's eyes lit up. "How about we give her a bar of fragrant soap next time?" She frowned slightly. "We could say we bought too much and give it as a gift." Her eyes drooped. "The gifts I'm bringing today." Angel looked at the gift basket in her hand. "Is it too simple? Or maybe we should stop by a shop along the way and buy something else." Aiden turned to look at Angel. "I already told you. Angel, that's more than enough. Mrs. Meg loved the jar of peach jam and the bouquet you brought the other day." She closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously. "Well, I'm close with Mrs. Meg, but Janny and Mary are different." Angel's face was gloomy. "To be honest, I really don't know how to behave when we get there." She hesitated a little. "Should I behave like at the high society parties of the nobility? But what if I say something wrong and they get angry?" Aiden also said, "I have a sharp tongue. What if I ruin his chance to make friends in Leslie?" Things spread fast in a small town. Angel's face clearly showed her worry. "But how do you make friends with strangers from the very beginning?" "I've always been confident that I'm good at socializing, but thinking back, it was mostly just because of my status." While she was thinking, Aiden spoke up. "You should talk to Janny about fashion. That way he'll open up more easily. You know a lot about fashion, don't you?" Angel pouted. "That's true. What about Mary?" He looked ahead. "I'm not really sure what women usually talk about with each other, but perhaps asking about her hobbies or a major concern she has would be more natural. She had a gloomy expression mixed with contemplation. Mary's hobbies? Mary, with a dejected face, measured Angel for clothes. My brother is determined to be a tailor instead of taking over the butcher's shop, so I'm worried I'll have to get married and live with my husband's family. Angel realized something and looked up. Marriage. So maybe you could try talking about finding a good husband, for example. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced towards Aiden. A good husband? Angel pointed at his cheek, smiling brightly. Like you? He chuckled and asked probingly. Or perhaps discuss ways to avoid husbands like me. Angel burst out laughing. What's so bad about you? You're a pretty good husband, Aiden said in a sulky tone. Pretty good, not wonderful? She burst out laughing. Oh my goodness. All right then, let's just say you're a wonderful husband. He immediately cut her off. Let's just say and actually is are two different things. Angel said in a helpless tone, you're really something. All right, you're wonderful, very wonderful. Angel shyly turned her face away. But wait, by saying this, I'm not just simply admitting he's a good husband. It sounds like I'm admitting to myself that I have feelings for him. Aiden took her hand to reassure her. Don't worry too much. Just be yourself. You don't need to try too hard because Janny and Mary will like you. And Mrs. Meg and I too. We all like you just for being you. Angel raised an eyebrow. Why are you holding my hand? Aiden replied for encouragement. Just like that time before when Aiden was lying on the ground and she knelt down to take his hand. She looked at him with wide, sparkling, bewildered eyes. Angel shyly looked down. Thank you very much. She smiled happily. I feel so relieved it's unbelievable, just from holding his hand and hearing those words. Angel wondered, is it just because he's a special person to everyone, or has he become a special person just to me? A while later, Angel fell asleep on Aiden's shoulder without realizing it. He looked gently at her as she slept soundly. Angel looked at the mailbox in amazement. Oh, there's more today. The first visit to the neighbors was more successful than expected. Mary said the gift she brought was really delicious. Angel was cheerful. Thank you all so much. She picked up the letters. I guess that meeting made a good impression because since then, we've both started receiving a lot of invitations from the villagers of Leslie. Angel looked at the senders of the letters. The owner of the Central Market, the church pastor, the school principal. She looked doubtfully at the last letter. And who is Mrs. Elmer? But meeting so many people, he doesn't know, like this might be a bit difficult for Aiden at this time. Should I ask him what he thinks about this? From outside, Aiden opened the wooden door and peeked his head in. He looked at the pot of blooming sunflowers. They're growing really well. A voice called out to Aiden. He closed the door and looked doubtfully towards the source of the sound. Angel walked over holding the pile of letters. We just received another invitation. Aiden asked her, who sent it this time? Angel held the letter in her hand. It's from a Mrs. Elmer, but I'm not sure who she is. Aiden took the letter from her hand. She's the one who gave us those cherries the other day. She remembered. Oh, it's her? In that case, I guess meeting once would be fine. We can thank her for the cherries from the other day. Angel read the letter carefully. Oh, but this isn't an invitation to her house. Aiden tilted his head to look at the letter. Then what is it? She read the letter aloud. The Women's Association is planning to gather to do something for the fair this afternoon. Mrs. Elmer wants to know if I will participate or not. They plan to cook and make some free drinks for the guests. If I can make friends with the ladies in this Women's Association, perhaps this is an opportunity for me to change people's perception of Aiden. She turned her head to ask Aiden, what do you think? I want to participate. Is that okay? He glanced over at Angel. I'd rather you didn't go. She looked at him and asked quizzically why. Is there something you don't like about Mrs. Elmer? Aiden looked away evasively. You said you would go to the fair with me. If you join the Women's Association, I'll have to go alone. Angel raised one eyebrow. It's only for an hour or two. Why don't you take the opportunity to meet Penny or the other villagers? He said resentfully, but I want to spend the whole day with you. Aiden turned his back. I guess you don't feel the same way. Angel was puzzled. We see each other every day. We go everywhere together. We're stuck together like glue. Feeling hurt, his face darkened as he walked away. But the fair is different. That day is special. There's a circus and performances. But if you really don't want to go, I won't stop you. Angel held the letter in her hand, her face scrunched up, not knowing what to choose. She ran over and grabbed the hem of his shirt. All right, we won't join the Women's Association anymore, so we'll just be together all day, okay? Aiden was overjoyed. Really? Angel was stunned. Was he pretending to be sad this whole time? She puffed her cheeks in anger. You're such a child. He was beaming. So it's just the two of us the whole day, right? Aiden smiled slyly, his cheeks flushing as he held out his hand for a pinky promise. Promise me. Angel sighed helplessly. Oh God, I can't believe this man. The two of them made a pinky promise. She said firmly, I promise. At the fair, the stalls were noisy with vendors hawking their wares and people bustling about. Hot-scotch eggs, get them while they're hot. A fortune teller, I can see your future. Get a card reading, only 1 penny. Angel's voice was hurried and insistent. Hurry up, Aiden. He followed behind her, slowly. Be careful not to fall. Angel took Aiden's hand. I spent all morning getting dressed up today, so we have to make sure we enjoy everything we can. She pointed to the stage. Look, Aiden, I think that's a circus. Let's go see. The two of them squeezed through the crowd. There's so many people here. Aiden held Angel's shoulders. I can't let you bump into people, so let's walk like this. She was shy. Thank you. The man on stage waved his hands. Focus on my hands, ladies and gentlemen. See? There's nothing there. Then a bouquet of flowers appeared in his hand. Angel was surprised, though. She wanted to get a better look, so she stood on her tiptoes. Aiden leaned close to her ear. Want to sit on my shoulders like those kids over there? Angel covered her face in embarrassment. Stop it, I'm not a child. I can see just fine. He continued, then let me carry you. You'll see much better from there. Angel refused. I said I don't need it. He insisted, or I'll kneel down and be a stool for you to stand on to see better. Angel furrowed her brows in anger. People are watching. You idiot. Stop joking around and focus on the show. People around them whispered, oh, how sweet. We were like that once. Angel spoke up. Let's go to the front to see better. He replied, all right. Red spread his hands. Did you all enjoy that? The next magic trick will be. As Angel walked forward, she ran into Mrs. Meg. Oh, Mrs. Meg, it's so good to see you here. She replied while clapping. You two make a lovely couple today. Red, on stage, widened his eyes in amazement. I can't believe there's such a gorgeous lady in this small village. This is my chance. He extended his hand towards Angel. For this magic trick to succeed, I need the help of a beautiful assistant. Miss, could you help me? She pointed to herself doubtfully. Me? Red's eyebrows furrowed and sweat beaded on his face, yes. Angel was thrilled, while Aiden's face behind her had darkened. Red trembled and pointed to the side. Sorry, I meant the lady next to you. Mrs. Meg burst out laughing. Oh my, are you talking about me? How embarrassing. Angel laughed awkwardly. That's so embarrassing. I thought he was calling me. Aiden added, I thought so too. This magician really has no eye for beauty. She asked, flustered, why are you looking at me like that? Aiden shyly turned his head away. It's nothing. Angel asked, really? She glanced up at Aiden. She didn't know if it was because he was dressed so nicely today, but there was something about him that felt different to her. This feeling was completely different from when Philip did the same thing. When Philip put his arm around her shoulder, it felt like just a heavy hand on her shoulder, but with Aiden, it felt like she was being protected. Angel's face softened, and I'm feeling restless too. Huh. She jumped. What's wrong with me? Aiden asked worriedly, what's wrong? She waved her hand and explained, oh, it's nothing. Aren't you hungry? Red retreated from the stage. Thank you for watching the show. Angel thought to herself, doesn't that sound a bit too gluttonous? We just got to the fair after all. Aiden smiled softly. I was waiting for you to say that. I heard someone say the stall over there has delicious food. She was relieved. Good. He doesn't think I'm a glutton. She asked excitedly, really? Angel took Aiden's hand. Then let's go try it right now. She happily pulled him backwards, and he followed her indulgently. Aiden and Angel were sitting opposite each other, enjoying tea and cake. The woman rested her chin on her hand and asked her, are you having fun? Angel waved hello. The man lamented, I can't believe they both hit all the targets. Angel jumped up happily. Aiden, let's go to Pi, and PU. They're about to announce the competition results. Searching the notice board on the wall, Fitzroy. Okay, here it is. The two were astonished. Top one is Aiden Fitzroy and Angel Fitzroy. They both celebrated. We won the gold medal. Aiden was happily watching Angel smile. That's great, when she spread her arms. Angel hugged Aiden and placed a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Aiden. She hugged Aiden and kissed him all over his face. He was embarrassed, his face turning beet red. Angel turned to look at the three pigs. Sorry, Pi. And PU, you must be hungry too. The two people behind them saw this and said, so romantic, congratulations. Aiden pressed his lips together tightly, thinking to himself, should I give her the ring? Outside, the lights were dim, night had fallen, the fire flickered, and couples danced hand in hand. Let's dance. Aiden and Angel sat motionless on the bench. He asked her, Angel, do you want to dance? She stood up. It's too hot. I'll go get us something to drink. He didn't hear clearly. What? Aiden realized, wait, Angel, but she had already run far away. Her face was flushed, so embarrassing, Why did I do that? Angel glassed her. I don't want to thank him. She ran her hands through her hair, but I shouldn't have expressed it that way. She froze for a moment. Do I like Aiden? Do I have feelings for Aiden? No, that's impossible. I just got caught up in the moment. Like my father, who never knew what it was like to love someone, and because my love will never be returned. Truly loving someone scares me. She returned with 2 cups of water, but couldn't find Aiden anywhere. Where did he go? The bench was empty, not a soul in sight. But then again, I don't think I told him to wait here. Is Aiden looking for me? Maybe we got separated again. Wait, or did he have a panic attack while I was gone? I'm such an idiot. Just because he's been around more people lately doesn't mean Aiden has fully recovered. I need to find him right now. Angel ran to find Aiden, asking people around. Excuse me, have you seen my husband, Aiden Fitzroy? Have you seen a man with silver hair, wearing all black, pass by here? A villager told Angel. He looked drunk. He was staggering. I think he went into this alley. She looked worriedly in the direction the man pointed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you. She called his name loudly. Aiden, he was huddled in a corner, tugging at his messy hair. Repeatedly calling her name, Angel. Angel rushed over and placed her hand on his face. She hugged Aiden. I'm here. There's nothing to worry about. He slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep in her arms. Aiden said, I'm fine. Angel cut him off. Just lie down and rest. He lay on the bed, tiredly saying, I already told you. I feel better. Just go back and enjoy the festival. She replied, It's no fun alone. He whispered, Mrs., Meg, and everyone are still there. Angel frowned at Aiden and said, But you're not. Did you forget our pinky promise to enjoy the whole festival together? Aiden sat up. You're right. Shall we go out there now? Angel was worried. No, you might feel better, but I'm still worried. He looked down, pressing his lips together without saying anything. Angel asked, Are you crying? He frowned. Not at all. Angel said again, Your eyes look red. Aiden looked speechless. Hey, my eyes are red. She sighed. You know that's not what I meant. Wait, are you sad because we didn't dance together? He let out a soft, long breath. Well, maybe. Angel threw the door open. Well then, she smiled radiantly, extending her hand towards Aiden. He looked at her outstretched hand with a hesitant expression. Then Aiden placed his hand on Angel's. All right. She asked him, But do you know how to dance? He nodded. Yes, a little. The two of them swayed to the song on the lawn. She smiled brightly. Oh, you're doing very well. Aiden said shyly, Like I said this morning, you look so beautiful in this dress. Angel was impressed. Pierre is so skillful. It's such a beautiful dress, isn't it? Aiden curled his lips. The dress is indeed very beautiful, but I think it stands out like this because you're the one wearing it. Angel was surprised. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilating. The fire outside in the yard was still flickering. Angel spoke up, I want to join the harvest next year too. And also, I know I'm saying this after we won the prize, but thank you for everything. I was probably quite rude when I first arrived, but you still helped me get used to this place. Aiden looked at the ground. No, I wasn't the one who did better. I should have been more mature. I was too negative around you. That must have hurt you a lot. I'm sorry. Angel was flustered. Don't apologize. I'm the one who should be sorry. I'm sorry and thank you. He replied, No, it should be me. I really regret it. Aiden hesitated, not giving you the ring on our wedding day. He reached into his pocket. I know it's late, but I've prepared it anyway. Aiden slipped the ring onto Angel's finger. You might not like it. She admired the ring Aiden put on her hand. He said to Angel, This is a ring made from a gemstone, something that is very meaningful to me. I thought it would suit you. Angel, are you okay? Are you crying? Angel stood frozen as tears rolled down her face. Aiden hesitated. If you don't like it, you can go to the capital and have another one made. Angel cried while reassuring him, Don't be silly. You know I wanted this. I'm so happy. I love this color. Aiden looked at her gently. Me too. I'm so happy I could give you this ring. Even though it's late. Actually, I've always been bothered by the fact that I didn't give you a ring on our wedding day. She tugged on his sleeve. There's one more thing you forgot. He raised his hand to stroke her hair. That's right. Besides the ring, I forgot one more thing. Aiden gently lifted Angel's chin and placed a light kiss on her lips. He pulled away from her. Are you comfortable with this? She trembled. No, not at all. Aiden supported Angel. Then is there a problem? She said haltingly. I'm not sure. Her face flushed. I don't think once is enough. The crowd around the bonfire danced enthusiastically. Aiden pressed down on Angel, lying on top of her on the bed. The two looked at each other passionately in the intimate space. Aiden lifted her head and gave her a deep kiss. The early morning sky was clear and blue. Warm sunlight pierced through the clouds, seeping through the window. Angel was sleeping on the bed with her eyes closed, so peaceful. She slowly opened her eyes. Even the storm had to sleep peacefully now that the fair was over. Angel was astonished to see Aiden lying in front of her. She panicked and quickly lifted the blanket off herself. Thank heavens. Thank heavens we didn't do anything we would regret. I mean, even though he and I went a little over the line, but Aiden opened his eyes, woke up, and called her name, Angel. He sat up. The sun is high. Angel, we need to go home. She mumbled, so sleepy. He smiled. Angel, or should I carry you home? She shot up and stretched. That was a really comfortable sleep, wasn't it? Did you sleep well? He asked cautiously, how do you feel? Angel laughed awkwardly. Oh, I could fly right now, ha ha ha. Anyway, I feel very refreshed. Aiden added, sure, just be comfortable. A moment later, we didn't forget anything, did we? Aiden walked over. No. Do you want to eat something before we go back? Angel replied, we ate out yesterday. Let's eat at home today. If we stay any longer, people will find out he and I were out all night. Aiden looked at her silently. She must still be tired, which makes sense since she had to sleep in a strange place. Aiden rubbed his chin. She probably stayed up all night because I didn't let her go. It was like a dream. I'm glad I kept my courage, gave Angel the ring, and expressed my feelings and thoughts to her. Aiden's leg gave way and he fell. Angel worried. Aiden, are you okay? Was I walking too fast? He stood up and replied, it's nothing. I was just a little distracted. I'm fine. Thinking back, Aiden's face darkened. I still haven't said anything after putting the ring on her. He scratched his head. I had prepared a few things to say, but I still couldn't say them. My lips were focused on doing something else at that time. He resolved, I have to say it right now. Aiden stopped walking. Angel. She turned around to look at him quizzically, huh? Aiden clenched his fist. I want to talk to you about something. He spoke haltingly. Yesterday, I was taken away and Angel was a little surprised. Her lips parted slightly. You don't need to explain. Aiden looked at her doubtfully. What? Angel pointed forward. We have to hurry. They told us to bring Pie, and PU back before noon. He froze. Oh, that's right. Let's go. We'll be late. Aiden watched Angel's departing figure. Does she regret what happened last night? He clenched his fist tighter, veins popping out. If she doesn't want to talk about what happened, maybe I should respect her feelings. Aiden relaxed his hand. She's still wearing the ring I gave her. That alone makes me happy. Let's go, Angel. Angel sat listlessly at the dining table. Aiden spoke up. Aren't you eating, Angel? Angel waved her hand. Oh no, I didn't sleep very well, so I'm still a little sleepy now. Aiden sighed softly. Maybe you have heat stroke. Should I call a doctor? No, I'm fine, She fiddled with her hand, looking at the ring. I can't forget how happy I was during the fair. I will tell him the truth and say that I was up all night thinking about him. To be honest, I haven't had a good night's sleep for days. Even though I try to clear my mind, counting up to 100 pigs with my eyes closed or drinking warm milk, it was all useless. I interrupted him when he was talking that day, but then said nothing more. Did Aiden give me the ring because he has feelings for me? Was he thinking about me while we were kissing? And what did Aiden want to tell me? I want to know, but I can't bring myself to ask him. If the truth remains hidden like this, it might be less painful if the truth isn't what I want. She hugged her legs. I don't want to have to bear this anymore. Angel held a glass of water in her hand. I didn't at all, but Aiden reached out and wiped her mouth. Is it good? It's all over your face. Aiden wiped her mouth, but her cheeks flushed pink as she remembered the scene of them kissing. Angel took a napkin and wiped her mouth. Why didn't you tell me? I could have wiped it myself. She thought to herself, why am I so shy? He seems normal. I'm the only one whose emotions are fluctuating. Aiden asked worriedly, Angel, do you have a fever? Your face is very red. Angel explained in a panic, it's just a little hot today. Shall we have watermelon for dessert? I want to eat something cool. Aiden replied, I'll go to the garden and see. You rest here. Angel said shyly, yes, thank you. Angel slumped onto the table. I've been living quite well with Aiden, so why am I suddenly acting like this? The old Angel Gloucester would definitely be laughing secretly at the person I am now. Am I really moved by Aiden Fitzroy? Are you kidding me? He's not famous, nor is he rich. Why would I fall for a man like that? Marrying a powerful man with a huge fortune, that was the goal I was taught to achieve. It's shameful to admit that, to me, people of the lower class were like furniture. I just had to snap my fingers and they would work to bring convenience to my life. She said to the old Angel, does the person you're now really think that way? Angel frowned, what? But Aiden is very gentle and caring towards others. He respects me and always listens to what I say. That's also why I like Aiden. Angel lay on the table, looking at the hand wearing her ring. Aiden walked in holding a watermelon. Angel, look at this, it's huge. I've never seen a watermelon this big. Angel smiled, looking at him. I wonder if Aiden has any feelings for me? Thank you for picking it. I'll go get a knife. Aiden cut her off. Let me do it all. You just need to sit and wait, she said, but I want to try cutting the watermelon. Aiden stood behind Angel, holding her hand. Then let's do it together. The blade of this knife is very sharp. It could hurt you. Angel shut her eyes tightly in shyness. He's so sweet. It would be absurd if I wasn't moved by this sweetness. No one would do this for someone they don't care about. Aiden spoke, interrupting Angel's thoughts. I'll press the knife down, and you hold the handle firmly. She nodded. All right. Angel's mouth fell open in amazement. Amazing. Aiden stood beside her, smiling. He and she were stunned when they saw the watermelon with a tiny core before their eyes. Aiden froze. Not knowing what to say, Angel covered her mouth and burst out laughing. He wiped his sweat. It seems I'm not good at picking fruit. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, laughing and saying, I'm still afraid of getting hurt, but if an opportunity comes, one that will change my mind, I swear I'll be brave enough to take it. Aiden paced back and forth, muttering, maybe it's still too early to express my feelings to Angel, but she's already wearing the wedding ring I gave her. He stopped. No, now is the time to tell her. Aiden clenched his fist with determination. People have said that when facing an unavoidable problem, it's best to face it directly. Angel was at home, sitting on a chair, looking through the pages of a book. Aiden peeked in, shyly poking his head in to call her. Angel, are you busy with anything? She looked up at him doubtfully. Is something wrong? He stepped in front of her and said hesitantly, I want to say, so. Angel listened to him with a bewildered expression. Aiden's face was bright red with shyness. He said cautiously, the thing is, do you know where the first aid kit I gave you before is? Angel relaxed. Oh, the first aid kit? It's in the drawer of the cabinet in my room. Her face showed clear concern. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Aiden waved his hand. No, it's not that. Sweat covered his face. I just want to see how much medicine we have left, so I know what to buy next time I go to town. I think we should prepare medical supplies for when we need them. Angel agreed. That's right. I'll go get it right now. He put out his hand to stop her, turned to go get it. No, it's okay. I'll go myself. I just want to take a look. You stay here. She stopped. Oh, okay. If you can't find it, call me. Aiden hung his head. I can't say it when I'm in front of her. He held onto the railing and trudged upstairs. Aiden pushed the door open. Well, I'll try again next time. Since I'm already here, I guess I should check the first aid kit. He pulled out the drawer of the bedside table. It's not here. Aiden rummaged around, searching every nook and cranny. Or did Angel forget where she put it? He tilted his head and looked into the gap of the cabinet doubtfully. Oh, I was wondering why I couldn't see it. Turns out it's stuck here. Aiden reached his hand in there. I guess Angel has dropped other things down here too. He suddenly stopped his hand when he hit something. From the gap, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, a letter. He was speechless as he opened the letter. Her and her bad habits. I already told her to throw trash in the bin, or maybe this is an important letter. I think I should take a quick look to see what it is. Aiden opened the paper. He froze when he saw the first line. The top of the letter read, to my daughter. Aiden hesitated. I'm not allowed to read this letter. I shouldn't, but I'm looking for a husband for you for when you return to the capital. He stubbornly read on. Just one more sentence. Take care of your appearance. Keep yourself beautiful. And when the time comes, do not tell His Highness or anyone in the capital about the existence of that ex-husband and what you have done in that place. Angel rushed, hurrying up from downstairs. She pushed the door open, trying to call his name, to stop him from reading her father's letter. Aiden, have you found the first aid kit yet? Aiden's face darkened. He regained his composure and answered her, yes, we need more bandages and digestive medicine. She was out of breath. Really? Anything else? Did you see anything else? Anything strange, for example? I hope he hasn't seen that letter. I remember I crumpled it up and threw it somewhere, but I can't remember where I threw it. I should have thrown it away right after I read it. Aiden cut off Angel's train of thought. No, but your drawer is too messy. The first aid kit was also in your wardrobe. I told you to clean your room regularly. Do you remember? Angel's face was dejected. All right, I'll do it right away. Aiden turned his back to leave. All right, in the meantime, I'll go to the forest for a bit. I have a piece of furniture I want to make. She turned to watch his departing figure. All right, but hurry back. It's almost dark. He replied, okay. In the forest, dusk was falling. He knelt on the ground. Angel, is it true? Does she really want to leave me? No one would like someone like me, a child of the wild beasts, truly a coward who only cares about his own life. He clenched his fist, digging scratch marks into the ground. Yes, the sky was bright, the night forest dark and gloomy, birds soaring in the sky. In the kitchen, Angel asked Aiden, there you are, Aiden. What took you so long? He slowly walked in. I couldn't find the plan I wanted. She looked at his scratched hands and asked with concern, "What happened to your hand?" I tripped and fell. She exclaimed, "Oh my God, sit down, let me take care of it." Aiden looked at the pot of food cooking on the stove. "Have you eaten yet?" Angel replied, "Not yet, I was waiting for you." "Oh, the book I was just reading is quite good." She bandaged his hand when he suddenly called her Angel. "Huh?" A hint of sadness appeared on Aiden's face. "Never mind, it's nothing. When you're done, let's eat together." While Aiden was eating, Angel asked softly, "Don't you like today's food?" Aiden was startled. "No, it's delicious. It's just that my hand is a bit uncomfortable." Angel raised an eyebrow. "Shall I feed you?" "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. But I thought she had feelings for me too. Was I wrong?" Aiden looked at Angel feeding him. Her smile and the words she had whispered to me. Was all an act? Angel paused while scooping the food. "Wait, maybe the first aid kit Aiden mentioned earlier was a hint, and he wants to tell me something." She held the spoonful of food in front of him and said, "Say ah." What on earth does he want to say? If he wants to tell me something, it will be better to wait for him to say it himself, rather than risk probing him, right? She looked up at Aiden. I should give him time. He sat silently, lost in thought. "I can't let you go." He clenched his fist under the table, veins popping. "Whether the Duke needs Angel or Angel wants to leave this place, I will do everything to make sure that doesn't happen." Aiden rested his chin on his hand, thinking, what can I do to make Angel stay here? Should I tell Angel about the letter and convince her? No, even though I found it by accident. The truth is I read her private letter. Angel will definitely be furious if she knows I read it without her permission. He tapped his fingers on the table. Or should I ask His Majesty for help? Aiden frowned in thought. He was the one who arranged the wedding. Come to think of it, there are many illegitimate children in upper-class families or lower-class nobility. So why did he choose me to be Angel's husband and not someone else? Aiden crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. This is difficult. I can't understand his intentions at all. William Gardiner, a quiet and calm man. He wasn't hostile towards me, but mainly, he just wasn't interested in me. In the luxurious, magnificent, and splendid palace, Aiden raised an eyebrow skeptically. What? William rested his chin on his hand, tilted his head, and smiled brightly. She's a pitiful woman who lost her fiancé because of me, so she deserves the best. Consider this a reward for your achievements in the war. Aiden stood there, stunned. At that time, I felt confused and disappointed. The war had been over for several years, and marrying a troublesome woman was a reward. But even after that, I still couldn't understand why he arranged this marriage. Crown Prince Philip's fiancée, an illegitimate child whom Philip hated. Perhaps he arranged this marriage to make use of Philip's supporters. All right, so I think I should tell His Majesty about the Duke's secret plan. I'll also test the Duke a little. I need to make it clear that even if he is a duke, he can't force us to divorce. The best case scenario is that Angel doesn't want a divorce either. From what I know, Angel would never reply to that letter. My daughter, has she tacitly agreed to remarry? Aiden rested his hand on his forehead. It seems I can also force her to stay, but at least I can make her like me a little more, right? How can I make her change her mind and want to stay with me? Rudolph was lying still on the bed in a magnificent room. Aiden smiled. I guess I'm still my father's son after all. I remember father wanted me to stay in the palace. He held a cloth, standing before his father's bed. I felt pity for him. That's why I decided not to become a selfish and dependent person. However, I became arrogant because I had never experienced the fear of losing someone I deeply care for and love. I need more power. Is that why Philip and the Duke act so recklessly to gain power? Aiden slammed his fist on the table again. What do I need to do to protect her? He wondered what are the things I can do. Aiden clenched his hand on the table, veins bulging. He leaned back in his chair and covered his face. Oh God, I can't believe I'm only thinking about how to get rid of Angel's father. The sky was a clear blue above the towering sunflowers. Angel called him, "Come outside, Aiden." He didn't hear clearly and asked again, "What?" Angel spread her arms. "They've all grown up. Look, isn't it impressive? How do these tiny seeds become so big?" Aiden couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is impressive." She looked at the sunflowers and wondered, when can we harvest the sunflower seeds? He replied, when the back of the sunflower head turns yellow, we can take paper bags, cover them, and wait. Angel wondered, cover the flowers with paper bags? Aiden nodded. And Mitchum, otherwise the sunflower seeds will fall to the ground and disappear, or the squirrels will come and eat them all. She frowned with determination. We can't let the animals eat our precious sunflower seeds. We'll buy paper bags the next time we go to town. Aiden asked Angel, are you planning to do something with the sunflower seeds? Angel had an idea. Maybe we should roast and eat them when winter comes. He responded, that sounds great. Angel looked up at the sunflowers. That's right, summer is almost over. Winter will be here soon. She asked Aiden, what do you usually do on the farm during winter? We can't plant anything, and it'll even be hard to leave the house because of the snow. He gestured as he explained, I usually take care of the livestock or repair furniture to make sure it doesn't break. I also spend time reading books or doing odd jobs to pass the time because there really isn't much to do then. But it's not boring. The group of wives organizes singing classes during the winter. You might like it. They also teach Christmas carols for Christmas. Angel rubbed her hands, her big, round eyes sparkling. Christmas carols, that sounds so fun. I'd love that. Aiden forced a smile. She asked him shyly, but how we get to town? Aiden leaned down and said, we use a sleigh instead of a regular carriage. Angel's eyes filled with anticipation. That sounds like Santa Claus and his reindeer. Can we put bells on the horses? Like in the song Jingle Bells. He looked at her indulgently. Of course, if you want to. Angel couldn't stop smiling. I'm so excited. Aiden was silent for a moment. Then he spoke. Do you promise you'll go with me? Angel smiled. Of course I will. She froze. But I might leave before winter. When Aiden went into the forest yesterday, I found the letter I had thrown away. It was tucked into a hidden corner, as if it didn't want to be found. To be honest, I didn't want to read that letter again at all. If anything, I wanted to forget it. I don't have the courage to tell him about my feelings just because of that letter. Angel clenched her fists. She looked towards the sunflowers. Now, all she could see was the image of a large, independent sunflower. The sunflower started from a tiny seed, growing bigger despite the wind, the dust, and the endless rain, blooming and developing into a big, beautiful flower. She clenched her fist. It means I can do it too. Angel said to Aiden, I promise I'll go to the singing class with you. I will write to my father and tell him that I don't want to remarry. Forget my father. Forget the capital and the status of a noble lady. Angel held out her hand, wanted to make a pinky promise with Aiden. He was stunned by her action. Aiden reached out and linked his pinky with hers. All right, it's a promise. You have to keep it. She replied, of course. Pinky promise. You can't take it back. I can't say I'm not scared at all. This is the first time I haven't done as my father said. He might get angry and then try to persuade or threaten me, but everything will be fine. I will do everything I can to spend the rest of my life with Aiden. Today, we came here to buy clothes for autumn. Janny pointed to the book on the table. I guessed our muse was about to visit, so I prepared some sketches. Here, take a look. Angel beamed. These designs are so wonderful. They're breathtaking. Which one should I choose? Actually, the clothes were just an excuse to send a letter to my father. I wanted to write a letter that clearly expressed my sincere wishes. I can't remember how many pages I tore up and started over. Dear Father, I am writing this letter to present a necessary request. This will be the last request from me as your daughter. I want to continue living in Leslie with Aiden, so please do not arrange any other marriages for me. It's hard to believe I replied to my father like this, something that would have been unthinkable for the Angel Gloucester of the past. But I should have done it sooner. I feel better now. I'm so glad I no longer have to feel guilty for hiding it from Aiden. Angel held the letter in her hands. Now, all that's left is to send this letter. But why can't I find a right moment to do it? Why is he sticking to me like this today? I was planning to stop by that place for a moment. She trotted down the street. He's like a little chick that never leaves its mother's side. Monsieur, could you come over here for a moment? Aiden replied, yes, I'll be right there. Angel had a doubtful look on her face. I don't have time to go to the post office right now, so I have to think of another way. Mary was passing by. Angel called out to her, Mary. She hesitantly held the letter out to her. Sorry to bother you, but could you help me mail this letter? Mary put her hands in her dress pockets. Of course. The post office is right next door anyway. Angel relaxed. Thank you so much. Aiden spoke softly to Janny. I have a small request. He asked, what is it, sir? Aiden held a letter in his hand. Could you help me send this letter to the capital? Janny smiled cheerfully. Of course, sir. You can ask me to do anything. Aiden and Angel both raised their hands to their mouths apprehensively. For Angel, for Aiden, please don't let her know. Liam was dead drunk. How should I put it? She's very special and charming. Do you know what charming means? Thompson's face was grim. Right, he had already talked about this. He put his head in his hands. Maybe I shouldn't have taken this case from the beginning. Thompson glanced behind him. With this level of information, that picky duke probably wouldn't even bother. Aiden Fitzroy Martinter, a maternal grandfather who was an ordinary farmer and moved here 80 years ago. Nancy Martinter, the mother, studied art in Normandy. I had a feeling I would find something here. He scratched his head, but the workshop where she used to work had closed down, and her master had left a long time ago. I just managed to find one person who still remembered Nancy Martin to her, but that old man was no help at all. Liam, holding his mug, stood up and shouted. She was very likable, too. Thompson said wearily, "Yes, I understand." Liam added, "It's just that her taste in men was terrible." Thompson looked at him suspiciously. Men? Liam wrapped his arms around himself, shivering. "That's right. There was a man who visited her a few times, but he looked very scary. He always wore a hood pulled down low, just like a criminal. Once, our eyes met, and his were a terrifying, glowing red, like a ghost's." Thompson looked up. That must have been the late emperor. He surely hid his identity when visiting a commoner's house. "I'm surprised the two of them met here. Do you remember anything else?" Liam chugged his drink. "No, I already told you. She was a very kind woman." Thompson looked at him with exasperation. "Well, this is going to be one of the toughest cases I've ever taken." He stood up and pushed a coin forward. "I understand. Thank you for this information. This should be enough for you." He picked up the coin, a thoughtful look on his face. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention a few things." Thompson sat down, interested. "What things?" Liam smirked. "I once heard them arguing near the city gate." He held up the coin, winked, and hesitated. "What do they say?" "It's hard to remember. I'm old. My mind isn't as sharp as it used to be." Thompson frowned. This cunning old man. He placed 2 silver coins and 1 gold coin on the table. Liam said with a bright smile as Thompson listened intently. "Ah, I remember now. The woman was arguing because their marriage was a lie. It seems the man had hidden something from her before they married." He took out his hand and wrote everything in a small notebook. Thompson was confused. Married? So this wasn't a simple affair. In a magnificent palace, under bright, gilded lights. Duke Gloucester asked Thompson, "So, did you find anything useful?" He replied, "Yes, your grace, but I still need to confirm the facts one more time. But it seems the late emperor and Nancy Martiner were secretly married in Normandy." The Duke raised an eyebrow. "They were secretly married?" He smirked smugly. "God has blessed me. Even if it was a marriage in the shadows, it is still considered legitimate. Considering Aiden's age, he must have been born after they married, which means he is not a bastard. So he is the eldest son of a late emperor." Duke Gloucester laughed cunningly, stroking his beard. "I can't believe the son-in-law I thought was useless is actually the legitimate heir of the late emperor." He clenched his fist. "A country boy who grew up with the status of a bastard will be easy to control as long as he ascends to the throne. This might be my only chance to overthrow William while he is still wary of me. Now I'm actually grateful for that ridiculous letter saying he wanted to continue the marriage. There's just one problem. I need to prove that Nancy Martiner and the late emperor were married. In Francia, people don't need family or witnesses to get married, which is why many couples choose to marry in secret. But the church always keeps a copy of the marriage certificate they issue to couples. I want to give you another task. I need proof that the late emperor and Nancy Martiner were married. Bring me their marriage certificate." In the afternoon, at sunset, the sky was crimson and birds soared in the sky. Angel, pale with fear, held out a trembling hand. Aiden, standing behind her, covered his mouth and chuckled. She exclaimed, "I can't do it." He comforted her. "The first time is always the hardest, but it gets easier once you get used to it." Angel cried out, "The way they wriggle is so scary." "Ah, why is it still moving after being cut in half?" Aiden turned to her. "It seems there's no other way. Please step aside for me, my lady." Angel was dejected. "I thought I would get used to this." Aiden hooked the worm onto the fishing line. "Don't worry, not everyone can easily touch them. I understand." He handed the fishing rod to Angel. "Here, it's done. Now, cast the bait just like I showed you." She took it. "All right, thank you." Aiden warned, "Don't cast it like you did before." Angel defended herself. "That was an accident. The rod slipped from my hand." Angel said excitedly, "Just watch this. I'll cast it so well it'll blow your mind." She cast the fishing line into the river, and it slowly sank. Aiden praised, "Well done, Angel." She smiled proudly. "So what do I need to do next?" He replied, "Now we just wait for a fish to bite." Angel's brow furrowed. "Is there a way to make the fish bite faster? Are there any special tricks?" Aiden explained, "Fishing right before sunset is a trick in itself. Besides, fishing is a matter of patience." Angel's spirits lifted again. "All right, then I'll wait." The fishing rod bobbed. "Wait, I think. That's it, a bite?" Angel was amazed. "Wow, it's so heavy. It feels like the line is about to snap." Aiden encouraged her. "It's okay. Don't worry. Hold the rod with both hands," and a rather large fish was pulled up into the air by the two of them. She held the fish in her hands, smiling happily. "Wow, are we going to grill this whole fish now?" Aiden stopped her. "No, we have to gut it first." Angel looked bewildered. "Gut it?" He explained, "We'll cut it open, clean it, and wash away the blood along its spine." Angel quickly cut him off. "Just let you handle it then." Aiden scratched his face. "Yeah, I think that's for the best. 2 clean fish were grilling over the fire. The fish should be cooked now. Aiden took a bite. It's ready to eat. Angel exclaimed, great. She took the fish with both hands, admiring it. Angel raised the fish to her mouth and took a bite. She covered her mouth, her face flushing with a hint of surprise. It's delicious. He turned and asked, how is it? She replied while chewing enthusiastically, it's delicious. The smoky aroma and the scent of lemon have completely overpowered the fishy smell. And there's no excess fat at all, so the meat is very clean and tender. I never knew fish could be this delicious. He looked at her gently. Then he offered another one. Here, have some more. Thank you. Aren't your hands hot? Do you need something to hold it with? Aiden replied, my hands are calloused, so this heat is no problem. Angel glanced at Aiden's hands, thinking, calloused hands? It would be weird if I suddenly grabbed his hand, right? Besides, I'm probably covered in the smell of smoke. Maybe I should wait until dessert and try then. She was suspicious. Huh, why is Aiden eating those? Do they taste different? Angel reached for one, but Aiden stopped her. Hey, I already told you. You have to wait for me to give you the fish after it's grilled. She pulled her hand back, but those look more delicious. Aiden said, these are a little burnt, so wait a moment, I'll swap out the burnt part for you. Angel's eyes widened in astonishment. I get it now. He give me the perfectly grilled fish and keeps the slightly burnt parts for himself. How could I not love him, Aiden? Angel's face turned red, and she shyly leaned on Aiden's shoulder. Leaning against him, she whispered, I like you. He was so startled the fish in his hand fell. Huh, what did you just say? Angel frowned. Oh, come on. She moved closer to him and whispered, I said I like you. He raised his eyebrows, pretending not to hear clearly, and leaned back. You like what? Angel rested her head on his shoulder. Are you kidding? Stop playing dumb. I'm only saying it once, you blockhead. I'm gonna wash my hands and face. Wait for me. We'll talk about this later. Aiden, frozen stiff, watched her get up and leave. He asked himself, she likes me? Angel was sitting by the pond from the afternoon, washing her hands. She touched her face. It's so cool. Aiden came up behind her, knelt down, and hugged Angel tightly. She was startled. You scared me. I didn't even hear your footsteps. He called softly, Angel. She turned her head suspiciously. Do you really like me? He asked cautiously. Do you really, truly like me? Angel leaned against Aiden. So how do you feel about me? Aiden hesitated, his hands clenched together. I like you more than anything in the world. She smiled and placed her hands on his shoulders. Me too. Angel joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him. Suddenly she stopped and asked suspiciously, wait, Aiden, are you crying? He quickly denied it. Of course not. Angel placed her hands on his cheeks. Look at me. Lift your head up. Aiden pressed his lips together tightly. Hold on. Wait a minute, Angel. You don't have to force me. All right, I'll lift my head. Really? What am I going to do with you? You're so stubborn. But I don't mind, because that's what I like about you. Angel wrapped her arms around his neck and replied gently, I like everything about you too. Aiden smiled. Really? Angel answered radiantly. Yes. Then they gently placed their lips on each other's, embracing and kissing under the silent, moonlit night. Angel and Aiden pointed to the sky. If you connect the 3 brightest stars, they form a large triangle. Among them are the 2 stars, Altair and Vega. She pointed to the star next to them. Does the other star have a name? He replied, yes, it's called Antares, a part of the constellation Scorpius. If you connect the 6 small stars next to it, you'll form a ladle shape, and because it's next to our Milky Way, it's called the Milk Dipper. Angel laughed. How lovely, the Milk Dipper constellation. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Oh, it's so peaceful. Aiden placed a kiss on her cheek. Let's go inside and rest. You must be tired, right? Angel kept her eyes closed. Not yet. I'm not tired yet. Tell me more about the other constellations. Aiden pondered. Which story should I tell? Do you want to hear about the hero Perseus? The story goes that he founded a dynasty a very long time ago. Angel's eyes were half closed. Oh, I wish time would stop right here. She leaned on Aiden's shoulder and fell asleep. He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair. Outside the house, the night was still and silent. Aiden gently placed the sleeping Angel on the bed. He knelt beside her bed. My dearest Angel, now I'm finally allowed to call my Angel. I can't believe it. It feels like a dream. I'm still worried. What if all of this is just temporary? I wish I could gaze at you forever. Angel woke up, turning to grasp Aiden's hand tightly. Aiden, he said, I'm sorry. I must have woken you. She pouted. Where do you think you're going? He flinched. To my room. Where else? He blushed. Well, Angel, may I lie beside you? Angel silently pulled his hand, drawing him into her arms. He lay happily beside her. I like you so much, Angel. She said dreamily, I like you so much too. Early in the morning, Mrs. Mock asked her, where are the jars, Miss Angel? Angel? She was lost in thought about something. Mrs. Mock looked at her. Startled, she turned. Mrs. Yes, what did you just say? She tilted her head. Are the jars for the pickles ready, madam? Angel squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment. Madam? Oh my, Mrs. Mock, that's a bit much. Mock looked at her with smiling eyes. You've already mastered the kitchen knife, so it's about time I started calling you madam. Mock raised an eyebrow and pursed her lips. Besides, I know you two have been sharing a room lately. Sooner or later, there will be good news, so I should get used to calling you madam now. She covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Black hair and green eyes would look very beautiful. Angel looked bewildered. Huh, what do you mean? Mock waved her hand. It's nothing. If they're washed, let's put them in the jars. Angel said smugly, a piece of cake. Now that lunch is ready, let me go get Aiden. A fragrant plate of meat was placed in the middle of the table, surrounded by side vegetables. She exclaimed, yum. Angel was surprised. How did you make the meat so delicious? Mock smiled and replied, I have my own secrets. She said, it's absolutely delicious. She recounted, my youngest sibling was born weak and was a very picky eater. I wanted them to gain weight, so I tried all sorts of recipes. Aiden added, we also have someone here who needs a bit of fattening up. I'll have to learn a few of your dishes, Mrs. Mock. She frowned at him. Aiden, how many kilos are you planning to make me gain? He raised an eyebrow. I'm aiming for as round as a poppy poo. Angel pouted. Oh my goodness. Aiden said, but I really do want to learn how to cook from you. Mrs. Mock, why don't you try writing a cookbook? Mock replied, that's a bit much for me. Angel said cheerfully, if writing a book sounds too grand, why not try sending your recipes to a few newspapers? I've seen those columns where housewives share cooking and cleaning tips, and if you get published, there's even a prize. Mock clasped her hands and said hesitantly, I'm not so sure. Ahem, I forgot to bring something from the warehouse. Let me go get some more tea leaves. I meant to bring them out earlier, but forgot. Angel arched an eyebrow. Yes, that's fine. She turned to Aiden worriedly. Did I say something wrong? He said, no, I don't think so. It's probably nothing, but if it keeps bothering you, it's best to just ask her directly. She replied dejectedly, yes, I understand. I'll be right back. Mock sat silently on a chair in the warehouse, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Ma'am, may I speak with you for a moment? Angel walked in. I was a bit thoughtless earlier, a little too pushy. I'm sorry. I just wanted more people to know about your cooking. Mock smiled gently and waved her hand. Oh no, it's not your fault at all, Lady Angel. It's just that I never had a proper education. When I was young, I had to raise my siblings, so I couldn't go to school. I can slowly read printed words, but writing is too difficult to learn on my own. Angel stared at her blankly. I see. That's right. Until now, everyone around Angel had at least some education. Even the laundry maid at the ducal estate, who was of the lowest class, knew how to read and write because she had been to school. But Mrs. Mock was born 2 generations ago, grew up in a poor family, and had to raise many younger siblings. It was no surprise that she hadn't received a full education. Angel bit her lip. She was the selfish, thoughtless one, making a fool of herself yet again. I'm sorry. I should have been more considerate. Mock patted her shoulder. Goodness, you did nothing wrong. It's my own lack of education. She said loudly, don't say that. You're not uneducated at all. You know so many recipes by heart. You know how to sweep dust from a windowsill with a single flick, and you can change shoelaces as quick as a flash. You even know how to stop fights in Leslie, and you're better at caring for the sick than a doctor. I've never met anyone, not even the noble ladies I've known, who is as wise and capable as you, Mrs. Mock. Mock's face flushed. Oh my, your praise is making me blush. I'm breaking out in a sweat from embarrassment. Angel clutched the hem of her dress. Mrs. Mock, would you let me teach you how to write? You've been teaching me so many things, like cooking and cleaning. Mock's hand froze in midair as she heard Angel's words. She smiled, looking up at the ceiling. Writing? I've always wanted to try, but I was afraid of burdening the teacher. I'm old now. Is it too late to start? Angel's cheeks were rosy, her eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile was on her lips. Don't worry. I also learned to write much later than others, so I'm sure I can teach you in a way that's easy to understand and fun. I've had so many teachers with all sorts of teaching styles. Mock's eyes were stunned. Good heavens, so that's how it is. So your life hasn't been easy either. I just assumed you came from a noble house because of your elegant manners. Her face fell. Oh yes, people often say I look like a noble lady. Mock asked cautiously, and also, forgive me for these sudden questions, but she said excitedly, do you two prefer a boy or a girl? Angel choked on her saliva. Huh. Mock looked at her with sparkling eyes. I heard from some people who passed through our village that there might be a way to decide the gender of your child. Do you want to hear it? Angel averted her gaze. No, thank you. I can't tell her we haven't even done anything that could lead to having a child. The two happily returned to eat the pastries Aiden had made, as he smiled watching the two of them. Warm sunlight stretched everywhere, warming the earth and sky. Mary asked. So, to sum it up, your friend is sharing a room with her husband, but he's not doing anything to have a baby. Is that right? Angel rested her chin on her hand. Yes, that's exactly it. How strange. I mean, at his age, he doesn't want to do anything? Mary put a hand to her chin. Well, if I had to guess. She stroked her chin and said with a smile, maybe he's infertile. Angel flinched, her face turning completely red. Are there any other reasons? Could it be that he just wants to protect her because he loves her too much? Mary closed her eyes and sighed. No. Do you know what they call a man who shares a room with his wife but does nothing? She leaned in close and whispered to Angel. The correct term is. Angel's face grew hot. Good heavens, an unmarried lady shouldn't say such things. Mary giggled. Why not? It's just the will of heaven. She clasped her hands together. Not every man in the world can. Stand his ground. Angel, holding an eggplant with a flushed face, said, well, she said she doesn't see any physical problems. Mary took the eggplant from her hand and sliced it. It must be psychological. Looking at the basket of eggplants, Angel wondered, what kind of psychological problem do you think he's having? She answered, probably a lack of confidence. Maybe he feels he's not worthy of his wife, so it's hard for him to open up completely. It could also be that he's struggling with some kind of trauma. Angel fidgeted with her hands. I feel so much more naive than you, Mary. How do you know so much about matters of the heart? Mary replied, I've dated a few people, though none for very long. She raised her index finger. But don't tell my parents about this. Angel also raised her finger. Of course, when ladies make a promise to each other, it's a fearsome thing. Angel's eyes sparkled as she looked at Mary with anticipation. So how would you solve it? She replied, it's easy. Take the initiative. Just enjoy it. It's easy. Angel's jaw dropped in astonishment. Mary frowned. Are you doubting me? Angel hesitated. Not doubting. It just seems a little bold. Mary's tone was firm. The first to attack wins. Whoever makes the first move has the advantage. Tell your friend to have a little drink with him. When he's drunk, suggest playing some games. Then let her hair down like this. Lean to one side. And then Angel coughed lightly, thinking to herself, I don't plan on actually doing it, but it doesn't hurt to know more. Mary stood with her arms crossed. In the eyes. The way you look is very important. Tell her to pinch her thigh a little to get teary-eyed, and then she must look at him as if she's the most seductive person on earth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Aiden peeked his head in. Excuse me, the atmosphere between you two seems a bit tense. Are you fighting? They tensed up and forced a smile. Me? Fighting with Mary? No way. Mary also chimed in. She's right. We were just having a good time together. Aiden slowly walked in. I heard you two laughing from outside and wonder what you were talking about. That was so fun. You weren't gossiping about me, were you? Hit a nerve. Angel flinched. Of course not. I was just hearing about last Sunday's sermon. He tilted his head. Really? Then tell me about it. I'm curious too. She jumped. Well. She glanced away. Oh no, Mary didn't know how to answer either. She was now muttering the sermon. What was the sermon about? Angel quickly changed the subject. I heard Pierre is going to lose soon. Mary was startled. Yes, that's right. Our father isn't very happy about it. He thinks Pierre is getting a big head after earning a little money. She sighed. After hearing your stories, he wanted to go to the fashion capital himself. Angel gave a strained smile. I probably should have kept quiet. After all, it's a neighboring country, so it probably isn't that different. Mary waved her hand. It's not your fault, madam. That boy, my brother, has always been obsessed with a neighboring country. He even changed his name to Jean-Pierre. When he talks, he even throws in a few Francia phrases he's picked up, and he's always complaining that he was born on the wrong side of the border. She shrugged. Actually, I think when he sees that country with his own eyes, the wild fantasy in his head will probably shatter, which would be for the best. Angel nodded. That's true. You can only see the good and the bad clearly by experiencing it yourself. Only with enough experience do you know if an outfit truly fits you. Mary smiled brightly. Isn't that right? Who knows? Maybe after going to lose, he'll start to miss Leslie. Aiden nodded in agreement. Besides, traveling so far to broaden one's horizons is a good thing. She continued, since he's going far away anyway, it would be great if he could bring someone back, just like you and Sir Aiden, ma'am. Hearing this, both of them blushed. Angel said, flustered, all right, let's finish cleaning up and have dinner. On the table were many lavish-looking dishes. Thank you for helping me cook, Mary. She poured him some wine. I should be the one thanking you for inviting me. Come on, Aiden, drink up. He was flustered. This is a bit too much wine. Mary smiled brightly. Oh, it's nothing. Drink it like a true knight. Angel looked at her, a little confused. Mary responded with a mischievous wink. She immediately thought, the thing I mentioned earlier, she must have realized I was talking about myself. After they confessed their feelings for each other, they had kissed countless times for weeks, and then they held each other to sleep every night. It was a gentle and tender time that made Angel feel loved and protected by Aiden. Her eyes blazed with determination. But I can't wait any longer. Tonight, it has to be tonight. I have to use the look Mary taught me. Imagine I'm a wild beast that just emerged from the deep forest. Mary burst out laughing. Sorry, I choked. Aiden poked Angel's face. What's wrong? What's with that strange face? You look like a mad chihuahua. Want a snack? Hearing that, Mary laughed even harder. That's right. I remember seeing that face somewhere. You look exactly like the neighbor's cha-cha dog. Hearing that, she scrunched up her face and growled to threaten Mary. Seeing this, she stopped laughing. Ahem. Angel sighed, thinking to herself, looks like nothing's going to happen today, either. Pour me some more wine. After they finished eating, Aiden saw Mary to the door. She looked at him. Thank you for inviting me today. You all should remember to visit my house one day too. He smiled and replied, thank you for coming all this way. After seeing Mary off, he carried a tray of water into the room. Angel weakly sat up. I should say my goodbyes too. Aiden walked over to her. Mary's fine. She's already left. If you feel like throwing up, I'll take you to the bathroom. He gently patted her back. Angel couldn't sit up straight. I'm not that drunk. I just need some water. Aiden smiled and thought to himself, she must be happy to see Mary again after so long. We should invite people over more often. He gently picked her up. It's late. You should get some rest. Grimest. Yeah. Aiden was very concerned about her. You must be tired from drinking. Let's go to bed early today. Angel thought. It seems I was the only one having delusions. She sulkily turned her back to him. He was confused. Angel, did I do something wrong? Angel pouted. I'm just embarrassed. He wondered. Embarrassed? About what? She replied. I'm embarrassed because it seems like I'm the only one looking forward to the first night or something. Aiden was a bit flustered after hearing that. I'm sorry. To be honest, I want that just as much as you do. I really want to be closer to you, but I'm also scared. Because I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you see my scar-covered body. Angel immediately sat bolt upright. I would never be like that. Don't you know how much I like you? I'm not easily disappointed by things like that. Aiden smiled gently. Strange, isn't it? It should be easy, yet so hard. He lowered his face. I'm sorry. I'm being weak like this again. Angel hugged him tightly. Come here. I don't want you to force yourself for my sake. Let's figure out together why you feel it's so difficult. We can solve everything together. We still have plenty of time because we'll be together forever. Aiden smiled and hugged her tightly. That's right. Angel gently pushed him away, and Aiden continued. I have something I want to try. Do you want to know what it is? Gloucester calmly looked down. So, have you found the certificate? Thompson bowed. My apologies, Your Grace. But despite searching all the churches in Normandy, I found nothing. He gritted his teeth. Useless. He gently lifted his wine glass. Are you sure you searched every single one thoroughly? Could one of them have been moved or closed down? He hesitated. Actually, Your Grace, there was a church that burned down a few years ago. Suddenly, he threw the glass, shattering it, the fragments flying everywhere, startling him. He frowned and slapped his forehead. Nothing's going smoothly. Max added, is there no one left from the church in the village? For example, the pastor or a clerk? Thompson was so nervous, he broke into a sweat. It was just a small church. Your Grace, only the pastor and his wife worked there. However, the pastor passed away from old age a few years ago, and his wife, it seems, doesn't remember much because she's too old. A shrill scream echoed from a house. Oh God, stop. Thompson snapped. Do you remember a red-eyed man secretly coming to your church for a wedding ceremony? The old woman calmly waved her hand. There's already ice on the mountain at this time. The world is ending. He sighed helplessly. Well, it's been too long to remember. Besides, in this tourist town, there must have been countless secret weddings between young men and women. And the commoners here wouldn't know that red eyes are a symbol of the royal family in the neighboring country. So even if the pastor's wife didn't have memory loss, she wouldn't be able to remember who came for a secret wedding. A crash was heard, and he ran out to the sound of an angry shout. Get out of my sight now. In his heart, I could have taught that emperor a lesson. But now that he's watching my every move more closely, I can't ask relatives or other nobles for help. He turned to Max and said, where else can we search? Gloucester thought, if only I could find a late emperor's marriage registration. Max spoke up. What if we look for the original copy, Your Grace? He mused. The original might still be somewhere. It could be among the late emperor's belongings in some secret place in the palace. That's right. His eyes gradually became dangerous. I will invest a little more to search the royal palace. Then he gently unfolded the paper in front of him. Besides, even though he's an illegitimate child, that shouldn't stop him from coming to pay his respects. The late emperor's death anniversary is approaching, and if anyone knows where the late emperor kept important things, it would be him. Max was curious. Do you think he will cooperate with you, Your Grace? He said, of course, what else can he do? He will need my help to become emperor. He's just a country bumpkin, an illegitimate child who doesn't know any other nobles. Max was helpless, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only stand still and listen, thinking sarcastically to himself. But Mr. Aiden doesn't seem like someone who is easily bullied. Gloucester lifted his wine glass, swirling it. What's the name of that village? Mux replied politely. Leslie, Your Grace. He gave a sinister smile. I will set out as soon as preparations are complete. And if he refuses to listen to me, his face became even more dangerous, his voice cold. Then I'll ensnare him. The conversation continued to echo. Then I'll do it. All right. Angel placed her hand on Aiden's collar. Her face flushed, looking hesitant. Is this okay? She gently unbuttoned his shirt, touching his scars. These scars. He spoke up. There's something I want to try. Do you want to know what it is? Angel replied. This is just my guess, but maybe the reason you don't want me to see your body is related to the seizures that still happen sometimes. She looked at him pensively. Aiden always feels guilty toward his comrades, always blames himself. Maybe that's why he's pushing me away, because he can't see himself in a positive light. She remembered the day she had questioned him. Do I look fat? I used to panic because I hated the way I looked. Aiden said sadly. You might be right. It's related to that too. Angel placed her hand on his shoulder. So maybe I'll... Her next words stunned him. Try unbuttoning your shirt one by one. Is that okay? Huh? Aiden looked at her helplessly. I'm sorry, it looks horrible, doesn't it? Angel said shyly. Let me just change my position a bit. With that, she changed her position, both of them blushing, too shy to look at each other. Aiden said in a hoarse voice, wait a second. Angel placed her hand on his firm chest. Your body is so warm, it's like a heater. Aiden's face instantly turned bright red in his mind. Oh, Father, Lord, Holy Spirits. Angel continued, and it's very beautiful like a statue. The more she spoke, the redder his face became. He suddenly moved, startling her. Sorry, I must be heavy. Aiden stammered an explanation. No, it's just... He raised a hand to cover his mouth. It's too hard to hold back like this. Angel repeated, then seemed to understand something. Hold back, she teased. You don't have to hold anything back. Come to think of it, you don't even need to take off your clothes too. He gently pushed her away. Angel, that's enough. Then she laid down beside him. Sorry, I must still be drunk, hearing myself say these things. We'll practice again tomorrow, okay? He replied. Okay, I'm sorry for being such a difficult husband. She placed her hand on his comfortingly. Nonsense. Everyone has their weaknesses, not just you but me too. Aiden was stunned by Angel's next words. Everything will get better. We have tomorrow night, and the night after that, and all the nights after that. Angel gradually fell asleep, and he gently reached out to touch her cheek. Aiden placed a kiss on her forehead, then held her in his arms. That's right, and all the nights after that too. Early in the morning, Angel looked down at her smudged hands. Aiden turned to Angel and said, See, I told you to let me do it. She replied, but I want to try too. And didn't I tell you that you should wear gloves? She looked down at her hands. But they're so uncomfortable. I don't understand how you used to wear gloves all the time. Angel thought eagerly of chocolate. Why not try hazelnut chocolate? Aiden, a little more peeling and we'll be done with this pile of hazelnuts. Looking at the cleanly shelled hazelnuts, Angel couldn't contain her excitement. Done. Aiden placed a kiss on her cheek. You did a great job. Now I'll go get some water for us to wash our hands. She quickly explained. I can go wash them myself. Aiden knelt on one knee. Please allow this loyal servant to take care of you, my lady. Latest role-playing hobby. Knight. She laughed happily, playing along with him. Then I have no choice but to accept, my dear knight. I send you my tears and true feelings as a farewell. Latest role-playing hobby. Noble Saintess. Aiden. Then I shall take my leave. Please feel free to sit on the chair. Angel said cheerfully. Okay, don't worry. Before, autumn used to be a dull and bland time after all the parties. But now, it has become a season full of joy, marked by the harvest in preparation for winter. The barns were also filled with piles of hay for the livestock, and I even discovered that Aiden had secretly planted some sunflowers. Angel buried her head in Aiden's chest, startling him. Then she repeatedly placed kisses on his cheek. Thank you so much, Aiden. Aiden blushed shyly. I'm so glad you're happy, Angel. His expression became hazy, his gaze captivating. My angel. Angel mused. Just thinking about that night made my face flush red. That's right, a few days ago, after a dozen attempts, we had hesitated and then continued, officially becoming husband and wife. Angel was teary-eyed then, I cried a little because I was a bit overwhelmed. Seeing her cry, Aiden became flustered. I'm sorry, Angel. I really didn't mean to. I'll stop right away if you want. Or rather, actually, what if we stop right here? Just nod. She comforted him, calming down and saying, You silly goose. Really, you worry too much sometimes. Angel wrapped her arms around the back of his neck and hugged him. I feel so happy right now. She continued gently. So please continue. Hearing that, Aiden's brow relaxed, the tension gradually melting away. All right, I love you so much, Angel. Angel smiled happily. It was so good that Aiden was such a gentle husband, although he could be a bit much at times. Just then, Aiden suddenly ran in, asking worriedly, Angel, how's your back? He held something up. You should lie down. With that, Aiden swept her up into his arms. Let me carry you. She felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. This is nice though. Angel liked being pampered. The clattering footsteps of a horse caught Angel's attention. She stood up worriedly, her voice wary. Who's there? Then she peeked her head out to look. Maria? Then her eyes widened at the sight before her. A carriage had stopped there. Inside was Glaster with a stern gaze. Fear gripped Angel's heart, and she spun around. Why is Father here? Is he angry because of my letter? With Father's personality, he'll surely force me to divorce Aiden. Her face darkened, her heart aching with every beat. But I won't let that happen, no matter the cost. Her expression gradually became resolute. I won't let him control my life anymore, and I absolutely will not let Aiden worry. Glaster peered around. I knew the girl was living in the countryside, but does it have to be this remote? Then he asked the person next to him, How much longer? The man replied, We're almost there, sir. He grumbled, Why is it so far and boring? I should have brought some maids or something. The carriage driver was surprised when he saw something. He said, Sir, someone is blocking the carriage up ahead. What should we do? He was curious. Who is it? Is it Aiden Fitzroy? The driver said, It's a woman. I think she's a local. He wondered, A woman? Glaster glanced outside, then became surprised. He immediately shouted, Stop the carriage, stop. He thought to himself, That's a sloppily dressed woman with no hat or parasol. No silk gloves, high heels, or hand fan. Is that really my daughter? Angel called out boldly, Hello, Father. Glaster, furious, stepped down from the carriage and yelled at Angel. Hello, how dare you greet me like that? What in the world are you wearing? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Angel snorted with laughter. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? You have to wear comfortable clothes to work in the kitchen. Besides, you're the one who showed up unannounced. Well, he was stunned. You do kitchen work? She replied, Yes, the hazelnuts are ripe and delicious this season, so I'm shelling them. Looking at his face, I almost burst out laughing. She spoke up. Anyway, why are you here? You didn't even bother to come when I held my wedding so close by. I'm sure you didn't come here because you missed your own daughter, did you? Glaster tried to sidestep. I came to discuss something with your husband. She cut him off. If you're going to discuss something with my husband, then I must be part of that conversation. He shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? In Mac's heart, Lady Angel. The first time I saw her, I thought she had become a country bumpkin, a precious gem that had lost its value. She declared boldly, I am Sir Aiden's one and only wife. Mac continued to think, but now her rosy cheeks and sturdy figure were like a resilient spring bud, pushing its way up. Glaster was helpless. Insolent girl, I'm not here to discuss things with you. She retorted sarcastically. Really? Then I'll be the judge of that. If you came here to persuade me to marry someone else, I already refused in my letter. Angel's hand tightened on the hem of her clothes, suspicious. Although my heart was still afraid of defying my father, I will protect Aiden. Be strong. He frowned slightly. Why is this girl so arrogant all of a sudden today? She must be trying to cause trouble because I angered her before persuading that fool. He spoke. You see, I didn't come here to discuss trivial matters. I came to discuss something important, Angel. She said, Then say it. What is it? Glaster sneered. As I said, I need to speak directly with your husband. It's a top secret matter. I can't reveal it to you, but it will benefit you, your husband, and everyone, so please step aside. Angel frowned. Everyone? Or is it because it benefits you? Father, after everything you've done to me, do you think I could trust you? He was stunned. What? I've been patient with you until now only because you're my daughter. Then, in his anger, he raised his cane. And yet you dare to question me? Suddenly, a strong hand gripped the cane tightly. He growled angrily. Let go of me. Angel refused to let go. Question? I want to ask you one thing. Why are you here? Don't even think about passing until you answer. She thought, why am I afraid of an old man as shriveled as a pickled radish? In the past, I tried my best to be a daughter my father could be proud of, to become the lady of House Glaster. But things are different now. With that thought, Angel gently let go, but it inadvertently caused Glaster to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Angel looked down from above. I'm a master of this farm and also the master of this house. Glaster shouted, you useless thing. After sleeping with that piece of trash, now you're acting all high and mighty? What are you still standing there for? Get this brat out of my sight. Suddenly, a bucket of water splashed down and Aiden's voice was heard. Oh my, I'm sorry. Seeing Aiden, Angel's attitude immediately changed, looking at him gently. Aiden spoke up. I was in such a hurry that I accidentally spilled the water I prepared for you to wash your hands. Angel immediately played along. It's all right. We could just get more. Glaster angrily yelled at him. How dare you? Do you know who I am? He gently pulled her into his arms. No. So who are you to be shouting here? I thought you were some lost robber trying to hit on my wife. He was so embarrassed his face turned beet red. I am Duke Glaster. Aiden replied. He whispered into Angel's ear. I was going to pretend I didn't recognize him, but the way he talks is exactly like you used to. She teased back. Now's not the time to tease me. Aiden, honestly, he thought to himself. So he came here to persuade her to marry someone else? Well, no matter what he's plotting, I can handle this many people. I'll do anything for Angel. Then, as if realizing something, he paused. No, Angel's opinion is the top priority. If letting Angel leave is what would make her happy, then perhaps that would be the best way. He spoke in a gentle tone. If you're truly my father-in-law, how can we let you wander around on the road like this? Why don't we go into the drawing room? In the room, a surprised voice rang out. What? Angel was stunned. Are you telling the truth? Aiden's mother and the late emperor were secretly married? Glaster's expression was dangerous. I don't have direct proof yet, but there is plenty of circumstantial evidence. Angel argued helplessly. Without proof, how can we know if what you're saying is true? After all, you only have one old man as a witness. He sneered. That's precisely why I'm determined to hunt him down. Search every nook and cranny. There must be some clue in the Imperial Palace. We just need to find it. The former emperor was very fond of Aiden. What I mean is, Sir Aiden, he wasn't fond of you for no reason. She turned to Aiden. Did you know about this, Aiden? No, I didn't know. But you remember the emperor had once said, have you ever thought about becoming the crown prince? If so, when I die, you will become the emperor and the throne will be yours. He thought to himself, I thought it was just a casual, fleeting question, but now everything seems to be connected. However, if those two were really so in love that they wanted to marry, why did they break up in the first place? Or was that marriage really just a scam? Glaster was irritable, but speak properly. He spoke up. Before he passed away, the late emperor said something rather strange. Only once. He asked if I wanted to become the crown prince or the emperor. Glaster thought, I knew it. He spoke up. You see, he probably gave it a lot of thought. There must be related documents in the Imperial Palace. I've already planted an inside man in the Imperial Palace, but I'm afraid you hold more clues than that, Sir Aiden. After all, you were the one who took care of the late emperor when he was gravely ill. He schemed inwardly. I have to find it. His eyes became frantic. I have to find it quickly. To overthrow the throne, one needs not only legitimacy, but also military power, stronger than hiring a mercenary squad or a duke's soldiers. I secretly asked close relatives for help, but he recalled their mocking words. I know you still dream of the throne, but isn't it time to let go? You're going mad from the heat. Why don't you come over to my place and enjoy the summer? I need proof, something that can wipe that contemptuous smirk off those bastards' faces. Aiden said gently, I need time to think. Glaster's eyes became dangerous. What? Glaster pointed his finger in Aiden's face and shouted, there's no time to think. You're talking nonsense. Angel stood up, shielding him. Everything happened so suddenly. I think we need time to think about our next step. He was furious. Think? Stop talking nonsense. That's the throne. What is there to think about? Her face darkened. If your speculation is correct, our future will change completely. We need time to reconsider. He gritted his teeth inwardly. How dare this girl glare at her own father like that? She's been spoiled rotten. But if I force them now, she'll definitely turn to other nobles for help. And how is that any different from having to share power after seizing the throne? In the end, Gloucester had a compromise. All right, this news came so suddenly. You two must be very confused. How about we go back to the manor to think it over? You two can listen to the opera you like, and I'll also have the chef make some macarons for you. I'll buy you a new dress while we're at it. A dress 1,000 times more beautiful than that rag you're wearing. Angel frowned inwardly. A rag. Then spoke up in annoyance. The farm work has been very busy lately. The weeds haven't even dried yet. Gloucester played the I missed you card. How disrespectful. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? She angrily yelled in his face. Is that so? Then why didn't you even bother to come to the wedding and only send a curt letter? You could have at least sent some money or a wedding gift. She thought to herself, calm down, there's no point in struggling with father. He seemed to realize something. The family in the capital misses you very much. I think you must be lonely too, right? Let's go home and throw a banquet. Angel sighed. You don't need to worry. I have many friends here. He feigned concern. Friends? You mean those commoners? Regardless of who you marry, you must be mindful of your actions for the honor of the Gloucester family. Hanging out with those rabble will only lower your own dignity. She opened her mouth to retort the people of Leslie. Her words seemed to mock him. They're all warm and kind-hearted people. Yes, perhaps they were born commoners, but their ways are as noble as any aristocrats, unlike you. He couldn't hold back and was about to charge forward. How dare you? Aiden immediately stepped in front of her. Thank you for your offer, your grace. Unfortunately, we will have to decline, but we will consider what you've said. His eyes glanced to the side and sent a reply by letter later. Gloucester gritted his teeth and thought, this arrogant peasant wouldn't dare hit me, would he? I'm trying not to get caught by the emperor, but it looks like I'll have to hire a few mercenaries this time. He forced a fake smile. Yes, then I will await your reply. Max, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. By the way, Sir Aiden, by any chance, among Mr. and Mrs. Newton's belongings, was there a marriage certificate? Or perhaps an item that could hide such a paper? Aiden mused. I've sorted through my father's and his belongings, but I didn't find any marriage certificate. The crest I got from the Imperial Palace is the only clue. Gloucester, you're right. We need to search this house. We must turn this house and the Imperial Palace upside down. Then Gloucester's eyes lit up. That's right. Aiden, would you be willing to sell me this house? His words left the two of them stunned. He continued, I'll pay a handsome price. Angel hesitated inwardly. Sell this house? Max was restless. Do you really want to buy this house, your grace? He gave a triumphant smile. That's right. Afterwards, I'll hire some people to inspect the house, both the roof and the basement. There might be a hidden room in a pillar or behind a wall, so I'll tear this house apart and search it. Oh, right. If possible, sell me all the furniture and assets of your family as well. I'll break them apart to inspect them too. To be sure, I'll have to cut down the old trees and dig up the ground as well. I'll probably have to dig up that dilapidated hut too, just in case. Angel angrily pointed to the door. Please leave this place. Aiden walked over and forcefully dragged Gloucester outside. I will see you to your carriage. He shouted helplessly. I said I'd pay handsomely. A voice rang out. Not in the attic, not here either. Aiden and Angel sat there, their faces grim, feeling endlessly awkward. She spoke up. You must have been very surprised, Aiden. Aiden replied, yes. To be honest, I'm still a bit surprised. She continued, assuming my father's hypothesis is true. Where could that marriage certificate be? He was helpless. I don't know either, but I don't think it's here. The crest with the royal seal was found along with other treasures in his safe. If he had that paper, he would have definitely put it in the safe. Besides, my grandfather kept that royal seal all this time. He should have told me who my father was. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, he passed away from a stroke before I came of age. The marriage certificate isn't in the safe. Maybe it's... She continued, you're right, the late emperor kept it. Aiden looked at her. I think so too. Back then, I didn't realize the late emperor's intentions when he asked if I wanted to be emperor, so I refused him, saying I didn't want to be king. Angel continued, but if what my father said is true and the marriage certificate is eventually found, would you want to become emperor? Aiden turned his face away. I'm not worthy to talk about that. Your father seems to want that position very much. Angel spoke up, just ignore my father. She gently placed her hand on his. You were honest with the late emperor, so why can't you be honest with me? We're husband and wife, after all. We should be honest with each other. His face darkened. I don't know. If it were possible, I would want to be emperor too. Angel watched him worriedly as he pondered for a moment. Then after a moment, she spoke. Aiden, do you really want to be emperor? Aiden smiled affectionately. Of course. Everyone wants to. Who would refuse the chance to become emperor? Angel was curious. But you already refused once. Why the change of heart? Aiden explained. It's because I've gained more experience than before. Moreover, if I become emperor, I can do more things for you. She was surprised. What? More things? Like what? He answered, like buying the gowns or jewels you want. Angel clenched her fists, but you already gave me a ring, and I also received many outfits from Pierre. He continued, I'll buy you much better things. She pointed to the dress she was wearing, but this dress is already very beautiful. You said so yourself. You said you liked it and that I looked beautiful in it. Aiden was taken aback. That's right, I did say that. A deep, hoarse voice echoed in his ear. You can only do this much, and you call it love? Angel continued speaking. I don't need famous dresses or extravagant gold and jewels from the capital. Homemade pickled cucumbers and comfortable clothes are already wonderful. That voice rang out again. Do you believe what she's saying? She only pities you. She's just saying that to comfort you. You're such a fool. Aiden trembled, stammering. He clutched his head in pain. For you, it's all for you. Angel gently placed her hand on his head. She comforted him. It's okay, take a slow, deep breath. Speak only when you're ready. He nestled into her embrace, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. Aiden suddenly spoke up. Angel. She was curious. What is it, Aiden? In his heart, I can't lie to Angel anymore. Not while she's looking at me with those eyes. Eyes that vow to share every burden and sorrow. He took her hand. I don't want to lose you, Angel. You're all that I want. She smiled happily. I'm not going anywhere. We vowed to be together until death do us part. He hesitated. That's true, but divorce is still possible. The truth is, a while ago, I found a letter in your room saying you were going to marry someone else. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have secretly read your letter like that. Even as your husband, that was. She cut him off. No, Aiden. Then she suddenly hugged Aiden tightly. What did you read it? Oh no. I'm sorry you had to read that. I'll tell you the truth right now. When I first came here, I wanted a divorce and to quickly marry someone else. My father also agreed and said he would find someone else for me, though of course, it was all for his own benefit. But the longer I was with you, the more I changed my mind. I no longer want to be with anyone else. Aiden, do you really think becoming emperor will give you a better life, even if your hands must be stained with blood? Aiden said, I think so, because your happiness is also mine. She covered his mouth with her hand. Wait, you've misunderstood. Actually, there's more to it. She placed her hand on her chest, over her heart. First, you've given me so many things, especially here. You've shown me the joy of being loved and of loving someone else. You've also given me courage, independence, and the bravery to take risks. I started to be grateful for people, nature, and even animals when I began living here and getting to know you better. Before, I didn't like anything at all, but now there are countless things I love. I've never told Aiden that I love him. Unlike, I like you, saying I love you is more embarrassing. She recalled Aiden's words, Angel, I love you. Angel had shyly replied, me too. Until now, all I could ever say in response to Aiden's I love you was me too. She blushed and said to him, it's all because I love you, Aiden. Her words made Aiden blush. I love you more than anything else. He asked blankly, what if other people find out that you, a fallen duchess, married the emperor's illegitimate son? Angel came closer and touched his nose. Silly. Who has time to care what others say? As if you and I can hear them bad-mouthing us all the way in Leslie. Why should we care what other people say? I thought that when you took me to the Pine Grove. Wouldn't it be miserable to have our happiness decided by others? My happiness comes from sharing joy with the person I love, not from money or fame. I want to enjoy all 4 seasons and gather with the people we care about. She looked into his deep eyes. What about you? Hearing this, Aiden was overjoyed and gave a sweet smile. Me too. I also want to live with the person I love for the rest of my life. She said cheerfully and gently, see, we don't need a throne to achieve that, do we? Aiden replied, I suppose so, without realizing it. The two had moved close to each other at some point. Emotions swelled, and Aiden moved in closer, preparing to kiss her. Suddenly, a chubby pig pushed the door open and walked in. She walked over and gently pinched its cheek. Pooh, really? How did you escape your pen again? I even changed the lock carefully. Aiden smiled. So, to sum it up, we're not going along with Duke Gloucester's plan, right? Angel replied decisively. That's right, but I'm not sure if Father will agree to this. What if he suddenly finds the marriage certificate and forces you to become emperor? He said calmly, then he'll just use me as a pawn. She fell in a deep thought. What could she do to make him give up? The pig suddenly oinked as if it wanted to say something. Angel's eyes widened as if she had realized something. Then she said eagerly, what if we break into the royal palace and steal the marriage certificate before he finds it? A door appeared to Angel's astonishment. She curiously went inside. I can't believe there's a secret chamber here. Then said to Aiden, how did you know? Aiden explained, while I was examining the house, I suddenly remembered that Father told me to place his portrait in his coffin before he passed away. The painting style is quite similar to my mother's. She continued, but I remember that only items approved by the royal family are allowed to be placed in the coffin, although some close relatives are allowed to add a few items. He agreed, that's right. So when I asked if I could place the portrait inside, Philip said, are you planning to defile a royal tomb with that useless piece of trash? That bastard. And he flatly refused. But I still secretly put it in right after the funeral and sealed the tomb. She was startled. How did you do that? I don't know if Father had anticipated that Philip would say that, but before he passed away, he showed me the secret passage leading to the royal crypt, and Father was right. Remembering that time, Philip had said, how are you feeling, Father? His eyes were chillingly cold. I hope you get well soon. Rudolph, seemingly drained of strength, could only look up. Aiden thought he never even bothered to visit before. One look was enough to know he came for the throne. I still don't know what William was thinking. In his memory, I'll be leaving now, Father. The old man softly called him back. Aiden, come here. I have one last request for you. Once you've taken care of it, you don't need to come to the royal palace anymore. I will show you the path to the secret chamber that leads to the royal crypt and give you the key to my coffin. I want you to bury me with that portrait. Thinking of that, the two looked at the picture in the coffin, then stood up. In a polite voice, please excuse us. In his mind, I just need to find a marriage certificate or a clue related to it and put everything back as it was. Aiden held up the portrait. This is the portrait. Do you see anything unusual? Angel examined it for a long time. The portrait seems normal, but the metal frame is a bit strange. The frame is much larger and thicker than the painting. He affirmed, you're right, it's like a puzzle. Angel asked curiously, can you open it? Aiden replied, the mechanism is a bit complicated, but I think I can open it. The two of them sat for a long time by the coffin. After struggling for a while, finally Angel exclaimed excitedly, it's open. Then the two of them curiously stared at the portrait. Let's see. Aiden irritably crumpled the paper in his hand, then opened it. Inside, marriage certificate. Rodolphe Cardiner, Nancy Dinter. Angel said happily, we found it. Aiden was choked with emotion. We found it. I can't believe I have the proof after everything I suffered for being an illegitimate child. Gloucester had been standing there since who knows when, a dangerous look on his face. Well, you two are so kind. I didn't expect you to find the marriage certificate for me. It wasn't a waste bribing those guards after all. Then he held out his hand, a triumphant look clear on his face. He stared intently at the marriage certificate. Now then, hand it over. Aiden's gaze became sharper than ever. He threw the lamp to the ground, causing flames to erupt. The man shouted in anger, put out the fire, catch them. Aiden grabbed Angel's hand and ran. Life is so unpredictable. Who would have thought that the experience of escaping Philip's beatings would be useful at a time like this? Aiden spoke up. There's a small servant's door. The Duke probably doesn't know about it. This way, she added, I knew I could count on you. He glanced behind him. Seeing Angel was exhausted. Without hesitation, he picked her up, looking ahead with determination. Angel said worriedly, I'm sorry. I must be heavy. Aiden replied, you're as light as a feather. Don't worry too much. A frantic voice rang out. Hey, stop. A deep shout rose up after them. The guards searched around, but saw nothing. Where are they? Listen, you guys go that way. I'll take this side. I'll search this direction. You search that way. You idiot. Now is not the time to argue. Nearby, Aiden and Angel were hiding behind some barrels, listening to their discussion. Everyone shut your mouths. Both were terrified, constantly peering ahead. Angel trembled in fear, holding Aiden's hand tightly. Suddenly, someone tapped him lightly on the back. Aiden turned around, pointing his gun, his eyes wary. The man said, hey, calm down. I just thought I might have seen you two somewhere before. Aiden was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. Wait, DAC? Yes, Captain. It's me, Douglas. A voice spoke up. I apologize to you both for this place. The house is a bit shabby, isn't it? I heard a noise outside and suddenly saw you two being pursued. You're the only young man I know with platinum hair, so I came out to see what was going on. Aiden said happily, thank you. DAC, you saved our lives. Douglas fumbled. I haven't had tea in a long time. I wonder where the teacups are. Here they are. Oh dear, it's chipped. Angel quickly stopped him. Calm down. DAC, we brought drinks with us. He turned back, sighing in relief. That's great then. He stooped to look around, which made Angel curious. Sir, who is this lady? Aiden spoke. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is my wife, Angel Fitzroy. She said cheerfully, it's a pleasure to meet you. In fact, I've heard about you before, Lieutenant. As if not believing his ears, he shouted in shock. Wife? I'm Douglas Famine. Everyone calls me DAC. She continued, you must be surprised to hear we're married. That's right, the captain used to say marriage is for the weak, that only people who are afraid of being lonely get married. Aiden lightly kicked his leg, making him yelp ouch. Anyway, who were those people chasing you? They looked sinister. Aiden explained, They're chasing us for a document we have. Douglas wondered, they're so persistent. Dealing with them must be exhausting. So why don't you just get rid of the document in front of them? That way, they'll see it and have no reason to chase you anymore. Angel spoke up. That's not a bad idea. Give it to me now. But that man is very hot-tempered. He's probably dead set on revenge. Aiden said, by the way, why are you here, do you see? I thought you received a handsome reward for participating in the war. He explained, well, that's true, but then a friend told me I should invest in something to make a big profit. So, remembering the past, I'm sorry, sir, I never learned how to read. In his heart, Aiden felt a pang of pity. DAC is illiterate. He said bitterly, I'm very sorry to hear that. I should have checked in on you from time to time. In his heart, I haven't seen him since the incident at the training camp. The man laughed it off. It's okay. I'm the one who should be ashamed to see you again, Captain. You taught me to be wary of what others say, yet I'm still the same old me. I didn't want you to see me in this state either. Aiden said, but at least I should have cared more about you. Douglas replied, come on, Captain. You're making me feel embarrassed. You saved my life several times on the battlefield. Angel chimed in cheerfully, is that so? In her heart, this is a chance to lighten the mood, and I get to hear stories about Aiden too. She and he laughed and joked cheerfully. He laughed loudly. That's right, he's amazing. I thought I was about to die. But then he jumped in and completely turned the tables. Aiden sighed in relief. You're exaggerating, Sergeant. After saying that, his eyes lowered sadly. Hey, DAC, I should have said these words to the other soldiers, but I am very sorry for everything that happened at the camp. While everyone was suffering, I couldn't do anything but look out for myself. But then a hand gently rested on his. He turned to see it was Angel's hand and was very surprised, then helplessly turned his face away. Aiden's words, I'm sorry for everything, took Douglas by complete surprise. He exclaimed, what are you talking about, Captain? You didn't do anything wrong. Everyone knows that. No, in fact, everyone was very relieved that you didn't have to go through hell like we did. Why are you apologizing? The enemy forces were the ones in the wrong. He sighed, is that so? That's a relief. I was afraid that you all hated me. Douglas was confused. Hate you? You risked your life to get us released from that camp. If there's a way to repay you for that, I'd be more than willing to help. But Angel gently comforted, note DAC, giving us a place to hide from those people is more than enough for us to be grateful. In her heart, and you also helped ease Aiden's burden. Aiden was extremely embarrassed, constantly looking elsewhere. Angel said, Aiden, are you sulking because I touched someone else's hand? Pouting. Aiden blurted, I'm not sulking. DAC laughed and said, your expression is hilarious, Captain. Aiden sulked, I'm not sulking. Angel spoke up, I have an idea about about that document. Aiden continued, it might sound a little ridiculous, but he told her to just say it. It's fine. It might lead to an even better idea. Douglas added, you always said that in every strategy meeting, didn't you? So nostalgic. She continued, how about we negotiate with someone who understands the value of this document? We'll give the document to them without revealing its contents. In return, we'll ask them to protect us from the Duke. But who would agree to do that for us? He will surely be interested in this plan because he doesn't like the Duke either. In his mind, ever since William became emperor after deposing Crown Prince Philip, it has been very important for him to maintain his position. Angel continued, the problem is they'll get rid of us once they have a document because it would be to their advantage if we disappeared without a trace. Aiden suggested, what if we ask someone we trust to hold this document and have them publish it if something happens to us? You and I promised William that as long as he leaves us alone, we won't publicize it. He thought, if we have a shield in place, he won't try any tricks. And if rumors spread that he has once again moved against the legitimate heir, the aristocracy won't let it slide. Angel countered, but who would agree to do this? That person would be in danger too. Suddenly, Douglas spoke in a firm voice, making the two of them look over curiously. He said confidently, DAC is here. I may not know all the details, but if you two trust me, I will do everything in my power. Aiden said worriedly, this is very dangerous. DAC. It involves not only the nobility, but also the emperor. Angel continued, he's right. You'll be in big trouble. He looked resolute. If it weren't for the captain back then, I would probably be dead by now. I have nothing left to lose if you two entrust this to me. I still have something I want to protect. That is the pride of being your subordinate and the loyalty of a comrade. He was deeply appreciative. You understand me so well. Sergeant, I have no more excuses. Feeling very moved, he smiled and said, I've always been stubborn, remember, sir? To protect our document, you should quit drinking from now on. Aiden agreed. That's right. After all, health is the most important thing. Outside the gate, the guards were keeping a tight watch. They blocked the two people dressed in black halt. Angel gently took off her hood. The guard was extremely surprised to see her. You are? I am Angel Fitzroy. I have returned because I have a matter to report to His Majesty. Aiden caringly asked, are you worried? Angel, if it weren't for that, Duke, you wouldn't have to be this concerned, he said as he put a coat on Angel. He probably didn't expect that we would return to the royal palace. Angel replied, I know, based on my father's personality, he's thinking we are seeking aid from other nobles. She sighed and said, what makes me uneasy is the audience with His Majesty. I think he hates me very much. The servant said in a serious tone, I will inform His Majesty that you too have arrived. Aiden replied coldly, thank you. He sighed and turned to look at a trembling Angel. Angel thought to herself, it looks like this is the end for us. I should have written a will. Aiden slowly reached out his hand to hold hers. He caringly comforted her. Everything will be fine. She turned to look at him with tear-filled eyes. Angel gently kissed the back of Aiden's hand. Angel turned to ask, you know that I love you, right? Aiden shyly replied, of course, I love you too. Angel shyly turned away and said, then that's good. Even if I have to die today, I will have no regrets. Aiden replied, no way, you saw what happened to Philip. He wasn't executed, just exiled to an island. He held her hand tightly and said, moreover, no matter what happens, I will protect you with my life. Angel turned to ask with a startled look, you won't leave me behind alone, right? Whether through forests or into the sea, I will follow you. Aiden replied with a bashful look, protecting you is my happiness. Aiden and Angel simultaneously looked towards William. He slowly walked to his seat. William sat down on the chair and spoke with a friendly face. Long time no see, Aiden, Lady Fitzroy. Angel and Aiden simultaneously lowered themselves and said, the Fitzroy family sends its greetings to your majesty. At this moment, she thought to herself, he didn't hear us talking, did he? William smiled and replied, I am very glad that you two are well. It seems my matchmaking skills are not bad. Aiden blushed and replied, yes, thank you, your majesty. Angel also said, thank you, your majesty. Aiden thought to himself, William seems to be in a good mood. Then he said, the purpose of our visit today is to discuss matters related to Duke Gloucester. William looked up and asked curiously, did you two come to report that the Duke brought mercenaries into the royal palace? Aiden replied seriously, that's right. Unfortunately, we have been caught up in a complicated incident. We will explain. The palace space became quiet for a moment. William started to think and said, so you have no interest in power. He slowly smirked with a hidden meaning. William turned to ask politely, Gloucester, oh no, Lady Fitzroy, do you want to become a queen? Angel asked back, pardon? William leaned down and said, you have always craved the throne next to me, right? Angel replied, no, your highness, I am very happy with my current life. She continued, it was my father who wanted me to become queen. I never wanted to. There was a time when I confused my own ambitions with my father's, but not anymore. William wondered, ambition, what an interesting story. William asked with a cold look, is my ambition truly mine, or is it a product of hatred and resentment? Even I have never thought about that. He continued, what an interesting situation. Both my brother and I are obsessed with this throne. Ironically, it belongs to someone else. Aiden looked at William with no emotion. He said, the person my brother hated the most. William started to sit up straight and speak seriously. Not to mention, the true owner has no desire for the throne. I didn't expect the value of this thing to have dropped so much. I must tell him this story when we meet next month. I can't wait to see the look on his face. He continued, of course, the easiest choice is to eliminate you two and Duke Gloucester while covering up the secret of the late Emperor's marriage certificate. But it seems you two already have a plan, right? Aiden replied decisively, yes. If anything should happen to us, the relevant information will be printed in newspapers both inside and outside the Empire, including the exact location of the marriage certificate. William laughed and replied, I see. You're cunning, Aiden. Well done. Aiden felt a chill and thought to himself, your majesty is too kind. It doesn't sound like a compliment at all. William sighed and held out his hand, saying, well then, just leave Duke Gloucester to me. Just say he lured you into treason with a fake document, but failed and you reported it to me. Will that do? Aiden and Angel were surprised. Is it that easy? He quickly replied, yes, that's enough. Aiden continued, we will take our leave. Your Highness, may your glory. William agreed. David turned and asked, your majesty, is it all right to let them go like that? William casually asked back, you have confirmed that neither of them cares for power, right? David replied, that's true, but he became flustered remembering the Duchess walking barefoot on the grass, doing a somersault, then kissing a pig. He continued, but wouldn't it be safer to eliminate them? You could also investigate whether they have asked any relatives to hold the marriage certificate. William sighed and said, David, if you were the emperor, you would probably become a more ruthless tyrant than me. He continued, well, I'm I'm in no position to say that I was the one who eliminated my older brother. David was helpless. I can't persuade him. He thought to himself, sometimes His Highness is stubborn in a way that's hard to understand. David continued, Your Majesty, you have always favored Sir Aidan to the point of raiding a concentration camp to help him escape. William replied, Because I owe him. He slowly raised his hand to reveal the small scars on his wrist. William continued, Helping him is the last bit of my conscience. He recalled a bit of the past. How dare you glare at your brother with those bloodshot red eyes? He thought about the past. Philip, stop. Don't. My life with Philip was like a living hell until one day. David started to say, Your Highness, you have a visitor. Aidan at that time, with black hair and red eyes, stared intently. A person who seemed to have power approached. William thought to himself, That person came to take my place. He glanced. That's how I escaped that hell. William said, although he doesn't know it, Aidan contributed greatly to helping me succeed the throne. He mumbled, but I don't remember those days. William thought of Aidan and Angel. Anyway, I didn't expect him to live so peacefully with that duchess. He thought, I gave her to Aidan because she was very troublesome. I thought he would torment her because she was once Philip's fiancée. Suddenly William was surprised and naively asked himself, wait, what would happen to Philip if his former fiancée fell in love with the person he hates and is living very happily? But then he laughed happily and thought to himself, it seems Aidan got back at Philip more skillfully than I did. David turned and said with a helpless look, well, if he helped you that much, you should send him a late wedding gift. William replied, that's a good idea. You can choose the gift for me. David said again, I shouldn't have said that. There was a rumor that Duke Gloucester had been arrested for treason. A nobleman spoke up. He must have been very desperate after losing all his political influence. A girl standing nearby wondered, he's always been hot-tempered, right? The young man asked back, but hey, isn't the punishment a bit light for treason? He mumbled. According to the news, he was only exiled to the deserted island of the former crown prince. Two girls read the newspaper and talk to each other. Did you hear the news about the trial that day? The other replied, of course. Rudolph turned and said, didn't the old duke fly into a rage and try to attack Lady Fitzroy? The girl angrily hit him, and then he got hit in the groin with an umbrella. Actually, she didn't hit him right there. It only hit his thigh, but I heard he was so scared he pooped his pants. Oh my God. Even though the news spread throughout the Anvern Empire, the Gloucester mansion remained peaceful. Angel sat in the large room and exclaimed, it's so peaceful. She thought to herself, according to the property inheritance law, the property and title would normally be given to the closest male noble relative on my father's side. So logically, I have no reason to be here. But at this moment, the family lawyer came and reported the late madam left you. Lady Fitzroy, a few plots of land before she passed away. I think the Duke forgot to mention this to you. My lady, he continued before the two surprise, I will check the ledgers again and report back to you after everything is clear. Angel thought to herself, he definitely tried to hide that land from me. Angel thought to herself, so I'll be staying in this mansion for a while. Moreover, some art dealers keep stopping by and demanding to buy Nancy D'Inter's paintings. All the guests started shouting prices. I'll pay you a bargain price. I'll pay you an even better price. Angel sat on the chair and wondered to herself, even if I buy more pigs and a greenhouse, I will still have a lot of money left over. What should I do? Aidan walked in from outside and said, I'm home, and the weather's quite nice today. How about we go for a walk? Angel jumped up and rushed to hug him, saying, welcome home, and of course, let's go. She turned around and said to the servant, bring us some tea out in the garden. Sophie replied, yes, my lady. She looked towards the two who were hugging as they walked forward. The young lady's return has caused a stir among the servants. Angel turned and asked, can I borrow those pruning shears? The servant turned and replied, may I ask why, my lady? Angel turned and replied, I want to learn more while I'm here, of course. Not only was she very interested in the servant's work, Angel shouted, thank you for teaching me. She also smiled and thanked them. Has someone just purified her or something? Her husband must be a pastor, not a soldier. The servants were very surprised by this change. Sophie thought to herself, but that's a good thing, isn't it? Annie held out her hand and yelled, hey, it's my turn to bring the tea. She ran off swiftly and said, dream on, sweetie. Go clean up. I'm leaving now. Annie shouted angrily, you little brat. Angel sat on the chair and made a sound. So, she continued, how was the reunion with your old comrades? Did everything go smoothly? Aidan turned and replied, it went well. Thanks to the carriage you gave me, the meeting was actually better than I expected. He thought, I wonder if it was because of the clothes? Aiden looked at her and thought to himself, she's so cute today, she looks like a Maltese puppy. He continued his report. The atmosphere was a bit awkward at first, but after Dax told some jokes, everyone started to relax. We reminisced about the battlefield and remembered those who had passed away. Angel turned and asked, is everyone okay? Aiden replied, as I thought, some are still struggling with life. The meeting was originally because I was worried about my comrades and wanted to face the past after getting back in touch with Dax. But unfortunately, my worries were correct. Not only are they struggling, but they also have difficulty integrating into society. There are some who are still paranoid about the sounds of gunshots and explosions, and others who still have nightmares every night. I was afraid I would lose control and hurt my family, so I moved out to live separately from them. Lim replied, I went to the hospital, but they kept telling me to go to strange facilities. They weren't helpful at all. They're going through what I went through. And what's worse is that they don't even have the compensation I did. Most of them joined the army because of poverty, but since the Emperor has stopped the conquests, there's no place for them, even if they return. Aiden turned and said to her, I wish I could help them in some way. Angel thought to herself, even if I buy more pigs and greenhouses, I'll still have a lot of money left over. What should I do? She turned and said to him, with my mother's land and your mother's paintings, we have quite a bit of money. Why don't we provide them with financial support? Aiden replied sadly, that's just a temporary solution. It won't be good in the long run. They might even get involved in scams like Dax did. Angel was helpless. You have a point. She turned and suggested, how about we introduce them to some job opportunities? I'll write letters of recommendation. Aiden replied gloomily, I'm not sure if they can hold on. I'm afraid writing recommendation letters for them will greatly affect your reputation. She turned and asked again, are they in that bad of state? Angel continued speaking. Do you remember what you were like before? That's them. She looked at the roses and thought, what else is there? Roses. Suddenly, a new idea flashed in her mind. Angel turned to look at him and suggested, how about teaching them gardening? Aiden asked back, planting things? She continued, flowers are beautiful and fruits and vegetables are good too. The process of growing them will help us feel motivated and accomplished, and it also helps us relax and become more peaceful. Aiden smiled at Angel and replied, you're right. He started to stand up and said, let's do it now. I'll contact them and give them the address of Denton Farm. It will be better for them to come and learn on their own. Angel held out her hand hesitantly. Wait a minute, I have a better idea. She continued, what do you think if we build a school? He asked again, a school, like where children go to study. Angel began to present her idea. There are many people returning from the war, so we could open a vocational school to teach them gardening or farming. Aiden asked again for confirmation. A school that sounds plausible, giving them a sense of belonging, is also very important. She continued, and if they complete the course, they will receive a certificate and a letter of recommendation, which will make it easier for them to find a job. We'll need a lot of teachers. If we want to teach many people, we could contact retired farmers. Aiden turned and added, you could also be a good teacher, Angel. Seeing you teach Mrs. Meg to read and write, you have a knack for this. She made a narcissistic face and said, if I'm going to do it, I have to be the principal. It's our school after all. The scene changed to a clear blue sky. Angel thought to herself, if we really have to build an agricultural school, I'll call it. Her idea was to name the school the Denton Agricultural School. Angel thought to herself, although Aiden wanted to name the school after me. She began to speak, I want this school to carry the spirit of our beloved Denton Farm. Angel thought as she looked at him, I had made up my mind, so he finally agreed. She continued to think to herself, we chose a location for the school, built a very large greenhouse, and built small houses for students from out of town to stay in. Everything was quickly prepared so the school could become operational. Angel thought to herself while remembering there were still laws here. Even so, we also forgot that building a school requires government approval. William turned and said with a smile, good, this way we don't have to worry about the veteran problem. Angel continued to think, but luckily the royal family, despite keeping an eye on us, still approved. She continued to think, even though we poured all our heart into the school, we were still worried that not many students would come. So we put on the front page of the newspaper, just to be sure. Recruiting veterans become the elite students of Denton Agricultural School, 100 free tuition, Denton Agricultural School. Angel happily said to herself, and it was a complete success. Dear Lady Fitzroy, I am a discharged soldier from the Alpha Force unit. I am confident that I can devote myself to the school and work my hardest. She remembered the old memories and thought, we received so many sincere letters from students, and at the same time, we got to know and build other meaningful relationships. I have always believed that psychologically traumatized veterans need horticultural therapy, not fixing or shock therapy. Dr. Wilfred angrily clenched his fist and said, but they just laughed at me. The doctor continued speaking with an angry attitude in front of the two who were still bewildered. I'm also a gardener, so I know how effective it is. Caring for plants and flowers. Just looking at them makes us feel more relaxed, right? Wilfred said as he picked up a flower pot. And when we put effort into it, it can help us forget all our troubles. So I believe that nature is the key to healing psychological trauma. The doctor handed the plant pot to Angel and continued in a gentle voice. Thank you. She thought and said, after meeting Wilfred, we can be sure that he is a trustworthy doctor. And he doesn't prescribe questionable drugs or therapies either. He's too perfect for this job, isn't he? Aiden slowly replied, yes, I think we can entrust our comrades to him. Angel slowly smiled and thought to herself, later, if he presents his research and gains recognition, we can develop a new direction for mental health treatment. A voice from inside called out, next person, come in. Aiden and Angel stared blankly at the newly opened door. Angel turned and asked, Pierre, what are you doing here? Janny turned and replied shyly, Lady Fitzroy and Sir Aiden, bonjour, hello. Aiden extended his hand and said in a friendly tone, it's a pleasure to see you both in the capital. Janny replied, I thought you were in Luz. He also continued, I had some business, so I had to come back a little earlier. Janny looked down and thought to himself, I didn't expect Lady Fitzroy to be such a prestigious duchess. I only dared to come here because I saw her name in the newspaper. He sat down on the chair and continued to think shyly, but why do I feel so small now, but I have to be confident? Janny turned and asked, I heard you two are establishing an agricultural school. Angel replied, you read the news? Janny stood up and said with astonishment, so I was wondering, would you two need someone to help prepare uniforms for the students? Angel's eyes lit up, and she continued as if she had just gained an ally. I was thinking the same thing. Having uniforms would help the students feel a sense of belonging to the school. She continued, but I thought your fashion taste was more about dresses and evening gowns than agricultural wear. And if I remember correctly, didn't you say you were going to Francia to check out the latest noble styles? Janny sighed and replied, yes, that's what I said at first. He suddenly turned and retorted, but when I got there, I looked at their fashion styles and I thought, is this what should be considered beautiful clothing? Janny said, while looking at the dolls, hats so heavy you can't lift your head, dresses with frighteningly tight waists. Janny continued looking and said, high heels so high you can't walk alone. He stood looking up and thought to himself, if the wearer has to be bound in those clothes, aren't we valuing the clothes more than the person? The man stepped out of the shop and said, as you can see, this is the biggest shop in Luz, so what do you say? Do you want to be my apprentice? Janny turned and ran, replying hastily, please excuse me. I must refuse. I have to return to my country for some business. Sorry for the trouble. The man stood there stunned, He started to run forward quickly, and as he ran, Janny thought to himself, that is not the fashion ideal I pursue. Angel turned and said shyly, it seems you had a valuable experience abroad. Pierre. Janny pointed to himself and said, Penny, from now on, just call me Jing Penny. Janny and Aiden and Angel started talking in the large room. The voice from inside called again, next person. A slender foot began to step in. Angel couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, Miss Case? Sally Case turned and asked back, you still remember me. My lady, I am very honored. Angel began to speak with admiration. Of course, the poems you read were very impressive. I remember correctly, don't I? Sally Case also replied shyly, yes, I really like literature, though I also like geography and geometry. Angel turned and began to explain, Aiden, this is Miss Sally Case, daughter of Viscount Case. We have met a few times. As you know, she has a great talent for literature. Aiden greeted her coolly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. He continued, so how have you been? Sally Case replied, I'm well, avoiding the social pleasantries of high society. Angel turned and continued to ask, how is your fiancé? Sally Case replied with a sad expression, to be honest, my engagement ended a long time ago, so I'm sure he's fine. Angel also replied sadly, I'm very sorry to hear that. It must have been difficult for you. Sally Case raised her hand and said with a shy laugh, it's nothing. Actually, I was the one who ended it. Angel replied sadly, I see. She began to explain, I've also been very busy, so I haven't paid attention to any news. But lately I've been busy building a school, so I have to recruit students, and Sally Case cried out in response, I know. She continued, that's why I came here. I want to work here. Will you hire me, Lady Fitzroy? Angel replied with a doubtful expression, Huh, hire you? Sally Case continued speaking before Angel's astonishment. As far as I know, Lady Fitzroy is building a school by herself. I have never seen a woman accomplish such a thing, not even a state official or a guardian, and I admire you very much. She continued to present her case. I can write very well, and my memory is very good. I also learned how to handle the books. I learned a lot from our family steward back then. Sally Case passionately clutched her dress as she spoke. Now I want to leave and live a life of my own. I want to earn money so I can buy the things I want and go to the places I dream of. I'm willing to be a servant, even if it's cleaning. So, at this moment, the guests began to say, "Look, a walking potted plant." Miss Case, Angel thought to herself, she usually just stands in the corner at balls and avoids talking to people. She continued to think, but now she has tried her best to express herself. Sally Case nervously awaited an answer. Angel extended her hand with a smiling face and said, "Actually, we are in need of a vice principal." She turned and asked further, "Would you like to work in this position at our school?" Sally Case clasped her hands and replied, "If you would allow me, I will be very honored. I will do my best." She thought to herself, "I'm so glad I had the courage to talk to her." Angel sat down and smiled at Aiden. Sally Case and Angel shook hands. Sally Case said with a friendly smile as they shook hands, "I very much look forward to working with you, Lady Fitzroy. I mean, Principal." Angel replied cheerfully, "And I as well." Vice Principal. Spring had arrived at Den Farm. An irritable voice rang out. "You bastard, give it back." Two men confronted each other. "Who are you calling a bastard, you punk? This is my area." The other person yelled, "Yeah, but we're arranging flowers? This is my job." "No way. Flowers on the table are the receptionist's job. It's on the table, but it's still flowers. So get lost." Seeing this, Meg's face darkened and she shouted, "Stop it. How many times have I told you to? Today is a happy day, and you're still arguing like this?" "That's right. Today is a special day because this is the second wedding of the Fitzroy family." Angel smiled happily. This was Aiden's idea because the wedding in the capital was so dull. However, the sound of arguing rang out. "I'll arrange the chairs. Then I'll place the wreaths over there. I'll lay out the tablecloths. What about me? What do I do?" The school students wanted to show their gratitude to the Fitzroy family, so they were fighting over the simplest tasks. "Every time this happens, I have to intervene, but," Meg grumbled, "I'm dead tired. They keep making me lose my temper. This bunch is even more mischievous than my own grandchildren." The two started arguing again. "Ma'am, how about I massage your shoulders?" "Move it, I was here first." Meg was inwardly pleased, even though they were annoying at times. At least they had good intentions and were willing to help. She said indulgently, "All right, stop arguing and get it done." Flower petals flew gently in the wind. Everyone was laughing and talking boisterously. The atmosphere was cheerful and bustling. Meg worried. "Let's see. The food is ready. Everyone has a seat. The piano has been tuned. Are the bride and groom ready?" Mary said cheerfully, "Yes, ma'am." The person next to her gave a thumbs up in approval. "They're ready." She looked over at Sally, and the two of them shared a bright smile. She used her long, slender fingers to play melodies. Three people cheered excitedly when they heard the music start. The piglets were so happy they couldn't stand still. Angel, in her wedding dress, slowly walked out. She thought, "This is so different from the time I walked into the church without my father." A strong hand reached out. A deep, warm voice rang out. "Angel, are you ready?" She took Aiden's hand. She said cheerfully, "Let's go, Aiden." The two of them walked out side by side. Meg scowled at the noise from the other two. Angel looked over. "It seems Mrs. Meg is still working too hard." Aiden laughed. "I'm afraid she'll lose her voice tonight." Angel replied, "I'll offer her some tea later to thank her." Aiden leaned down slightly and said to her, "All right, but remember to save your energy for later, my bride." His next words made her cheeks flush red. "Because we're going to need it tonight." She retorted, "You're just talking nonsense." The two of them stepped onto the platform in front of everyone. The officiant said cheerfully, "I would like to thank all of you ladies and gentlemen for being here on this beautiful day." In Angel's heart, this time was so different from my first wedding. Looking at a teary-eyed Meg, I have met so many wonderful people. And now I get to wear a dress made by people who truly love and cherish me. To walk down an aisle that everyone has put so much thought and love into. A hand gestured towards Angel. "You may now kiss the bride." On the other side, Sally played a heartfelt piece of music. Aiden placed a kiss on her lips. Then the two of them shared a happy smile. A voice spoke, "And now I pronounce you husband and wife." On the other side, William emotionally wiped away a tear. "This is so good." Someone wondered, "If that's the case, Why didn't your majesty attend and instead are hiding in this corner? You even gave them expensive bottles of wine. He retorted, you really don't know how to celebrate, David. If I came as the groom's family like last time, wouldn't the entire joyous atmosphere be ruined? David replied, you are so thoughtful, your majesty. I truly didn't know you were so thoughtful. William said with a laugh, it's fine, as long as you understand. David frowned. Next time there's a party, just sending flowers and a gift will do. He continued, this time I only came because I was curious about the village that changed the Duchess. Now that I've seen it, I won't be coming back. It looks like the party is about to start. We should head back, David. Yes, your majesty. In his mind, just thinking about the trip back makes me tired. The sound of footsteps approached from a distance. A hurried voice called out, please wait. David cracked the door open curiously. What is it, kid? A little girl cheerfully held up a wrapped gift. Lady Fitzroy asked me to bring this to you, sir. She apologizes for not being able to come here directly as she is busy joining the party with the guests. And she also thanks you for the wine and the matchmaking. She said she feels very happy thanks to you, sir. With that, the little girl scurried away. The note read, this is Mrs. Meg's special and most famous sponge cake. William said curiously, she's quite sharp, isn't she? David added, indeed, I didn't expect it either. He picked up a piece of cake thoughtfully, then brought it to his mouth and took a bite. He spoke softly. David. He immediately replied, yes, sir. I think I have a talent for matchmaking. You're still single, aren't you? David wondered, you're joking, right, your majesty? Over here, everyone was happy together. In Angel's heart, from now on, as long as we are together, Aiden and Angel shared a happy smile. Then everywhere is heaven. The series ends. Thank you for following the entire series. While waiting for a new series, please watch other series on the Q Muoi review channel to pass the time. Wishing you all happiness and energy. Goodbye and see you again.